The thin black lines on the Marauder's map sketched every corridor, staircase, and tower of Hogwarts in perfect detail. Tiny ink dots moved across it, each labeled with a name in cramped handwriting. Evan leaned in, wand clenched in his right hand. He gathered his magic without even meaning to, tension tightening in his chest. He could hear his own heartbeat as he waited for one name to appear. Peter. Then, with a sharp bang, Ron's rat shot out his pocket. Scabbers launched himself onto the table, knocking over Ron's plate and his cup of milk. Milk spilled everywhere and started running toward the map. Harry snatched it up just in time. Ron jumped to his feet, trying to mop up the mess, but only succeeded in knocking more plates off the table. Minced meat, butter, bread, dishes, and milk went flying. Evan, Harry, and Hermione all scrambled up. In the chaos, Scabbers hit the floor and bolted for the portrait hole. "Oh, Scabbers!" Ron lunged after him. Evan's eyes stayed locked on the rat. His fingers tightened on his wand. He was ready to shout a body-bind curse, but he didn't get the chance. As he pulled his wand from under his cloak, Ron stumbled over a chair and crashed straight into him. Ron tried to keep going. The chair legs tangled, and both of them went down. By the time Evan pushed himself back up, Scabbers was gone. "Damn it," he hissed, clenching his fist and shoving his wand back into his belt. He knew he'd just missed the perfect chance to grab Peter. At least he hadn't actually cast a spell. His hand movement had been small, and in all that confusion Peter would have been focused only on running. If the rat had noticed what he was doing, Evan might have been in real danger. For now, Peter likely wasn't alarmed. And as long as Evan had the Marauder's map, he didn't need Sirius Black. Catching Peter Pettigrew was only a matter of time. He could run, but he couldn't disappear. "Evan, Ron, what are you doing?" Hermione asked anxiously. She rushed over and helped Evan up, worry written all over her face. She clearly remembered their fight in the common room a month earlier and looked terrified they might start again. "I'm fine, just tripped over a chair," Ron said quickly, brushing off his robes. "I'm going to look for Scabbers. I don't know what got into him, he just bolted." "Don't worry, Ron, I'm sure," Harry began, then suddenly trailed off, staring over Evan's shoulder. Snape was standing there. Harry immediately moved behind Evan. Evan heard him mutter under his breath, "Game over." "Potter," Snape said, stalking toward them, face dark. His gaze swept over all four before fixing on Harry. "What exactly are you doing?" "Nothing," Harry said quickly. "Ron's rat knocked his milk over. We were just cleaning up." "Really?" Snape's voice dripped suspicion. "And you weren't in the middle of planning how to break school rules again?" "No," they all said at once, shaking their heads. "Don't insult my intelligence," Snape said softly. "I know how your Gryffindor brains work. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Basilisk. What is it this year? Catching Sirius Black, all on your own?" His mouth twisted in a familiar, nasty smirk. "That's it, isn't it? The entire ministry is bending over backwards to protect the famous Harry Potter from Black. And what does the famous Harry Potter do? Sneaks around the castle, ignoring every rule, making everyone else sick with worry. He doesn't care. He doesn't think about the consequences. He's certainly planning to hunt Black himself." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry snapped. He really didn't understand. Mr. Weasley, Malfoy, Snape, they all seemed convinced he wanted to go after Sirius Black. "Why? You don't understand?" Snape repeated, mocking him. "Potter, what did you just shove under your cloak?" "Nothing," Harry said, forcing his face to stay blank. "You're lying," Snape said calmly. "I saw you put something there." His eyes moved over the group again, then locked with Harry's. It felt like facing a hippogriff. Harry made himself stare back and not blink. Snape meant to stare him down, to press him into confessing. But the moment he met those green eyes, he faltered. For a second, something old and painful flickered across his face. The air grew strange and heavy. They just stared at each other, teacher and student, neither speaking. Watching them, Evan wanted to groan. People always said Harry had his mother's eyes. Was Snape really thinking about Lily right now? "Professor, Hermione began. "Quiet, Granger," Snape snapped, snapping out of it. His gaze hardened again as he turned back to Harry. "You're just like your father, Potter." "What?" they all said together, staring at him. "James Potter," Snape said coldly. Arrogant to the core. A bit of talent on a broom, and he thought he was above everyone else. He and his little gang strutted around the castle all day as if they owned it. His eyes flashed. You're both as bad as each other. My dad didn't strut. Harry burst out before he could stop himself. He didn't, and neither do I. Your father didn't care much for rules either, Snape went on, leaning forward so his thin, sallow face was inches away. He thought rules were for ordinary people, not Quidditch champions. He thought the world should make way for him. Shut up, Harry shouted. Rage flushed his face. He had never been this angry. What did you say to me, Potter? Snape's black eyes glittered dangerously. I said shut up about my dad. Harry yelled. Don't think I don't know anything. Dumbledore told me. My dad saved your life. If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't even be here. Snape went a sick, curdled color. I can't deny he saved me, he said quietly. But did the headmaster tell you why? Or did he decide that the details were too unpleasant for precious Harry Potter to hear? Harry bit his lip. Around them, students at the tables were watching, tense and silent. I don't want you carrying around some saint's image of your father, Snape went on, twisting his mouth into something like a smile. Dumbledore never tells the whole story. Let me finish it for him. Your noble father and his friends thought it would be hilarious to play a little prank on me. If he hadn't lost his nerve at the last second, I'd be dead. He didn't save me out of bravery. He saved me to save himself. If their little joke had gone as planned, they all would have been expelled. His uneven teeth showed as he spoke. His gaze flicked briefly toward the staff table, where Professor Lupin was sitting. Harry's breath hitched. The tension between them snapped back into place. They glared at each other again, neither willing to back down. Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt your touching trip down memory lane, Evan said at last, breaking the silence. But maybe this isn't the best time or place to discuss all that, don't you think? Snape's head jerked toward him. He seemed to suddenly realize exactly what he'd been saying and how many people were listening. As he took in the curious faces around the great hall, his expression darkened even further. Empty your pockets, Potter, Snape snapped suddenly. Harry didn't move. His friend started to speak at once. Professor, silence, Mason. Quiet, Granger. Snape barked. His temper was clearly fraying. Severus, there's no need to shout at them, Professor Lupin said calmly, walking over. They haven't broken any school rules. Haven't broken any rules? Snape's anger only sharpened. His mouth twisted. That's because you don't know them as well as I do. I can't even count how many they've... but of course, you were just like them. Or worse. Severus, Lupin's brow creased. Enough, Lupin. Don't lecture me about discipline. Snape cut him off. You say they haven't broken rules? Fine. I'll prove you wrong. He turned back to Harry. Turn out your pockets. Now, or we go straight to the headmaster. Empty them, Potter. The great hall fell silent. Every student nearby watched them, barely breathing. Evan caught sight of Fred and George rushing in, each clutching a large egg, clearly ready to lob them for a distraction. From their faces, it was obvious they knew the map was in Harry's pocket. If Snape found it, it would be a disaster. Evan quickly shook his head at the twins, silently begging them not to do anything stupid. Hurling stink eggs in the middle of the Great Hall might distract Snape. But even if it worked, the fallout would be brutal. He gave Harry a small push, urging him to do as Snape said. There was no way they could win a direct clash with the teachers. Besides, Evan was almost sure James Potter and his friends had designed the map so that their dear friend Severus would never be able to use it properly. Harry could feel everyone's eyes on him. Fear settled like a stone in his stomach. Slowly, he pulled everything from his pockets. A few sweets and the map. Lupin's expression shifted the moment he saw it. Something complicated and unreadable flickering across his face. Evan, Harry, Ron, and Hermione forced themselves to stay calm as Snape snatched up the parchment. For a few seconds, no one moved. Hermione was trembling. Her cold fingers clutched Evan's sleeve. What's this? A scrap of blank parchment, Snape said, flipping it over. You don't need old rubbish like this, Potter. Why don't you throw it away? He drew his wand and flicked it. A tiny blue flame appeared at the tip. Holding the map in his other hand, he slowly lowered it toward the fire. "Don't," Harry blurted. "Uh-huh." Snape's nostrils flared in triumph. "So, is valuable. Not just blank parchment, then. A letter, perhaps? Written in invisible ink? Or something that lets you sneak around Hogwarts without the Dementors noticing?" Harry blinked, and Snape's eyes gleamed. "Let's see. Shall we?" he muttered, flattening the map on the table and touching his wand to it. "Reveal your secret." Evan stared at the parchment. Nothing happened. Beside him, Harry was so tense his fists were shaking. "Show yourself." Snape tried again, tapping the map. Still nothing. The map remained stubbornly blank. Harry and the others let out the smallest breath of relief. "Professor Severus Snape, master of this school, commands you to yield the information you conceal," Snape said sharply, his wand striking the parchment. As if hooked by invisible quills, ink began to spread across the smooth surface. Mr. Mooney presents his compliments to Professor Snape and begs him to keep his abnormally large nose out of other people's business. Snape went rigid. Harry just stared, stunned. The map, however, was not finished. Mr. Prongs agrees with Mr. Mooney and would like to add that Professor Snape is an ugly git. Under any other circumstances, it would have been hilarious. Right now, it felt like watching a train crash in slow motion. More lines appeared. Mr. Padfoot would like to register his astonishment that an idiot like that ever became a professor. Harry squeezed his eyes shut in horror. When he opened them again, the parchment delivered its final insult. Mr. Wormtail bids Professor Snape good day and advises him to wash his hair, the slime ball. The silence that followed was absolute. Even a pin dropping would have been loud. Snape's expression darkened further, if that was possible. Everyone held their breath, waiting for him to explode. "So that's how it is," Snape said quietly at last. "Of course. I should have realized." Evan watched him closely. Snape was staring at Harry, but his thoughts were clearly far away. Whatever memories the names Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prong stirred in him, they weren't pleasant. His face twisted with old fury and disgust. The heavy mood held for a moment. Then Snape snapped back to the present. In an instant, he rounded on Professor Lupin, eyes blazing. "Lupin," he said, his voice sharp with loathing. "What do you make of this?" He jabbed a finger at the map, where the four marauders' names still shone. Lupin's face closed off. An unreadable, guarded look settled over his features. "This parchment is saturated with dark magic," Snape went on. "That's supposed to be your speciality, isn't it? Where, exactly, do you suppose Potter got hold of it?" Lupin glanced up and, with the smallest flick of his eyes toward Harry, warned him to say nothing. "Dark magic," Lupin repeated mildly. "Do you really think so, Severus? It looks to me like a piece of parchment enchanted to insult whoever tries to read it. Immature, certainly, but not dangerous. I'd imagine Harry picked it up from a joke shop." "Really?" Snape's jaw tightened. "You believe a joke shop sold him this? You don't think it's rather more likely that he got it straight from the makers?" Harry, Ron, and Hermione didn't understand what Snape was talking about. Nor, apparently, did Lupin. "You mean by Mr. Wormtail, or one of these people?" he said. "Harry, do you know any of these men?" "No," said Harry quickly. "You see, Severus? It seems to me that this is a product of Zonko's joke shop." Lupin turned to Snape. "It's us." Fred and George rushed in from the crowd. They explained to Lupin and Snape. "We bought this parchment a few years ago from Zonko's joke shop. We have just given it to Harry." "Very good. Everything has been cleared up then," Professor Lupin said with pleasure. Harry did not violate the school rules. He just showed this praying parchment to his friends, in my opinion, and he just didn't want the teacher to know about T. "Lupin," Snape took a step forward and whispered, "don't play dumb. You and I both know what this parchment is." "Yes, obviously. I said just now that this is a mischievous product. Whoever wants to read it will be insulted." Professor Lupin blinked. "Not this. I've seen it before." Snape suddenly stopped talking and looked indignantly at Lupin. Although he had seen this parchment more than once in the hands of James Potter back when they were students, he really did not know what this parchment was or what it was for. Its four makers made sure that it was kept a secret. Since Lupin doesn't want to talk about it, There was no point in continuing this stalemate. Snape also didn't want his past as a youngster exposed in front of the students. Very good, Lupin." Snape turned back to his usual unpleasant tone. He grinned and said, "I suddenly remembered that it was just a full moon tonight, and I hope you will be home alone. Don't forget to lock the door. By the way, I'll send you your medicine. Later, we can talk about the pleasant topic of this parchment." Snape looked at Lupin with an unpleasant gaze. He deliberately stressed on the words, "at night, full moon," and locked the door as if he was giving everyone a hint. "No problem. My door is open to you at any time, Severus," Professor Lupin said briskly. "And thank you for your potion." "You're welcome." Snape's face was not smiling. He looked fiercely at Lupin, Harry, and Evan, and continued, blinking, "I made a full pot. If you still want more, just tell me no. I started taking it a week ago, and a little bit more this afternoon should be enough." Professor Lupin turned to look at Evan and the rest of his group. "Harry, Evan, Ron, Hermione, come with me. I have something to tell you about the homework that I gave." Professor Lupin took 2 steps forward and seemed to think of something. "Severus, I'll take this away. You don't mind?" Snape didn't speak, but from his gloomy face, one could know that it bothered him. Lupin pretended not to see Snape's expression. He quickly approached and took the map, folded it, and tucked it inside his robes. Evan and the 3 of them walked behind Professor Lupin and left the Grand Hall. None of them dared to look back at Snape. When they reached the lobby, they dared to speak. "Professor, Harry said quickly, apparently. He seemed to want to get the Marauders map. "I don't want to hear explanations." "Harry." Lupin looked around the empty lobby. Other students were still behind in the Grand Hall. There were no other people besides them. He said in a low voice, "In fact, I just learned that this map was many years ago confiscated by Mr. Filch. I know this parchment." Harry and Hermione looked at him with great interest. Ron looked down and wondered what he was thinking, and Evan couldn't bury his head in his arms. Professor Lupin was not just know the map. He was one of its makers. Harry's luck was terrible. It was useless once it was handed. Professor Lupin would never give a map back to Harry. "I don't want to know how you got it. To my surprise, you didn't plan to hand it over, especially with Sirius lurking around the castle." Lupin turned to Hermione. "What you did was wrong, Hermione. I thought that unlike them, you would be more sensible." "Don't blame Hermione. She just told me to hand it over." Harry asked curiously, "Professor, how do you know this map?" "This is not something you should know, Harry." From Lupin's face, it was clear that he did not want to say more on this topic. "Well, then why did Snape think that I got it from its maker?" Harry continued to ask. "That was because," Lupin hesitated, "because the person who made the map may want to seduce you out of school. They think it would be fun." "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," Evan interrupted. It turned out that after the 4 of them graduated, this map fell into Filch's hands. This was the reason why it stayed within the school's perimeters. This makes it look like James Potter, Sirius Black, Peter Pettigrew, and Professor Lupin back in their school days must have been as mischievous as Fred and Gurge are now, also making Filch feel a headache. "Yes, that's them." Lupin nodded. "Professor, do you know them?" Harry asked, looking impatient. "We have met before." Lupin answered shortly and looked at Harry more seriously than usual. "Wait a minute, Professor, about this map." Evan asked hastily, "If you know it, then you must know how it was made?" "Oh, it requires a very deep knowledge of magic, not appropriate to your age." "Professor, I don't want to know the specific way to make this map." Evan continued, "Just tell me how those 4 were able to make it. I think they needed a source of great magical power." Professor Lupin looked at Evan in astonishment. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also looked at him in surprise, wondering why Evan suddenly asked such a question. That was indeed what Evan most urgently wanted to know. Other information, such as the identity of Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, or the relationship between Professor Lupin and Sirius Black, the truth of Black's escape, etc. He already knew all of that. What he doesn't know right now is the Marauders' map-making method. Well, not everything about that. After all, the production principle and the magic knowledge involved with making it are things he can find in books in the library. But the most crucial thing was the method with which Professor Lupin, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew got the magical power necessary to make it. From what happened with Snape a short while ago, it was obvious that the Marauder's map was endowed with thoughts. About the other two magical objects that have thoughts, one of them is the sorting hat made by the four founders of Hogwarts. Each of them had a lot of magical power. They also possessed a lot of profound magical knowledge that had been lost, so it was normal that they would be able to integrate their thoughts into the sorting hat. As for Voldemort's Horcruxes, killing was the source of their power. Only the power of death is strong enough to make one's soul split. The Marauder's map is not comparable to the sorting hat or the Horcruxes, but it also possessed its own thoughts. Like what Evan had previously speculated, Professor Lupin and the other three must have obtained some source of magical power to create the map and complete their own animagus transformation. There are many ways to do this, taking a lot of magical potions to increase a person's magical power to an unimaginable level, or using the help of a powerful magic item. For example, the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hands has this ability. Professor, Evan whispered to Lupin. Oh, they had found that place in the Forbidden Forest. They needed to get their approval to go in. In short, it is dangerous. It isn't something that you should not know at this age. Professor Lupin said ambiguously, what you should do is to follow the school rules and not expect me to cover up for you again. Hearing his words, Evan was lost in thought. There is obviously something hidden in the forest that I do not know about. It is probably a very powerful magical item. Judging from Lupin's expression and reading between the lines, that place or thing should be very dangerous. What could it be? At the beginning, Evan thought that it was Dumbledore's Elder Wand. It does not seem to be the case anymore. Lupin and his friends should have made the Marauder's map behind Dumbledore's back. In addition to the Deathly Hallows, there are many other powerful magical items. For example, the legendary Philosopher's Stone, the Sword of Gryffindor, the Gordian Knot, the Stonehenge. Evan also remembered that he had seen a book of magic dedicated to this topic, which recorded a lot of similar legendary magical items. Each of them is very powerful, with strong magical power, and once existed in real life, leaving a wonderful epic legend behind in the history of magic. Unfortunately, the vast majority of them are lost in the long river of history. The remaining few pieces, such as the Stonehenge, were also collected and studied by the Department of Mysteries and were top secret in the Ministry of Magic. Of course, those legendary objects that have been lost did not really disappear, because magical objects of this caliber are almost impossible to damage. They are likely to be hidden somewhere or inherited as family heirlooms in certain pure-blood wizard families, but no one knows their locations. It is like the three of Deathly Hallows. They are gifts given by death to the three brothers. It is said that the man who possesses all the Deathly Hallows becomes master of death itself. The three Deathly Hallows are legendary magical items. They are also believed to have been lost in the book that Evan read. But in reality, the Elder Wand was in Dumbledore's hands and the cloak was in Harry's. The Resurrection Stone was made into a Horcrux by Voldemort. Judging from the current situation, there's a good chance that the Forbidden Forest hides a legendary magical item. Like the Elder Wand, it can provide a lot of magical power for a wizard. It seems that they needed to go to the forest to check it out. In addition to that, Professor Lupin just mentioned that they had to get their approval to go in. What does that refer to? What strange creatures are living in the forest? In addition to knowing that there are centaurs, acromantulas, unicorns, and hippogriffs, there are other magical animals that Evan knew nothing about. And this phrase reminds him of the four founders and the secret treasure keys that they have left. Evan remembered the last sentence of the golden writing behind Godric Gryffindor's statue. The key to unlocking the treasure is the courage buried deep in your heart. You need to get recognition of his proud followers. The followers, and the ones Professor Lupin has just mentioned, could they be the same group of people? The common thing between them is the need to get their recognition. If they were the same people, wouldn't the legendary magical item in the forest be the key to Gryffindor's treasure? All seems to fit together. This explains why such a powerful magical item is hidden in the school's Forbidden Forest, without Dumbledore doing anything about it. You guys must abide by the school rules and shouldn't sneak out of school. The current situation is particularly grim. I can't allow you to underestimate the Dementors or get other misunderstandings. Although Evan's corporeal Patronus can resist them, the most horrible thing about these monsters is the Dementor's kiss, Hermione whispered. Yes, Hermione. Lupin's face showed a little smile. That's the most horrible and powerful weapon of the Dementors. They only use it at the end and the worst. They will put back their hoods before those that they want to destroy. What is under the hood, Professor? No one knows. I think there will always be something like a mouth under the hood because they clamp their jaw around the victim's mouth and consume his or her soul. Harry suddenly thought of the terrifying image he saw on the Quidditch pitch through the Dementor's hood before he fainted. If it is really done, it will be worse than death. Lupin said, You can exist without your soul, as long as your brain and heart are still working. But you'll have no sense of self anymore, no memory, no anything. There's no chance at all of recovery. You'll just exist as an empty shell, and your soul is gone forever, lost. No one spoke. Everyone was trying to portray the fearful picture in his mind and thinking about having his soul consumed through his mouth. You guys must be careful not to think that you've driven away the Dementors and take them lightly, Lupin continued. What happened last time on the Quidditch pitch made them very unhappy. I just saw from the Daily Prophet that the Ministry of Magic had promised the Dementors that they would get to do it after they catch Black. That's what he deserves, Harry said suddenly. Do you think so? Lupin asked softly. Do you really think anyone deserves this? Yes, said Harry. I heard everyone say he was the most evil black wizard under Voldemort's hand. He killed a lot of people. Among all those who were finally confirmed to be Death Eaters, Sirius Black was the last one I ever expected, said Lupin. I used to think I knew him well. He was very dangerous, more than what you'd ever think. Professor Lupin stopped and seemed to suddenly realize something. Wait a minute, Harry, we didn't plan to use the map to find Sirius Black? He said in a serious tone. Harry's expression was full of surprise when he heard Lupin. So strange. Why does everyone think he would take the initiative to find Sirius Black? First, it was Mr. Weasley, then Malfoy, and then Snape. Now, even Professor Lupin thinks so. Are all four of them mental? Why would he go behind someone who wants to kill him? Is there anything he does not know about it? This is really too suspicious. Professor, why would I want to find Black? Harry asked slowly in a skeptical tone. He escaped from Azkaban to kill me, didn't he? He came to find me and get his revenge for Voldemort. Isn't that the case? Yes, that's the way it is. Professor Lupin's expression was somewhat unnatural. He subconsciously avoided Harry's gaze. But that is certainly not the whole truth. I can feel that you are hiding something from me. Harry continued staring at Professor Lupin. There's nothing at all. Professor, I'm not a child anymore. Harry said quickly. You once told me that you were my father's friend and that you were also very familiar with Black. You must know something. Why does Black want to kill me? Why do you want me not to look for him? Hearing Harry, Professor Lupin went silent for a moment, then said, Harry, there are things that I shouldn't tell you. I don't have such qualification. So you just avoid me and say nothing, as if I were a fool. Harry took a deep breath and said in a lost, sad voice, Professor, when the Dementors approached me, I saw and heard something, Professor Lupin shook his head and looked worried. I could hear my mother screaming and entreating Voldemort. If you heard my mother screaming like that before being killed, you wouldn't forget it. Harry's eyes were red. I can feel it, Professor. Black has something to do with my parents' death. Malfoy once told me. If I were you, I would choose revenge. I would find him by myself. Harry, Malfoy was talking nonsense, Hermione said worried. No, he must have known something, Harry shouted, looking back at Professor Lupin. Please, Professor, tell me the truth for my parents. Professor Lupin's expression was very sad. Harry's words greatly touched him. He looked at Harry and vaguely seemed to see his former friend, James. I need to talk to you alone, Harry. Lupin sighed. You're right. We shouldn't keep it from you. If his son doesn't know about Sirius, James will be disappointed. Lupin led Harry to his office. Evan, Hermione and Ron stood in the dark hall, following them with their eyes anxiously. "Evan, what do you think Professor Lupin would say to Harry?" asked Hermione. "Anything about his parents' past is possible." Evan thought for a moment and didn't know how much Lupin was going to tell Harry. He was afraid that Harry wouldn't take it well at that time. "Well, can you wait for Harry in the common room? I still feel that there's something wrong," Hermione said in an uncertain tone. "Ron and I will go to Hogsmeade to buy everyone's Christmas gifts. I'm going to look for Scabbers." Ron, who hadn't spoken yet, suddenly talked with a dull and monotonous tone. Hermione wanted to tell Ron not to worry about his rat, and that it would be back by itself. But when she saw Ron's appearance, she hesitated and said nothing. Because of Crookshanks, she felt very awkward dealing with the rat's issue. "I'm going to look for Scabbers," Ron repeated again, not caring about Evan and Hermione's reaction. He then went back to the tower. Under the torchlight, his silhouette seemed extremely gloomy and strange. Evan frowned and looked at Ron. The latter's behavior was too unusual today. Whether it was when facing Snape or Professor Lupin, he was too calm and different from the Ron that he knew. And how did Ron know that the parchment was the Marauder's map? "What's the matter with Ron?" Hermione said in surprise. "I can't go to Hogsmeade alone. There's so many things to buy. I won't be able to handle it." "If you do not mind, I can accompany you." "Hermione," Evan suggested. "No, Evan, you will be discovered by professors." "I don't think so. I've been there many times, and I'm very familiar with the Hogsmeade stores. I just have to avoid being noticed by Filch." Evan picked up the school bag in his hand. Moreover, Harry's invisibility cloak is still here. But Hermione was hesitant. She knew that Evan had been to Hogsmeade many times before, and that unlike Harry, Evan didn't have to worry about Sirius Black and the Dementors. Since there was not much risk, and he would not be discovered by professors, it seemed that she had no real reason to oppose it. Although it might violate school rules, Hermione was no longer as strict as she used to be when she first entered school. After all, she couldn't even count the times that she violated the rules herself. Hermione's also had a strange feeling deep down in her heart that she could not tell. She hoped that Evan could accompany her to Hogsmeade, especially on Christmas Eve. "I'll take the secret passage beneath the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor," Hermione, Evan said in a relaxed tone. "The secret passage leads to the Honeyduke's sweet shop. You can wait for me there. See you soon." Evan left the hall and quickly walked behind the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor. He looked around in the hallway and didn't find anyone besides him. "Discendium." Evan gently knocked on the stone witch. The hump on the statue immediately opened just wide enough for a small person to slide down to the hidden passageway. Evan climbed into the hole and then moved forward. Compared with this narrow secret passage, he preferred the more spacious one behind the large mirror on the 4th floor. He passed through that passage to Hogsmeade last semester. But just a few days after the start of the school year, Fred and George told him that the secret passage collapsed and was completely blocked. Now, among all the routes in the castle that lead to Hogsmeade, the one he's taking now was the only one left that's unknown to Filch. Evan slipped a long way forward. This road was just like a stone slide. Then he fell into a cold, damp land. He stood up and looked around and found only darkness. "Lumos!" Evan raised his wand. The path in front of his eyes was curved. It was no different from a rabbit's tunnel. Evan hurriedly walked, and because of the unevenness of the ground, he was staggering from time to time. He held his wand in front of him all the way. About an hour later, Evan reached the bottom of a broken stairs and found that the stone steps stretched out to where he could not see. He rested for a while, gasped, and began to climb upwards. 100, 200 steps, Evan climbed the stairs, putting all his attention on his feet. After over 3,000 steps, he slammed into something hard. It was a floor door. Evan pushed it open and climbed out. When he came out of the floor door, he smelled a strong odor of blood, as if there was a dead body hidden in the cellar. Evan hurriedly pulled out his wand and looked around vigilantly. The room was full of chairs and boxes that surrounded him, and not far away from where he was, there was a wooden staircase leading upstairs. He could hear the voices of several people above him, a bell ringing, and the creaking of the opening and closing of doors. In the cellar, the sweet smell of candies mixed with the pungent odor of blood made Evan feel nauseous. He cautiously approached a wooden box beside him. The closer he was, the stronger the odor was. He was about to open the wooden box when he heard footsteps going downstairs and a woman shouting, "Honey, take another bucket of jelly slugs. We're about to be out of stock." "I know." A man came downstairs. Evan hurriedly turned around, and he saw a bald, middle-aged man walking down. It was Mr. Ambrosius Flume, the owner of the Honeyduke's sweet shop. He walked into the cellar and suddenly froze. He was surprised to see Evan standing in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Flume," said Evan softly. "It's you, Evan. You scare me. I thought it was someone else in our warehouse." Flume sighed and patted his chest. "What are you doing with your wand?" I smelled an odor of blood. The wand in Evan's hand did not drop. "Oh, you've already smelled it," Flume said hastily. "I was intending to talk to you about it. I want you to publish an ad for our newly developed candy." "An ad?" Evan looked at him strangely. Flume walked over and opened the wooden box next to Evan, and it was full of blood-flavored lollipops. Evan was a bit embarrassed. The odor of blood he had smelled was that of this candy. He went too quickly for his wand. Fortunately, no acquaintances were there. "We don't think it's too much for our new product, bloody lollipops." Flume frowned and said, "I sometimes don't understand your taste, young wizards. It was the most requested flavor in our last poll. Are you sure this is not for vampires?" "Of course not. I thought this candy would be cool." Flume continued, "But virtually nobody bought it. The stock of these bloody lollipops is almost backlogging the entire warehouse. I need your help, Evan. The last time, the propaganda on the cockroach clusters was very effective." Evan remembered his first advertisement for Honeydukes in the last semester. The cockroach clusters were piled up in the warehouse and never bought. But now after the ad, there are still some people in the school who say they kept eat that stuff until today. "I'll help you, Mr. Flume." Evan could not understand the fact that even though the Honeydukes traditional sweets are clearly popular and well-received, they have kept developing these unorthodox new products. Anyway, when he heard Evan's words, Flume was so happy that he packed a lot of blood-flavored lollipops and gave them to him. When Evan climbed out of the cellar with those almost uneatable candies, he saw the Honeyduke store full of Hogwarts students. There were so many people around that he couldn't see where Hermione was. Evan walked between them, trying to find Hermione from one shelf to another. Suddenly, at the corner of a chocolate-covered shelf, he accidentally bumped into a girl and knocked her candies into the ground. "Excuse me." Evan lowered his head and picked up her sweets. He looked up just to see a beautiful girl standing in front of him. The girl had long, shiny, dark hair. She was wearing a wizard's robe from the Ravenclaw house with a smile on her face that gives off a feeling of kindness and comfort. "I was too absorbed in choosing chocolate. Are you okay?" The girl smiled at Evan. "Hello, I'm Cho Chong from Ravenclaw." Evan was shocked. It turned to be Cho Chong, and she was indeed very beautiful. No wonder that Harry, the guy who's so hard to move, was so attracted to her. "Oh, hello, I'm Evan Mason from—" "I know you," she blushed saying, and she hurried to explain. "I've heard from Luna that you have a newspaper, and I got a subscription for each issue. I think it's very helpful, and, in short, all Ravenclaw girls are talking about you." The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. Evan didn't know that he was so popular with girls. "I've heard of you, too. You're Ravenclaw's seeker." Evan had no words to say. In addition to this information, he only remembered that Cho Chong was the girlfriend of Cedric Diggory. After the guy died, she and Harry had a fruitless short relationship. Although her emotional experience is relatively rich, he has to admit that Cho Chong is really beautiful. "Do you like Quidditch too?" Cho seemed to be happy to find a common topic with Evan. "I have watched the game between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Your team is very strong, especially the Seeker Harry Potter. He is very fast. But we still lost to Hufflepuff," continued Evan. "I heard that in the last few days you beat them. It was just a fluke. Their Seeker Cedric is also very good." Cho paused. However, the rest of the Hufflepuff team is not on his level. The score would have been in Gryffindor's favor if you didn't meet the Dementors. "Yeah," Evan nodded, even though he didn't really know what she was talking about. This is a rare opportunity to get in touch with such a beautiful girl. He was there, endlessly talking about Quidditch, even though he had no interest at all in this stuff. I was almost desperate when we faced so many Dementors. Fortunately, your Patronus brought hope back to all of us. In Cho Chang's mind came out the picture of the thin boy facing over 100 Dementors on his own. That feeling, she would never forget it. Evan, are you free? She hesitated for a moment, then she said, we can go to the tea shop outside and sit for a while. I want to ask you about the use of the Patronus charm. Is there any trick to learn it? No matter how hard I tried, all I managed to do is just making my wand shine a little bit. There was indeed a trick to casting the Patronus spell, and Evan was also willing to have an in-depth conversation about it with her. After all, Cho Chang invited him herself. He would be too stupid if he didn't understand what was going on. But he saw Hermione just entering Honeydukes and looking for him with a smile. When she saw Cho with him, she looked very alert. Choosing between these two beauties is really hard. Deep down in his heart, Evan still preferred Hermione. With Cho, it was just her stunning beauty that stunned him. There was nothing else he could think of. Or maybe, Evan looked again at the girl in front of him. Is that really the case? I'm sorry. My friend is waiting for me there. When she turned to where he was looking, Cho Chang saw Hermione standing in the doorway. Oh well, I'm glad I've met you. Cho looked a bit disappointed. She said in a gentle tone, Goodbye, Evan. Goodbye. Evan waved. Who is that girl? Hermione came over and looked suspiciously at Cho's back. Her name is Cho Chang, and she's a fourth-year Ravenclaw student. I just accidentally knocked her over. I helped her pick up her candies, and she invited me to the Madame Putafoot's tea shop across the street. Madame Putafoot's tea shop? Hermione repeated it in a low voice, with her eyes narrowing. She looks beautiful. Yeah, she's really pretty. Evan felt that something was wrong. He hadn't finished his words yet, but Hermione, who was standing in front of him, suddenly looked a bit sad. Cho looks really good, but she's not my type. Evan said cautiously. To me, you're always the most beautiful, Hermione. When she heard him, Hermione blushed and the tense atmosphere softened. This is so unlike you, Evan. Hermione said in a serious tone, but her face grinned. You must have learned this from Vicky. Vicky Frobisher is Evan's roommate and a handsome boy. He goes around chasing girls a lot and has bad grades. I really think so. Evan looked at Hermione seriously, thinking hard, and tried to remember Vicky's tricks that he pulls off when talking to girls every night before going to bed. Okay, I'll believe you for the time being. Hermione was embarrassed and tried to avoid Evan's eyes. The mood was awkward. Evan remembered that Vicky had said that such moments are crucial and that he should use them to win the girl's heart. He must not give her an opportunity to sidestep. But what should he do next? Before crossing over, Evan had no romantic expertise. He had no time to think about such a thing with all the studying and exams he had. Even if he liked a girl, he would just look at her from afar. Facing Hermione, Evan didn't know what to do, but he knew he needed to say something. Hermione, Evan gathered his courage. Wait a minute, Evan. Hermione seemed to have realized something, and her eyes that were dodging Evan's regard gazed back at him. You're too careless. You haven't been allowed to Hogsmeade by the school. If you're discovered, then you'd be. Don't worry. I don't think that Cho is the kind of person who would go tell on me. Evan blinked, and the momentum and atmosphere that he had built up all collapsed in a second. Of course she wouldn't, but what would you do if you were seen by Malfoy? You would be in big trouble, especially since we just offended Professor Snape in the morning. Hermione said worriedly, Hurry up. You should put on Harry's invisibility cloak. Evan realized that Hermione was right. Right then, he saw from the shop window the trio of Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. He quickly took out the invisibility cloak from his back and put it on his head. Right when it disappeared, he heard Malfoy's voice getting close. This year's Quidditch Cup belongs to Slytherin. Who would have thought that Potter would be so afraid of the Dementors? The next time they have a game, the three of us could just come in with capes and scare him. He would fall off again, and they'd have to install a parachute on his broomstick. Crabbe and Goyle snickered. Malfoy smirked. He felt better about what he said when he suddenly saw Hermione standing alone in the corner and had a malicious smile on his pale face. In addition to that incident, my dad will attend a hearing organized by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures in January to tell its members that I couldn't move my arm for 3 months. Malfoy deliberately raised his voice. I really hope I'll be able to take part of it when it happens, so I could see that stupid furry behemoth trying to defend that creature. It's not harmful. Really, it's safe. Let's go, Evan. Hermione ignored Malfoy. She knew that he was just talking nonsense. With their recent efforts, both Hagrid and Buckbeak should be fine. There was no need to answer Malfoy. Because of this, Malfoy must actually be mad. He squinted as Hermione walked past him. He seemed to have wanted to stop her, but he hesitated and did nothing. Hermione was on her own here, with neither Evan nor Harry nor Ron by her side. Malfoy didn't want to look like he was bullying a girl. Think about it, when they cut off that stupid, big-headed hippogriff's head. I think he'd cry, ha. Malfoy deliberately said that, looking at Hermione's back as she was leaving. Hearing Malfoy's laughter, Evan was enraged. Then he saw a barrel of jelly slugs on the side and suddenly had an idea. You open the door and wait for me a bit, Evan whispered to Hermione. This opportunity is too good to be missed. He walked quietly behind Malfoy, aimed at his but pulled his foot back and then kicked back with all he had. Next thing you know, Malfoy was upside down with his head in the jelly slug's barrel. The green juice was splattered everywhere. His legs were struggling, and he was screaming inside the barrel. Crabbe and Goyle looked at each other in panic, and then went to try to pull him out. The scene was a mess, and everyone in the shop looked at him in surprise and wondered why he would stuff his head into the slug barrel. After all, even if he likes that candy so much, there's no reason for him to take it so far. Ignoring the chaos behind him, Evan ran out of the Honeyduke's shop laughing and thinking of how happy Harry and Ron would be when they hear about this. Unfortunately, Colin was not there. Otherwise, this would have made the cover of next week's newspaper. You shouldn't have done that, Evan, said Hermione, while laughing and being worried at the same time. If Malfoy finds out you're here, I have the invisibility cloak on, Hermione. He can't see me. No one will know that it's my doing. Evan shivered and noticed that he wasn't wearing a coat. We need to find somewhere to go. How about the 3 Broomsticks Inn? Butterbeer would be perfect in this weather. It's better not to go there. That shop is so popular. Malfoy could also go there. We'd better go to Hogshead Inn or... Across her thick scarf, Hermione suddenly saw a small tea house on the corner that she had never noticed before. The sign on the outside read Madame Putafoot's Tea Shop. She still remembers what Evan said just now. Ravenclaw's Cho Chang just asked him to go there. Perhaps she should also have a look. We can go there, said Hermione, pointing to Madame Putafoot's tea shop and squinting. This shop seems to be very special. Are you sure? Evan looked at the tea shop with surprise. If it hadn't been just mentioned by Cho Chang, he would have never noticed this place. It was full of pink, pretty girlish ornaments, with cheesy lace, and Evan doubted the owner's taste. Of course I'm sure. Hurry up and go in. Evan, I don't want other people to think I'm just standing alone in the snow. Hermione said, It looks like it's cubicle inside. You shouldn't worry about being discovered, and you'll be able to take off the cloak. Evan and Hermione crossed the street and entered the small tea shop. There was a sweet scent in the air. The tea room was small and misty. It seemed that everything was decorated with frills or bows. Over every small round table was flying a golden cherub, and from time to time, it threw pink confetti over the people below. They sat down at the only remaining round table, next to the steamed-up window. Next to them was a big Christmas tree. Through the gaps between the leaves, a fifth-year Hufflepuff boy could be seen. He was with a beautiful blonde girl, and they held hands. Evan was a bit uncomfortable, and Hermione too. They seemed to have just discovered that there were only couples in the place, all holding hands. What do you take? A middle-aged stout woman with a shiny black bun squeezed herself through the 2 tables. 2 cups of coffee, please, said Evan. As he raised his head, his face was sprinkled with pink confetti by the golden cherub in midair. While waiting for coffee, Evan noticed that the couple next to him began to kiss each other over the sugar bowl between them. He stuck his lips together and really wished they didn't do that. Hermione apparently noticed it as well. She turned her head and looked at Evan's eyes, and then they looked away from each other in panic. The atmosphere was very embarrassing. Evan was focused on not messing things up, but he couldn't hold his imagination. He felt that the couple in front of them was making a model that Hermione would soon want to emulate. He was not sure if he wanted to do so. He and Hermione have not yet reached this point. According to the protocol, shouldn't the two confess to each other before doing such a thing? Evan said to himself, I really like Hermione so much. Besides, since she invited me to come to this tea shop, shouldn't that be a hint? If so, should he take the initiative? Hermione's cheeks were so red, so lovely, just like a ripe apple that anyone could not help but take a bite. No matter what, get over it. Feelings of fear and excitement soared, and Evan was determined to swallow it. His body leaned forward slightly, reached out, and held Hermione's cold hands, and they instantly stopped breathing. Hermione trembled slightly and seemed to want to pull her hands back, but she immediately stopped and let them go. Her face never looked so red. Her eyes blurred and looked at Evan. The sweet smell in the air almost stopped her brain from thinking. She saw Evan's body coming over, as if he was to do something. She wanted to dodge backwards, but her right hand was tightly held by his. Hermione's body trembled slightly. Although this was not the first time she had her hands held by Evan, this time was exceptionally electrifying. Hermione couldn't remember the precise moment in which this boy had taken her heart. Perhaps it was last year when he protected her from the basilisk, or this year when he faced over 100 Dementors in a time of fear and helplessness, or before now, she had heard of this tea shop from other girls. The appearance of Cho Chang gave her an inexplicable feeling of threat. She used to think that it was just an ordinary meeting place. She did not expect that everyone would be there. She knew what Evan was going to do next, but she didn't feel offended at all. Yet, wasn't it too soon for that? Her palms were all sweaty, and her heart thumped and flopped. She should stop Evan. They shouldn't do it, but she didn't have any strength. She saw Evan getting closer and closer, and she could feel his breath. The distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. Just as Evan's lips were about to touch Hermione's, Madame Putafoot came over with 2 cups of coffee. They hurriedly split up like kittens that had done something bad. The action of their movement was so big that they nearly turned the table over. Madame Putafoot said nothing, but the unfathomable smile on her face caused them to be embarrassed. Evan's face was hot, and he turned to look at the window. Just then, through the thick water vapor, he saw the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and 2 Aurors that he did not recognize proudly walking across the street. They 6 of them marched hard in the snow, and it seemed that they were going to the 3 broomsticks in across the street. Evan hurriedly glanced at them, and his attention was completely drawn to 2 short figures beside them, a big black dog and a ginger cat gliding through the street. They were Sirius Black and Crookshanks. It was not surprising that Black was so bold that he appeared blatantly in Hogsmeade, and they passed by Professors Fudge, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Hagrid. Black stopped and looked guiltily at the back of Fudge and the 2 Aurors. Oh, that's Crookshanks. Was it in Hogsmeade for? Looking at where Evan was staring, Hermione saw Crookshanks through the window. She did not see Sirius Black because of her viewing angle. Wait, Hermione, I'll go and bring it back. Evan hurried up, and under the astonished eyes of Hermione and Madame Putafoot, opened the door and rushed into the blizzard outside. He didn't know why when he thought of Ron's recent unusual behaviors. He felt a sense of unease. Although he had a plan, it would be nice if he could contact Sirius Black before that. On the street, the shadows of Black and Crookshanks disappeared on the corner of the street, leaving 2 rows of shallow and deep footprints on the thick snow. Evan followed the footprints and came to the owl post office. The inside was gloomy. There were owls on the shelves, at least 300 of them, ranging from common great grays to palm-sized Scops owls. They shouted low. Besides the owls, there was no one in the shop. Black and Crookshanks seemed to be on the 2nd floor, where there were the post owls which were trained to bring postage from a distance. Evan pulled out his wand. The post office had only 1 door. If he enters there, Black wouldn't have anywhere to go. Evan did not know why Black had to send a letter, but it was indeed a good opportunity to make contact with him. Evan climbed up the dark stairs to the 2nd floor and the old black wooden floor creaked under his feet. From time to time, owls hovered over his head. The layouts of the post office on the second and first floors are similar. There were owls everywhere. On the shelves under them, there were codes of various colors. Crookshanks was lying on a semicircular balcony. When it saw Evan, it purred with satisfaction. "Hold on, where is Sirius Black?" Evan suddenly realized what was happening. He quickly turned around, and behind him in the shadow of the hallway, a black figure rushed out. Right then, Evan was thrown to the ground and splashed with dust. Several gray, long-eared owls spread their wings and flew higher, in fear of the scene of Evan and the big black dog on top of him. Sirius Black leaped swiftly and took the wand from his hands. His body was quickly morphed in mid-air, and when he fell back on the floor, Evan saw a middle-aged man who looked exactly the same as the one wanted by the Ministry of Magic. His filthy, tangled hair was hanging down to his elbow. In the dark pupils of his eyes, there was no light at all, and his waxy skin clung to his face's frame, making him look more like a skeleton. "You've been too careless, kid." Black held Evan's wand tightly and grinned, showing his yellow teeth. "Don't resist. Since you're a friend of Harry, I'll only use the Obliviate charm on you and wipe out all the memories about me from your head." Black's voice was low and hoarse. It sounded like he hadn't spoken for a long time. "Listen, I need to talk to you, Sirius." Evan whispered, "I'm not going to resist. You can keep my wand if it makes you feel safer." "Huh, safety means nothing to me." Black smiled with a ridiculous sneer. "If you, like me, were locked in Azkaban for 12 years, and like me, were tortured by hundreds of Dementors day and night, with your head full of the darkest memories and enduring the suffering made by the loss of your best friends that's frying your mind. If you've endured all of that, you'd also forget all about fear and safety." "That sounds really bad," Evan said, worried. "Do you know how I got through it?" Black's expression suddenly became ferocious. "It was revenge. It was the power of revenge that kept me sober. That's how I didn't become a walking corpse like everybody else in there. Maybe I can help you get your vengeance." Evan sat up from the ground. "Help me." The smile on Black's face became even more pronounced. The wand in his hand pointed steadily at Evan. "I don't think so. You'd better be honest and not play tricks with me. I've been observing you for the past few months, since our first meeting in Muggle World in August. I know that your skills are actually amazing. I wasn't near that strong at your age. Thank you for the compliment. If I were as powerful as you said, I wouldn't have been in this situation right now." Evan paused and continued, "But I do want to help you. You remember when we met at the edge of the forest for the second time on Halloween's Eve? I covered for you so you could flee. Otherwise, you would have been discovered by Professor Lupin." Evan secretly gathered magical power. Since he saw Tom Riddle's use of Ron's broken wand to release the curse in the last semester, he has been studying wandless magic. Although he found many theoretical books on this topic, the actual process was extremely difficult. Evan had to practice for nearly a year, but he could not control while his magical power, and all he was able to make was light that's even less impressive than the doing of a young wizard with his wand. Such a light was of no value in actual combat, but perhaps it could distract Black if it took him by surprise. Evan had to be careful. If communication fails, he'll have his back against the wall. He did not want to be turned into an idiot by Black's memory charm. "If it weren't for you, I would have never been discovered." Black hummed and the wand gleamed slightly. "And I don't need anybody's help." He waved his wand, but Evan was faster than him. His magic spouted out, and a dazzling white light flew by like a lightning bolt. Black closed his eyes subconsciously. Hundreds of owls rose into the sky, and the whole second floor was in chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Evan stood up from the ground, and he slammed into Black. Although he was short and thin, far from his tall opponent Black, but it was a fast dash, and Sirius did not have his guard up. Black didn't raise the wand in time. One of Evan's hands fastened over his wasted wrist, forcing the wand tips away. The knuckles of his other hand collided with the side of Black's head, and they fell backward into the wall. The heavy impact finally brought Black back to his senses. The wand in his hand sent a jet of sparks into the air that missed Evan's face by inches. The latter felt the shrunken arm under his fingers twisting madly, but he clung on, his other hand punching every part of Black it could find. But Black was far stronger than him, and his free hand had found Evan's throat. Just as Evan felt desperate, Crookshanks, that was crouching on the balcony, suddenly jumped to join the fight. He stuck his two front paws deeply into Black's arm. Black grunted and let go of Evan. He wanted to throw Crookshanks off, but he did not succeed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Evan took a few punches at Black's stomach, and the latter was in pain. He curled up, loosening his hand and releasing his wand. Evan grasped his wand and quickly stood up. He pointed it at Black's chest and looked down at him. Black sprawled across the wall with his limbs spread out and his thin chest swelling quickly. "Good job, Crookshanks," Evan gasped. Crookshanks meowed softly and jumped back onto the window's balcony, as though he had finished a trivial matter. The owls in the air came back. Evan looked at Black. He could vaguely see the handsome man that he used to be in his faint, sallow face. 12 years of prison life have made his character cold-blooded. Before killing Peter Pettigrew, he will not believe anyone, nor will he need any help. As a lonely avenger, he will use his own power to seize Peter. He's not as good as a cat in trusting others. I've underestimated you. You are much better than I thought. Wandless spell. I haven't seen a wizard with such skill since a long time. Black's lips hung up again with a sarcastic sneer. What do you intend to do? Hand me to the Aurors of the Ministry, or to the Dementors. I repeat, I just want to help you, whether you believe it or not. Evan wiped the blood from his mouth, and there were a few sparks on the tip of his wand. But if you like this way of conversation, we shall communicate well. Speaking of that, I really want to thank you, said Black calmly. I thank you for the Hogwarts Magic News that you run. When Fudge visited Azkaban, he gave me an issue. There were photos of him giving special awards to several of you. On the front page of the newspaper, on the boy's shoulder, I immediately recognized him. I saw him so many times transforming. He was still alive. He was actually in Hogwarts, near James and Lily's son. That night, I escaped from Azkaban because I knew I had to kill him. That's the only way I can make up for my mistakes, even if I had to face death. Black's body trembled slightly, and his voice was full of sorrow. I've been in jail for murder, and I'm coming back here to commit it again. Sirius shouted, I'll kill him with my own hands. I'll avenge James and Lily. You can't do anything in your present state. Looking at Blake's appearance, Evan quietly shook his head. It's useless to say more. You've won. Turn me in, go ahead. Black closed his eyes weakly, and his head leaned back against the wall. He was completely decadent like never before. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open again. He flew into a rage and shouted reluctantly. That boy who lives in the same bedroom as Harry, the Weasley boy, that boy's rat is an animagus. He is Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew. Evan blinked. Believe me, you're also an animagus. You just have to take a closer look at that rat, or use the animagus reversal spell on him. Black suddenly stopped and said, You must think I'm crazy, don't you? To be honest, you don't look any different from a madman right now. I'm sure that you're confused. Do you know who Peter really is? Black suddenly burst into a grin. His smile was filled with hatred. Let me tell you about the true face of that hero in people's eyes. When we were in Hogwarts, Evan did not say anything. Looking at Black's appearance, he knew that he wanted to recall his past student days, and Evan did not mind listening to this hidden history. However, it is not the right time, nor is it the right occasion. Here is the Owl Post Office. There may be other people coming in at any time. Before all the truth was to be revealed, he did not want people to misunderstand them and didn't want to be linked to Black. Besides, Hermione was still waiting outside for him. He couldn't stay here much longer. I'm sorry to interrupt your memories. Sirius, we'll get into the subject as soon as possible. About Pettigrew, he is Ron's rat. I believe you, Evan said quickly. Actually, I know lots of things about him. What? Black's eyes widened, and he suddenly screamed with excitement. How much do you know about that man? A lot. Definitely more than you think. Of course I still need you for more details, but not here, Evan said in a relaxed tone. And you'd better lower your voice, unless you really want to draw Aurors and Dementor's attention. What did Lupin tell you about Peter? Black said in a low voice, his face full of suspicious looks. No, he wouldn't say anything about us. Maybe Dumbledore, it's so much like him. But if it were to be really him, you wouldn't be standing here alone right now. I investigated the events of that year, what happened before you were arrested, and what you did in school was no secret, Evan said, blinking. To be honest, the only thing that makes me curious is the Marauders map. What did you get enough magical power to make it? I heard from Professor Lupin that you got help from a certain item in the Forbidden Forest. That place needs the approval of certain creatures to get in. Who are they? It's the Centaurs. The Centaur colony in the Forbidden Forest was hiding some kind of treasure left by Godric Gryffindor. That stuff can provide a wizard with a lot of magical power. Black was excited again. I can take you there and help you get the Centaur's approval, but getting that thing depends on whether or not you can pass that final test. In exchange, you only need to bring Peter Pettigrew to me. Deal, Evans said hurriedly. He listened to Sirius Black's statements and combined them with the information he already had. If there isn't any misshapen, the legendary magical item hidden deep in the Forbidden Forest with the Centaur colony should be the key to Gryffindor's secret treasure. Yet, he didn't know how to get the Centaur's approval, nor did he know what the final test was. This will certainly not be simple, or else Black would have taken it long ago. Since all four of them have failed, Evan is not sure that he will succeed. However, he will not give up this opportunity to try. Besides, he originally intended to help Black. You go back and grab that rat. No, it's too risky. Peter is weak, but he's an adult wizard. It's not safe for you, a young wizard, to handle this. You just help me get into Gryffindor's common room. All the rest will be left for me to solve. I have a better idea. Why don't we tell the professors about this? Tell them. Black shook his head. Besides you, who else would believe me? They think that I betrayed James and Lily and then killed Peter Pettigrew and 12 innocent muggles. They all think I am crazy and no one will believe me. I don't know about the others, but Professor Dumbledore and Professor Lupin would still believe you. No, I can't take such a risk. Now that they don't believe in me, I can't trust them, especially Lupin. In short, it's my own fault that I'm alone. I should solve this by myself, Black stubbornly said. I convinced James and Lily to let Peter Pettigrew be their secret keeper. They were killed because of my foolishness. It is entirely my fault. I must kill him myself to avenge James and Lily. Black was talking, tears flowing uncontrollably down his skinny cheeks. Okay. Looking at Black, Evan had a headache. Black's decision increased the difficulty of the whole problem by several times. He stubbornly believed that the death of James and Lily was entirely his fault. In order to preserve his pride and self-esteem, he wouldn't accept any help in accomplishing his revenge. It was as if he preferred to stay in Azkaban for 12 years to make atonement, rather than defending himself. Not only could he not defend himself, but he also felt it wasn't worth it. No wonder he did not seek Dumbledore's help after his escape from prison. It's no wonder that he hadn't tried that for so long. Even if this deal with Evan was somewhat of a compromise, he is forced to do so. In Black's eyes, Evan was helping him catch Peter Pettigrew, and he was helping him to get the Centaur's approval in return. The whole thing was more like a transaction than help. The password to enter the Gryffindor common room is Strange Skins. Sir Cadogan will let you in. Evan continued, but I suggest you wait one more day, as the semester will be over tomorrow. I have confirmed that this Christmas holiday, only 4 Gryffindor students will be in Hogwarts. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and me. The typical weak thinking. I wonder if you're really a Gryffindor? Black was completely dismissive of Evan's advice. For this day, I've been waiting for 12 years. I will not wait any longer. I'll do it tonight. We must be careful. Peter Pettigrew is a cunning opponent. We shouldn't underestimate him. I noticed that you don't even have a wand. Looking at Black's appearance, Evan couldn't help but facepalm. In the course of these events, Black was like an ultra version of Harry. Well, at the very least, Harry sometimes listened to other people's advice, but Black completely disregarded them. Evan noticed a white card that Black had just left on the floor. It was an owl mailing payment confirmation sheet. The item ordered was a firebolt, and the recipient was Harry Potter. This was Black's Christmas gift to Harry. He looked at the astronomical price tag. Evan wondered, This guy had the time and the ability to buy such a valuable product for Harry, but he can't afford to get a wand for himself? It's just unbelievable. Wand, Sirius Black said dismissively. I don't need such a thing. I can handle Peter Pettigrew with my bare hands. This is not an issue of strength. He might not be on par with you when it comes to power, but if he goes for an escape, anything could happen, just like 12 years ago. Evan continued to persuade Black. You must catch him this time. That's the only way with which you can clear your name. You still don't get it, kid. Black roared loudly. I repeat, I don't care what others think of me. I don't care if I'm seen as guilty. I just want him to die. I can't wait anymore. His loud voice shook the dust on the owl's post office roof. I can appreciate your desire for revenge, but at the very least you have to think about Harry. I have heard that you are his godfather. This is your final mission, the last thing that his parents entrusted you with. Evan still had more. Do you want Harry to have a murderer for godfather? Do you want him to think that of you? That his father's best friend sold out his friends to Voldemort? Hearing Evan's words, Sirius calmed down. His body was trembling gently, with his eyes full of pain. In the past 12 years, Harry had a very bad life at his aunt's house. The Dursleys don't like him. You know that. Evan said softly, maybe he'd be willing to live with you, if you managed to clear up your name. James and Lily's child, living with me. Tears flowed out of Black's eyes. He wiped his tears and sobbed. You're right. For Harry's sake, I shall let that rat live on for a few more days. Well, you can come to the Gryffindor common room at 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. Evan said happily. The goal should not be killing Peter Pettigrew, but rather catching him alive. I'll make sure that the rat will be there for you. If possible, I'll catch him myself in advance. Evan still had more to say, and as he prepared to further discuss the details of tomorrow's plan with Black, Hermione's voice suddenly came from downstairs. Are you up there, Evan? I am. I'll be down right away. Evan hurriedly responded, beckoning to Crookshanks on the windowsill, who jumped into his arms. Who is this girl? Your young girlfriend. Black had a smile at the corner of his mouth. No, just my classmate. Evan hurriedly explained. You should know her. Her name is Hermione Granger. She's good friends with Harry. I do know this girl, a beautiful young girl indeed. Judging from your appearance, she looks like she's your senior student. Black looked at Evan's face and saw his embarrassment. However, I just saw you with her at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. What I do with Hermione doesn't have anything to do with you, said Evan, blushing. I was more popular than you in my student days. Many girls wrote love letters to me, but I was not as good as you. I have never been with my senior. Shut up and quickly change back to your Animagus form. Stay here until we leave. Evan raised his wand and said politely, Remember, the time is tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Evan finished his words and put his wand back in his waist. He patted the dust off of his body and took Crookshanks down the stairs. He saw Hermione's little face blushing in the cold and looking at him worriedly. I found Crookshanks, Hermione. What is it doing here? Hermione held Crookshanks. How to get a Hogsmeade on its own. It's so far from school. She hadn't finished her words when she stopped and looked behind Evan. Following her regard, Evan turned his head hurriedly. He saw a big black dog walking slowly down the stairs, slouching and acting decently, like a noble gentleman walking into a high-level banquet. It didn't look a bit like a lonely stray dog. Damn Sirius Black, getting down and adding to the mess. Didn't he just tell him to stay in the top floor? Evan, this big black dog. Hermione looked at Black in panic and said in an uncertain tone, Is it the thing that Harry saw? What thing? I said before, it was just a stray dog. Evan walked over and tried to kick Black, who leaped to the side, dodging Evan's foot. His eyes went back and forth over Evan and Hermione, with his mouth showing a really human smile and looking at Evan with a look that all men knew. Immediately afterwards, he ran to Hermione, squirting his tongue and shaking his tail and finally starting to look like a normal dog. Before I turn you into a slug, get off. Evan pulled out his wand and gritted his teeth. Wait a minute, Evan. Hermione hurriedly stopped him. She looked at Black in disbelief for a while and suddenly said to him in a whisper, I always feel that this dog is not normal. Harry said he saw it many times before from the streets of London to Hogwarts, and now it's in Hogsmeade. Ordinary stray dogs cannot go so far. Maybe it's a coincidence. The stray dog that Harry was talking about, I've seen it. They're not the same. Because he was so close to Hermione, she kept whispering in his ear, and her breath met his skin. His face flushed with the heat of the moment. His heart was bumping fiercely, and his thoughts returned to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. He was 1 second away from her lips. They still have time. Maybe you should go back with her in there and finish what he hadn't done. No, Evan, this is definitely not a coincidence. I saw this dog in the vicinity of the forest in the past few days. It was watching Harry's Quidditch practice. It wasn't a different dog. Hermione looked back at Sirius Black. Black looked at her strangely, and he approached slowly to hear what she was saying to Evan. Evan, this big black dog. Hermione lowered her voice a bit. I think it's an animagus. What? Hearing Hermione's words, Evan was choked. Sirius Black, who had just come close, apparently heard the same thing as Evan, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Sirius Black vowed that he would never underestimate children again. Although this young brunette was only 13 years old and looked vulnerable, she was definitely smarter and sharper than most adult wizards. Black originally wanted to use Hermione's presence to embarrass Evan a bit. Who would have thought that coming out shaking his tail would do nothing but expose his identity? He realized that the joke that he made was actually on him. When hearing Hermione's words, Sirius Black's first instinct was to escape. Despite their appearance, the two in front of him were no pushovers. First Evan, and then Hermione, each of them was more difficult to deal with than the other. Black was fully alert as he took 2 steps back. Intuition told him that it was better to have little contact with the two. However, when he saw Hermione pull out her wand again, he stopped in his place. He couldn't just turn around and run away. Even though he had a good chance of avoiding Hermione's curse, here is Hogsmeade. The shops on both sides of the street are stuffed with heavily armed Aurors. Outside the town, there are hundreds of Dementors waiting for him. Hermione only needed to yell to make it almost impossible for him to escape. Should he pounce on the girl to stun her? Seeing that Evan had his hand on his wand, he quickly dismissed that idea. 3 consecutive contacts made him know Evan well enough to realize that he was a really powerful magician. And although he was inferior to him in combat, his overall strength wasn't much worse than his, not to mention the fact that he now has no wand. Maybe he should behave just like a real stray dog, thus giving himself the chance to slip away. Sirius Black hurried to give Evan a look, and then he tried to make himself expressionless. He looked at Hermione with his big eyes straight and appeared very silly. Seeing Black's appearance, Evan sighed feebly. What a terrible teammate he was doomed with. He clearly told him to stay up and hide, yet he still comes out with no warning, exposing his identity to Hermione. This is the true dilemma. Forget all about catching Pettigrew. Getting though Hermione is the real challenge. Hermione, this stray dog can't be an animagus. No, I have a feeling. The third years recently studied animagus in the course of Professor McGonagall's class. For personal reason, I looked up the matter after I finished my homework. Hermione quickly looked at Evan's eyes. Her face got red, and she pointed her wand steadily to Sirius Black. She said in a hurry, "Believe me, Evan, this dog is definitely an animagus." Seeing Hermione's expression, Evan secretly admired her learning efforts. "Hermione, since you have read the book we studied carefully, then you know that the Ministry of Magic has made a register with all the wizards and witches who could become animals. There are detailed records showing what animals that they have managed to become and the marks that they had on their bodies. There were only 7 successful animagus transformations that were recorded in the past century. This dog wasn't mentioned among them. I thought so initially, but he could be an illegal animagus." Hermione carried on. "You said to me before, you finished animagus in the summer. You didn't register with the Ministry of Magic, did you?" "Yes, but, Evan, what is your animagus form?" Hermione suddenly asked. Since the last time she saw Evan's Patronus at the Quidditch pitch, Hermione has secretly been doing a lot of research on animagus for the whole month. So now, she has more knowledge on the topic than most wizards. But she still wasn't sure what Evan's animagus form was. She was also unable to confirm any relationship between the animagus form and the Patronus. On the last day of summer vacation, she met a black cat. She was always wondering if it was Evan. She has always wanted to ask him this question, and now she has finally gathered the courage required to do so. My animagus form is a black cat. You have seen it before. Evan froze. Hermione indeed had seen his animagus before. Not only did she see it, she also embraced it. Not only did she embrace it, she also, obviously, Hermione also remembered all of that. The atmosphere became totally awkward. Sirius was surprised that the two totally ignored him. He quietly took a few steps back, and Evan and Hermione hardly responded. The corners of his mouth rose. This scene is so familiar to him. He has seen it countless times with James and Lily. Love is the quickest way for one to lose his IQ. Black knew that Evan and Hermione weren't going to deal with him anytime soon. He quietly turned around and ran out of the owl post office, disappearing quickly into the street corner. Evan, your animagus, the black cat. That night, Hermione said, biting her lip. Hermione, I don't mind giving you a demonstration of my animagus transformation, but that dog seems to have run away. Feeling the awkwardness of the situation, Evan said that to divert her attention. What? Hermione woke up and realized that the big black dog had disappeared. She said anxiously, Oh no, Evan, that big black dog, he might be Sirius Black. We should report this to Professor McGonagall. Relax, Hermione. There is no evidence that the stray dog was an animagus. It's just your hunch. We can't risk it. If he's Sirius Black, then this is probably how he could get into the castle. Professors certainly don't know that Black is an animagus, so they will not be prepared for this. Hermione said seriously, We must tell the professor about this matter. It is very important. Yeah, it was really important indeed. Evan's mouth showed a bitter smile. If she waited one more day, he could have solved the whole thing. Without her recognizing him, Black could have gone wherever he wanted. He could have even gone to Minister Cornelius Fudge's office without ever being noticed. Who could have thought that this would happen at the last moment? If Hermione reported this to the professors, forget about entering the Gryffindor Tower to catch Peter. Just approaching the castle would be a great hassle. Knowing Snape, Evan was sure that he wouldn't even sleep at night and even go to the forest before dawn to catch Black if he ever knew his animagus form. He should try to stop Hermione, but he didn't want to lie to her either. Lies will be exposed sooner or later. Regardless of whether or not they have goodwill behind them, they will hurt her and cause irreparable rifts between the two. In particular, considering that Hermione had discovered that the black cat that she met on the last night of the summer vacation was his animagus form, Evan felt that he was better off being honest. Perhaps he could consider telling Hermione everything about his plan, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew. She would surely believe in him. In this case, he will get another helper, and his odds of catching Scabbers would be even greater. You guessed it right. Hermione, said Evan suddenly. The dog was indeed Sirius Black. Like you thought, he is an animagus. What did you say? Hermione did not respond, as if she were still digesting the news. She looked up and saw that Evan was looking at her seriously, not looking one bit like he was joking. I said that the big black dog was Sirius Black. Oh my God, I knew it. Incredible. Black was just in front of us. Hermione's eyes widened, and she said in horror, Evan, we should tell Professor McGonagall at once. She is in the 3 Broomsticks Inn. No, we can't tell the professor about it. Evan shook his head. Black is innocent. I believe him. I can't believe it. Hermione screamed and stepped back. She looked at Evan in horror. Black is supporting Voldemort. He killed 13 people. He fled from Azkaban and is going now to Hogwarts to kill Harry. And you actually believe him? Hermione, let me explain. Evan said hurriedly. Black just told me upstairs. He was defamed. That year, he didn't kill. If he was defamed, why didn't he say so to others? Many of them could have helped him. Hermione didn't seem to understand Evan. She exclaimed, Look at what he did. He escaped from Azkaban. And on Halloween, he also broke into Hogwarts Castle and tried to enter the Gryffindor common room to find Harry. What innocent person would do such things? Black was looking for Pettigrew. It's Ron's rat. He's an animagus. Everything was of his doing. You're crazy, Evan. How could Scabbers be an animagus? Hermione's voice almost went out of control. It must be Black. Hermione's voice went louder and louder. Two Hufflepuff girls were attracted by it. They were Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. They curiously looked at Evan and Hermione, who were still standing at the door of the Owl post office. Evan had a headache, and he was concerned about his future plans. Some things should not be heard by outsiders. In particular, they shouldn't be known by Abbott and Bones. Knowing them, Evan was sure that whatever they learned, all students in school would know about it by tomorrow. He didn't want them to hear what he and Hermione were talking about. Hermione, Evan whispered. However, this was useless. Hermione was still talking enthusiastically about Sirius Black, while Hannah and Susan were getting closer and closer. Hold on, when men and women quarrel and argue, how do men go about it? Without even thinking, Evan subconsciously held Hermione's little hands and pulled her with a little bit of force into his arms, pressing her head against his chest. Hermione suddenly stopped talking. His arms were tight around her body. Her face turned red from top to bottom, and her thoughts drifted far away. "Oh my God!" Hannah and Susan screamed with a squeaking voice, and the two looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. Evan and Hermione, this is big news. They hurried to turn around, as though they did not see Evan and Hermione, quickly walking to the far corner. They could not wait to share the news. Seeing the two of them leaving, Evan breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel Hermione shivering in his arms, like a warm, soft kitten. Feeling her special scent, Evan was able to feel his heartbeats. In fact, the two stopped moving and stayed in that position holding their breaths. A few seconds later, Crookshanks, that was in Hermione's arms, suddenly started to struggle, as it was nearly suffocated by the two. Hermione started to realize what was happening. She hurriedly pushed Evan aside, gasping for breath with her face all red. "Hermione," Evan opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. "I'm trying to convince myself to believe you, Evan." Hermione tried not to think about what had just happened, and the thoughts in her head were all distorted. "Believe me, Hermione." Evan looked at her seriously. Going by the protocol, should he now confess? But before he could speak, he heard Hermione say, "I believe you, but I still can't imagine how he can be an animagus. He obviously has been living in Ron's house for so long. To be accurate, it's been 12 years. Have you ever seen a rat living for so long?" Evan stopped talking for a second as his mind went back to the main topic. He had to carry on. Remember, during the summer vacation in a magical menagerie, what did the saleswoman say? An ordinary house rat like Scabbers shouldn't he live more than 3 years. But Hermione hesitated. "Do you know Peter Pettigrew?" Evan suddenly asked. "I do. I checked the data of that year." Hermione looked pale as she tried to remember. He was the wizard who had been killed by Black, and the Ministry of Magic awarded him the Order of Merlin, first class. It is said that all what people found of him was his finger. It's this, Scabbers' front paws are missing a toe. It may just be a coincidence. It might be that it lost it in a fight with other rats or something of that sort. As Hermione spoke, her voice lowered. The more they talked, the more it felt suspicious indeed, and the further Scabbers was from an ordinary rat. Since the big black dog they saw just now was actually Sirius Black, why couldn't the rat be Pettigrew? Black told me that he was chasing Peter. "Hold on a minute, Evan," Hermione said quickly. "Why did Black chase Peter 12 years ago? It doesn't make sense. Since Voldemort had failed at the time, he should have. Black was not on Voldemort's side. He never was," explained Evan. "It was Pettigrew who went with Voldemort. He had sold Harry's parents out to him. Black wanted to avenge them, so he chased Peter." Hermione did not speak and was trying to absorb the shocking information. Black was chasing Peter, and Peter was shouting that it was Black that had betrayed Harry's parents. Before Sirius managed to attack him, Pettigrew blasted the entire street with a spell, killing everyone within 20 feet of him. He then fled to the gutter where other rats were, and Black was the one caught by the Auror who had arrived. If Black hadn't betrayed Harry's parents, why didn't he explain it to others? Because the Ministry did not give him the opportunity to explain, they sent him to Azkaban without trial, and Black felt that he had killed Harry's parents. After killing Peter, he wanted to go there to atone for his sins, said Evan. Harry's parents have chosen to use the Fidelius charm to protect themselves. They want to make Black their secret keeper. At the last moment, Black suggested that they should make it Peter. You know everything that happened afterwards. That's why everyone thinks Black is guilty. So, is Black really innocent? Hermione said with doubts. Yes, Sirius Black was Harry's father's best friend before his death. He's Harry's godfather. He can't hurt Harry. Evan looked at Hermione. I know what I said should sound really bizarre, but it is the truth. Will you believe me, Hermione? Hermione looked up at Evan and didn't immediately answer. Hermione? Evan looked with surprise at Hermione, and her maroon eyes went bright. Don't ask me this question again, Evan. Hermione's voice was as strong as steel. I've just answered it. I'll always believe you, forever. Crookshanks, that had been in Hermione's arms, yelped and meowed of boredom. The two were standing there talking for so long that they made him impatient. In its view, Sirius Black was innocent, and it could not understand why it took Evan so long to convince Hermione. Besides, what about the confession? Where did that go? Crookshanks waited for so long, yet it didn't get to see the show. Evan, your confidence, where did it go? While that was happening, the atmosphere in Malfoy Manor in Wiltshire, England, was tense. All the house elves in the manor were very careful. They looked at the master's drawing room's door in horror and did not dare to make any sound, fearing that it would disturb their master. The drawing room is a spacious, circular room with a luxurious interior. In it, there was luxurious furniture, dark green and silver white in color. It was beautifully organized around a handsome, ornate marble mantelpiece with a gilded mirror, which has an intricately scrolled frame on top. Just at the ceiling were two precious crystal chandeliers. The floor tiles were covered with gorgeous carpets. The huge bookshelf that surrounded half the room was full of magic books that were out of print. There were a dozen portraits hung next to them. They are all heads of the Malfoy family. Beneath the portraits, Lucius Malfoy was looking gloomily at the rotting fire in the fireplace. From the look on his face, it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. He just received a letter. The contents of the letter were very simple. The old folks at the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures said that they were returning all of the galleons he had sent before, which meant they were refusing to support his official demand to kill the Hippogriff. It was unbelievable that they actually rejected the demand of the Malfoy family. Such a thing used to be unthinkable in the past. Lucius had originally thought that the politicians of the Ministry of Magic had always been under his own control, relying on the prestige and financial influence of the Malfoy family, giving him the power to do whatever he wanted. Even when the Dark Lord failed 12 years ago, the Malfoy family's power was not affected at all. But now that they're rejected, Lucius had a bitter smile on his face. He wanted to do something, but found himself unable to do anything. In recent years, the reputation of the Malfoy family was no longer as good as it used to be. And now, his influence is so weak that he cannot even get a Hippogriff killed. Damn, it's that damn Dumbledore and those dirty mudbloods. Lucius said madly. In his opinion, this was all schemed by Dumbledore. Pure blood families were having a hard time, and their status has been deteriorating. On the contrary, Muggle-born mudbloods are increasingly occupying high positions. Lucius found himself nostalgic to some of the days of the Dark Lord. Although he himself did not feel much affection for Voldemort, the latter's idea was what the pure blood families really needed. They were the noblest. Those damn mudbloods and muggles should naturally be enslaved by them. Lucius took a deep breath. He knew he had to keep calm. Although he thought this way, he could not reveal those dangerous ideas. Judging from the current situation, this does not benefit him at all. The Malfoy family was able to survive for thousands of years, not relying on a short-term strength, but on unparalleled wisdom. But he could do nothing as he waited for his complaint to be rejected. Since the beginning of this year, after being driven out of the Board of Governors of Hogwarts School of Magic, the Malfoy family had no face. If this time he was to be defeated by the rude Hagrid and two mudbloods, the Malfoy family would really become a laughingstock of everyone. If they can't reflect their own nobleness and status of power, what is the difference between the pure-blooded wizards and those despicable mudbloods? If a few dumb mudbloods can bring the face of the Malfoy family to the ground, then the name Malfoy will soon become as worthless as the pure blood traitor Weasley. No, he can't let this happen. What must he do? It may be possible to use some hidden power or more galleons. Just as Lucius Malfoy was considering the next move, a beautiful black long-eared owl suddenly flew in from the window and interrupted his thinking. Damn it, Lucius yelled in disgust. Did all the lazy house elves in the manor die? How did the owl fly directly into his drawing room? Or do they all want to leave the Malfoy family like that traitor Dobby? As soon as he remembered Dobby, Lucius's anger grew at the thought of the hateful house elf that dared to betray him and his family. Because of that incident, he was mocked by his friends for a whole year. Lucius pulled out his wand, and he was up to make the reckless owl pay the bloody price. Yet he suddenly stopped. He saw a mark on this owl that meant it came from Hogwarts. Lucius was a bit curious. Who would write to him? It was definitely not Draco. He has other channels to contact him. Nor would it be Severus. Lucius had never seen him use an owl. In addition to these two people, Lucius couldn't really think of anyone who would be in Hogwarts and that would contact him at this time. And he didn't know what would be in the letter. He walked past, took the letter paper on the owl's foot, and unfolded it. The handwriting on it was ugly and sloppy, and the words were very rude. On the paper was written, "To Lucius Malfoy, my dear old friend, I'm going to give you a big gift at Hogwarts for the approaching Christmas. I hope you will be satisfied, and I beg you to help me." Lucius frowned, and he couldn't remember when he had such an old friend in Hogwarts. And what kind of gift would he prepare for him? He continued reading, and a few seconds later, his brow stretched out. Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor. Remus Lupin is actually a werewolf. Looking at the filthy paper in his hand, Lucius's mouth suddenly showed a cold, contented smile. That was really an unexpected Christmas gift. If all this is true, it is big news. But this was not enough. If the fact that a tamed werewolf had become a teacher was the only thing making the cover of the Daily Prophet, that could not shake Dumbledore's reputation. As the greatest white wizard recognized by the wizarding world in modern times, Dumbledore's status and power are beyond imagination. He is more than just a wizarding school's headmaster. As an example, last year, the basilisk attacked students in Hogwarts Castle. After so many attacks, Lucius successfully persuaded other governors to agree to dismiss Dumbledore. Of course, a werewolf cannot be compared to a basilisk. He should also add some oil on the fire. That's the only way that he could make it burn Dumbledore. But the most important thing is to write personally to the person that sent him this letter and see what he will do. If both things are successful, then they have good enough odds to get Dumbledore out of Hogwarts. Nothing is impossible if he prepares well. Even Dumbledore's reputation could crumble. After all, unlike the Chamber of Secrets incident, this one was entirely caused by Dumbledore. Compared to that, what's the grief of that dumb Hagrid and the death of his stupid hippogriff? Lucius's thoughts are now completely revolving around the content of this letter. Although he didn't know who the sender was, it didn't matter. All that mattered was the information he gave and what he was willing to do. That's the most important. As for the sender's request, he could fulfill that with the flick of a finger. He only needs to pay attention to it in time. Lucius looked at the wall clock, 10 minutes to 2 in the afternoon. Although he was in a hurry, he still had time to ponder for a moment and make up his mind silently. After all, despite the importance of this matter, it isn't in line with the Malfoy family's values to reveal oneself. He should stay hidden behind the scenes to fan the flames and let others charge forward. "Bobby," he shouted. In a flash, a weak house elf appeared in the room. "I'm here, master," said Bobby in a sharp voice. He looked at Lucius Malfoy in horror, fearing that he was willing to punish him. "Go get my robe ready. Hurry up. I'm going to see the Minister of Magic." Lucius paused and continued, "And prepare galleons, the more the better. Besides fudge, the appetites of my greedy old friends are not small." He hurried to his desk. Before meeting with Fudge, Lucius was ready to write several letters for old friends who hadn't seen him for a long time. At the same time, he also wanted to tell the news to other pure blood families who were willing to see Dumbledore's collapse. Before the Hogsmeade Owl post office, Evan successfully persuaded Hermione and told her about his plans for tomorrow night. It was still too early to return to school. He had planned to take Hermione back to Madame Putafoot's tea shop and finish what he had started. The atmosphere there is very good. Perhaps he can also take the opportunity to make his declaration. But Hermione didn't give him any more chances. She kept avoiding going to that place. Whenever Evan mentioned it, she hurriedly opened another topic. She was visibly very nervous. She felt like there was a rush of boiling blood in her body, burning her and getting her cheeks to sting in the cold. She bit her lip gently, avoiding Evan's scorching eyes that made her heart throb. Things developed in a way that she had never imagined. When she first looked up on Animagus in the library, she had planned to teach Evan a good lesson if he turned out to be that wicked black cat. Now she knows it for a fact. On the last day of the summer vacation, she was not just holding this naughty guy in her arms. She also, in front of him. Her face blushed, and she didn't know what to do next. What happened in the tea shop and in the post office made her afraid. She feared that Evan would make another move that would make her heart throb again, or maybe confess to her. She had never thought about an answer. Although deep down in her heart, she had feelings for him. Isn't all of this just too fast? Also, how would she go about telling Harry and Ron about the matter? She felt weird and very embarrassed at the thought of this. She really liked Evan, but she was not sure whether or not she should enter a relationship with him so quickly. Maybe it would be more fitting to wait a year or two until 4th or 5th grade. She heard from Angelina and Alicia that girls in Hogwarts usually start having relationships at that age. In short, she couldn't get with Evan so quickly. She took a deep breath and clenched her fist. She took a peek at his eyes and suddenly realized how clueless she was when it came to relationships. If Evan was to ask her to be with him, she didn't even have a clue how to reject his request. Perhaps she should go to the library to look it up in the books that were there, or maybe she should ask Ginny. In addition to Evan's issue, the fact that Peter Pettigrew was Ron's rat also made her worry. Unbelievable. An evil murderer was lurking near them for so long. For 3 whole years, nobody noticed anything. From a sensible point of view, Hermione believed that this information should be reported to Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall as soon as possible to seek their help. This was the wisest choice. However, she promised Evan that she would not do that. She wasn't sure that Evan and Black's plan would succeed. She had a strong feeling of unease. Maybe things would not go as smoothly as they thought. Seeing Hermione's appearance, Evan knew what she was worrying about. He knew what he had to say to divert her attention and alleviate her nervousness. As for the confession, there was no need to hurry, since the mood had been destroyed. He'll look for opportunities later. Hermione, aren't you going to buy Christmas presents? We can go to the store on the other side to take a look, said Evan. By the way, what are you going to give me? It's a secret, Evan, and you'll know when you get it. Hermione was relieved when she saw Evan getting away from the topic of confessing. She looked happy and smiled. I won't be buying your gift here. I've been preparing it for a long time, and I am sure you'll be satisfied. When she saw Hermione's look, Evan suddenly panicked. He remembered that he hadn't thought about giving Hermione anything. He had originally intended on sending her a spell book of practical spells, but now it seems to be unfitting. Since she had to carefully prepare his gift for a long time, it was clearly too shabby to send an ordinary spell book. Evan thought, what do girls like? Candy? Plush toys? Or something cute like that? Knowing Hermione, she would love a book. If it's going to be that, he just needs to find a better one. Next, Evan and Hermione wandered through Hogsmeade and bought many things. Time went by, and night fell early. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky began to dim. The young wizards returned to Hogwarts one after another, and the shops on both sides of the street lit up. In the doorway of Gladrag's wizardwear far from the main road, Evan got out of the cloak. There was only the 2 of them in this alley. They didn't need to worry about him being caught. Evan, it's about time. We should go back to school. Hermione said, satisfied. It was very pleasant to spend the day at Hogsmeade. Yeah, I'm really hungry. I really should go back for dinner. Evan looked up and saw a huge full moon looming in the sky. He didn't know what happened to Harry and Ron. Yes, and Professor Lupin. He must be hiding in his own office. See you in the Grand Hall. I'll go through the secret passage of the Honeydukes. Evan suddenly stopped as he saw a ragged, fierce-looking silhouette of a man appearing in the alley, about 10 meters away from him and Hermione. He was immediately alert, and he felt a dangerous aura from this person. Through the dim candlelight in the shop, Evan noticed that the man's slender limbs were in front of him. His gray hair and beard were knotted together. A torn black robe was very uncomfortably tight on his body, and his dirty fingers had long yellow nails. He looked extremely excited. He raised his ear and growled. His voice was weird, and Evan never heard it before. In addition to that, he could smell the strange odor of that man's body. He smelled like mud, sweat, and without a doubt, there was also a smell of blood. Delicious little children. What a great pleasure. The man saw Evan and Hermione and suddenly grinned and showed his sharp teeth. Looking at his eyes, Evan saw danger. He and Hermione were his prey. He hurriedly pulled out his wand. "Be careful, Hermione," said Evan. "What?" Hermione blinked, not responding. "This guy looks a bit off. Just take out your wand quickly." Evan put Hermione behind him and shouted, waving his wand. Stupefied, a thick red light flew out of his wand, and the other person's face was still in shock. He did not expect that Evan would attack so quickly. The next second, he was knocked up in the air by Evan's spell and fell to the ground. He quickly rose, evading Evan's next spell and a terrible roar in his mouth. Seeing the man's reflexes, Evan's pupils shrunk. Not only did he not faint when hit with Evan's Stupefy, he also still had enough strength to avoid his next one. Evan was sure that his spell wasn't weak at all. This only means that the man's body was just too resistant to it. Strong beyond imagination, far more than ordinary people, and even beyond the limits of a human being. "Damn, you dare to attack me. I so want to tear your throats off. They look so tasty. The boy can make for a nice supper, and the girl can be the sweet dessert." He raised his filthy hand to wipe the blood stain off his forehead. He then stuck out his tongue and licked the blood off of the back of his hand, slowly, gently, disgustingly. His face showed that he was still craving more. Seeing that, Hermione's little face turned pale. She hurriedly pulled out her wand and approached Evan. "Go away. This isn't where you should be. The Aurors and the Dementors are nearby." Evan's wand was still pointed at his opponent, and its tip emitted a faint glow. "Before they rush over, I would be long gone." The man scratched his teeth with his yellow fingernails and smiled grimly. "You two are just too unlucky. I thought it would take me much longer to find my prey. Ever since I received the letter from him, my companions, those cowards, all went to the Muggle streets. Only I came to Hogsmeade, because I know that a young wizard's blood is far more mesmerizing than that of a little Muggle." Just as he finished his words, a sharp voice was heard. It was that of a man with a black mask that appeared beside him. "Hurry up, Greyback. You only have 1 minute. I took the risk and promised to come all the way here with you just for galleons, not to listen to your nonsense. Hogwarts is not too far from here, and I don't want to provoke Dumbledore." He looked disdainfully at Evan and Hermione and said in an anxious, sharp voice, "As for these two, take a bite off each of them, and remember to keep them alive. Along with the Muggles that the others prepared, they should make him satisfied. A bite off each of them? That doesn't sound very pleasant." Evan's body was stiff, and his mind was fully focused. The conversation between the two reminded him of someone. That, along with the man's appearance, made him almost sure of his identity. He's Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf that transformed Professor Lupin. As everyone knows, he is perhaps the most savage werewolf alive today. He regards it as his mission in life to bite and to contaminate as many people as possible. He specializes in children. "Bite them young," he says, "and raise them away from their parents. Raise them to hate normal wizards. Thus, they would spread fear and despair themselves." Because of his long-term consumption of human flesh and blood, he always wanted to eat that, even when it wasn't a full moon. Greyback was Voldemort's most loyal supporter. During the First Wizarding War, he was one of the most deterrent weapons that the Dark Lord had on his side. Voldemort assigned him to bite those who did not obey him, and such threats often worked. After Voldemort's fall, Greyback was lucky enough to escape and not be captured in Azkaban. However, because of the Auror's pursuit, he also hid himself and rarely made any public appearance. Many wizards had even hoped that he actually died. Obviously, their expectations were completely wrong. Evan did not know how Greyback suddenly appeared here in Hogsmeade. and unluckily in his and Hermione's way. First, it was Sirius Black, and now it's Greyback. This year's Hogsmeade has been really busy. They're the most dangerous fugitives pursued by the Ministry of Magic. Fudge certainly would send over another 500 Dementors if ever he knew about all of this. Moreover, after listening to the man with a black mask next to Greyback, Evan knew that they were clearly plotting something. Does this have anything to do with Voldemort? Evan looked at Greyback with vigilance. Although curious, he knew very well that it was not time to study such a man. No matter what they were plotting, the most critical thing now is to protect Hermione. This guy's a werewolf. You go. Evan kept Hermione behind him. I'll hold them off, and you go find a professor to help. Hermione shook her head. Although her eyes were full of tears, they were also unwavering. She did not speak, took her wand, and took a step forward, standing in line with Evan, showing her determination to stand by him. Seeing Hermione's determination, Evan sighed as he knew that no matter what he would say, she could never leave him alone and run away. Just as it was impossible for him to abandon Hermione, it was out of question for her as well. There was no other way to do this but for them both to hold their ground. So be it. On the count of 3, we attack together. Evan whispered, make sure that you protect yourself. And remember that if all goes wrong, you should run. Just as Evan finished talking to Hermione, they both heard the man with the black mask talking anxiously. Hurry up, Greyback. We don't have time. Shut up, coward, growled Greyback. Don't push me around. You just came to help. Halfway through his words, he stopped talking. He saw a red light coming his way, and he hurried to his right to evade Hermione's spell. Just as he wanted to take a breath, Evan's spell followed. He fell to the ground to dodge Evan's spell, but in vain. He was too careless. Evan's spell had a tricky pathing. He rolled on the ground, but his right leg was eventually hit. Evan knew that Greyback's body was very resistant to magic. He didn't use Stupefy. This time, he used Petrificus Totalis. Under its effect, Greyback's body turned blue-gray in the blink of an eye, and it became as stiff as a wooden board. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Greyback screamed, struggled to stand up, and then quickly fell to the ground. That's enough, you stupid werewolf. The man with the black mask hurriedly took out his wand. I must have been out of my mind. I only came with you here for galleons. As he said that, he cast a few spells that were sent towards Evan and Hermione. The rays emitted by his wand were all green, like fireflies. Needless to say, they were all curses, and the two hurried to dodge them. The masked man took the opportunity to rush over to Greyback, wanting to undo the spell. But Evan did not give him the chance to do so. He hurriedly cast a spell towards him. He evaded it and attacked the two. Both sides were launching spells, and it was an all-out battle. Although he was stronger than Evan and Hermione, the masked man was struggling to deal with them. And with their joined effort, they were both struggling to cope with him. After a while, it was impossible to determine who was to win the battle, and the masked man wasn't getting any chance to undo Evan's spell. Over time, he looked very anxious as the situation became more and more unfavorable to him. He screamed anxiously, and that obviously affected his focus, and his following spells flew over Evan and Hermione. Although it was very exhausting, the two of them clung to their teeth. If they persist for a few more minutes, Riku should arrive eventually. As the battle went on, it seemed that they might actually be able to capture their two enemies. Just as Evan thought that the victory was at hand, the situation suddenly turned. Seeing that his companion wasn't able to get time to undo Evan's spell, Greyback, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly made a screeching roar. His voice was so loud that it shook the clouds in the sky. A huge full moon appeared from behind them. In the moonlight, his body started to change. The sturdy shoulders were hunching, and black hair was sprouting visibly on his face and hands, and the dirty fingers curled into sharp claws. Crookshanks cried uneasily, and its hair was on end. Evan and Hermione stopped attacking. They stepped back in horror and couldn't believe the transformation the man was having. No, it was a transformation of a monster. Greyback's chin was lengthening. His sharp fangs came out, and his black hair grew denser and denser, making him look like a true wolf. He rose up from the ground as if he was not hit by a full-body bind curse. Greyback's resistance to magic is stronger than that of ordinary wizards. Now that he is transformed into a werewolf, his physical functions have reached a new level. With just brute strength, he was almost immune to all common low-level spells. His odor became heavier and heavier. Through the gray, dirty hair on Greyback's face, Evan saw a pair of yellow, crazy eyes. The smell of sweat and blood was over 100 times more pronounced. In the cold wind, vapor came through Fenrir's throat. He raised his dark paws and his neck and howled to the full moon in the sky. That was followed by a burst of hoarse roars. "Oh my!" Hermione gasped, looking in horror at the werewolf in front of her. "Run, Hermione!" yelled Evan. "Run quickly right now." Without hesitation, he grabbed Hermione's little hand and turned to run. If he was alone, Evan might have tried to stay and fight Greyback. But he couldn't take the risk of endangering Hermione's life. If he didn't go with her, Hermione, being the girl she was, would have not left him alone. Faced with Greyback, who was transformed into a werewolf, Evan did not have any chance of winning. What's more, besides him, there was another dark wizard who was no weakling. In his situation, escaping is the most sensible choice. "Enough, idiot! Shut up! Do you want to bring all the Aurors and the Dementors?" The man with the black mask snapped. "Hurry up and bite them. The two young wizards are fleeing. Go!" Hearing his partner's words, Greyback made once again a harsh, horrific roar, and he rushed out at a terrific speed. Evan could hear the sound of his enemy's claws getting closer, and he and Hermione struggled to make their way through the snow. The two leaned over each other, gasping heavily and trying to bring out all the power they still had. But still, they were getting slower and slower. Damn it! Evan turned, gathering all the magical power of his body in the tip of his wand. He waved it and sent out a silvery light. This was the most powerful spell he could think of under all that pressure. It was magic that he learned from Tom Riddle during the last semester. It was a curse similar to Sectum Sempra, but much more powerful than that. As a bolt of lightning crossing the dark sky, the silver arrow, like spell, flew over to Greyback with a dazzling light. The latter faced it head-on, running through. He had lost his mind in that state. Besides the urge to kill, he felt no emotions, not even pain. Evan's spell passed across his body, going from his chest to his shoulders and drawing a long wound. Greyback took a step back, and his skin was split open as if cut by an invisible sword. A lot of blood gushed out. Evan had a glimmer of joy in his heart, but it was extinguished once again. Greyback was damaged, but that was useless. Before he knew it, his wound healed in the blink of an eye, leaving only a red scar behind. The wound's pungent smell of blood further irritated Greyback, who picked up speed. Evan remembered the description of werewolves that he read in the book The Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, written by Quentin Trimble. It was known that werewolves have a strong physique, fast, powerful, and explosive. Their attack power is far beyond that of ordinary people. But the thing they had that was most horrible and despair-inducing was their amazing vitality. Wound created by ordinary spells and weapons were usually healed within no more of 2 seconds when it came to werewolves. No, we can't both run off like this. Evan turned and shouted at Hermione. "I'll hold it back, run. I'm not going, Evan. I'm not." Tears flowed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "I'm staying to help you. There must be something we can do. Let me think. I know for sure it was on Professor Snape's paper, Identification and Killing Methods of Werewolves. I know. We don't have time, Hermione." Looking at Greyback, who was closing in, Evan had a sense of powerlessness and fear that he never had before. Whether it was when facing young Voldemort, the Basilisk, or the Dementors, Evan never panicked like now. It wasn't fear for his own safety. It was induced by Hermione's presence by his side. Evan felt heartbroken. He had never despised his weakness as much as now. He hated that he could not protect Hermione. He could not protect his precious lover. In the past, he had far exceeded the level of all young wizards of his age. He had read thousands of magic books and mastered dozens of black magic spells, and even had theoretical knowledge of taboo magic. These seemingly powerful things were a joke in front of true power. Evan originally thought he was fearless. Even when faced with the most evil black wizard, even when facing Voldemort, he could be calm, but now, looking at the werewolf rushing at him, he felt Hermione trembling behind, and he got scared for the first time. He was afraid of what would come after his falling. He could not imagine it. If Hermione was bitten by Greyback, she would become a werewolf herself. If that happens, her only option would be to avoid society, just like Professor Lupin, avoiding the mainstream, living on the edge of the magic world, relying on stealing and killing to get food, and enduring the blind discrimination of this world. All of that, she would have to face it on her own, wandering on the streets alone. At the thought of such an image, Evan felt a great pain. No, he can never let this happen. No way. Evan, let's go to that shop in there. Hermione's screams interrupted Evan's thoughts. Rescue should come soon. Let's go to that place. There must be a way to stop him. Looking at where she was pointing, Evan saw a shop with an open door at the end of the alley. The place was empty, and the staff inside had escaped more than 10 seconds ago. Yes, Hermione, let's go there. Evan decided. He blocked Greyback's way with a cursed barrier, pulling Hermione forwards and rushing to the door of the shop. He let Hermione and Crookshanks advance, then closed the shop's door and waved his wand to lock it. He turned quickly and resolutely looked at Greyback. Even if he wasn't that strong, even if he was far weaker than a werewolf, the thought that Hermione was behind him and the responsibility upon his shoulder fired courage in his heart. He had no more fear. Since we must fight, let's fight. Hermione rushed into the shop, and it was empty. The room was very dark, and Crookshanks jumped to the counter between two thin candles burning half-half. Their light was dim in the dark room. Next to the candles, there was a cup of coffee that was still steaming hot. The chair in front of the counter was on its back, and a few newspapers were scattered on the ground. That all told, without words, about the haste of the owner's departure. Come in, Evan. Hermione quickly looked around, trying to find something that would help them resist the werewolf. She said anxiously, Professors will come soon. We must keep on. She hadn't finished her words when she heard a loud bang behind her. She hurried back and saw that Evan didn't follow her in. He actually closed the door behind her. Hermione was taken aback and immediately understood Evan's purpose behind this. He wanted to protect her. He wanted to stop the werewolf outside on his own. No. Hermione's eyes widened suddenly, and she hurried to the door, pushing it in panic. The store door was not budging as it was locked by Evan from the outside. Alohomora! Hermione gasped violently. She had fear in her heart that she never felt before. She was worried about Evan's safety. To her, the monster outside was almost invincible. With Evan staying outside, it won't take the beast too long before he kills him. She could not let that happen. She frantically hit the lock with her wand. With a click, the door lock was opened. Hermione used all her power to push it outwards, but it was useless. Although the door was unlocked, Evan blocked it with his own body, and she could not make it budge. Outside the shop, Evan used his thin body to build the last line of defense between the werewolf and his lover. Come in, Evan. Hermione kept on shedding tears. She collapsed and fell to the floor. She shouted with a horrible voice, Please come in. Come. You can't deal with that monster alone. You'll be killed. Outside the shop, Evan's back was against the door. He heard a sore, horrified voice from Hermione. His heart was almost stopping beating. He could feel her hitting the door behind him and wanting to save him. No, don't let her out. This is too dangerous for her. You must protect her. Hermione was right. If they can hold Greyback off for enough time, the professors who got the news will eventually come over. But before that, he cannot let this monster approach her. This is his responsibility, his duty as a man. Evan might not be able to explain his actions. All he knew was that when you like someone so much, you must protect them in times of danger. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. From now on, this battle was his alone. Even if he was shredded by Greyback, even if he became a werewolf, he would never, absolutely never let him pass. Here is his battlefield. Behind this door is his last line. Evan held his wand steadily at the approaching werewolf. The light at its tip became brighter and brighter. He waved his wand and cast several spells. Before the silvery lights shot from Evan's wand, Greyback did not flicker and his mouth made a terrible growl. He was hit by a spell, he flew backwards, and then he rose up from the ground, rushing over with an even faster pace. Turning into a werewolf has caused Greyback to lose all his senses. He is now just a monster who knows nothing but biting and killing. He does not seem to feel any pain. Evan's curse left a scar on Greyback. Just like before, it did not stop him. Instead, it further infuriated him. He was getting closer, and under the moonlight, Evan was even starting to be able to see his own reflection in the beast's big, yellow, crazy eyes. Greyback rushed over at a terrific speed, and Evan sent another spell that hit him, making him bleed. By now, he had so blood all over his body that not a single one of his scars could be seen. Yet after being hit by Evan's spell, he was getting braver and more crazy. This is what werewolves are like. When in their human form, they, like ordinary wizards, can communicate with others in a normal way. Many of them are as gentle and rational as Professor Lupin. But after transforming, they become the most dangerous magical creatures in the magic world. In Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, werewolves are right at the top when it comes to how dangerous they are. Their danger level is comparable to some other magical creatures such as fire dragons, basilisks, centaurs, quintapes, chimeras, and so on. A werewolf can handle dozens of adult wizards at a time. As their leader, Greyback is the most brutal and fiercest of them. It should be impossible for such a young wizard of the age of Evan to handle him. The masked wizard, on the other hand, had stopped attacking. He stood there with his wand, and it seemed like he was waiting there to see Evan being shattered by Greyback. Evan leaned back against the shop, breathing heavily. Behind him was Hermione, crying. She was still pushing the door, never giving up, and yelling Evan's name even after her voice went hoarse. In front of them, Greyback was approaching steadily. Evan stopped his attacks. With his levels of magical power, if he continued to use such spells to attack Greyback, he would be only wasting whatever he had left in him. He looked as if he had given up completely, but the light at the tip of his wand was getting brighter and brighter. Evan's eyes were still locking Greyback, as all his magical power was being gathered on his wand. Since ordinary spells have limited damage on werewolves, he thought of resorting to black magic. As long as it could protect Hermione, Evan would not hesitate to use the evilest, most taboo spells he could find. He was watching the werewolf getting closer and closer, and he knew he had no way out. In the biting wind, the bloody monster Greyback rushed over to Evan. He waved his claws, wanting to shred the boy in front of him. He wanted to tear the boy's throat open. He couldn't wait to taste his blood. Looking at Greyback getting closer, Evan was motionless. He could smell the pungent odor of blood coming his way. All his body shuddered, but his right hand holding his wand was as steady as rock. He was ready to use a dark magic that he had not yet fully mastered, which would consume all his remaining power. He had one chance to do it, and failure meant death. He must wait for the opportunity. Greyback must get close enough to him. Doing this is tantamount to gambling his own life. It was either ripping the werewolf apart or being torn up himself. For Hermione's sake, Evan will not retreat. He saw Greyback's deformed, sharp fangs closing in on his neck. Just then, he jerked his wand up and pointed at the werewolf's head, emitting a deep blue light. Evan's wand emitted a blue light, dark blue like the sea. Greyback, who was about to chomp Evan's neck, suddenly froze. The horrible wolf's face, in addition to the madness, revealed a look of fear for the first time. He felt the threat of death from Evan's curse. He retreated, although he was in his transformation, without any glimpse of reason, but instinct told him that he should not be hit by that spell. He wanted to run away, but he was too close to Evan. Even with the speed given to him by his transformation, he couldn't evade. Just then, the deep blue light hit him. Greyback uttered an unprecedented sigh of grief. On his face, the area hit by the spell quickly eroded at a blink of an eye, and the erosion outpaced his healing. Evan's spell was a corrosive curse. As one of the deepest and evilest dark magic curses, even a tough body of a werewolf can't completely stop its damage. Last semester, Tom Riddle controlled Ron to use this magic against Evan, which ate through the hard marble floor of the auditorium. The image was still vivid in Evan's memory. After that, he used Professor Lockhart's approval to borrow the book Secrets of the Darkest Art, which contained the corrosion spell, and borrowed it from the library's restricted section. He studied the spell deeply and carefully. With the help of Tom Riddle, Evan fully grasped the curse. Although this was the first time he used it, and although the magical power he had remaining was insufficient, and although his heart was not evil, in order to protect Hermione, Evan broke through his potential. He bit his teeth as released the curse that accurately hit Greyback. After releasing this spell, Evan felt that his magical power was quickly depleted. Sweat flowed down his cheek like pearls falling down from a broken necklace. He was hit by an overwhelming feeling of fatigue and weakness. Because of magical overdraft, Evan's face turned pale, and it looked that he would faint at any time. But he tried to focus and stay awake. In front of him, Greyback screamed backwards. The wolf's head was bloody, and he kept terrifyingly screaming and squeaking. Evan gasped, leaning heavily on the shop's door behind him, and giving Greyback a cold look. He held his wand tightly in his right hand, afraid to lose his vigilance. If it was an ordinary person who was hit by this spell, he should have been already dead. But the man in front of him was a werewolf, the most powerful werewolf. Evan knew that if the damage he dealt wasn't absolutely fatal, Greyback should eventually survive. Evan didn't expect that he could kill Greyback. It was too unrealistic. He only hoped that this spell would gain enough time for himself and Hermione. As long as they could wait for rescue to come, this battle is his victory. Evan tried hard to make himself look like he still had more energy. But in fact, he now had no strength at all. His legs were quivering constantly, and almost all the magical power in his body was lost. If Greyback was to rush over again, Evan would certainly fall. "That's enough, stupid werewolf!" The dark wizard, masked in black who had been standing there to watch the show from the back, screamed. "You're a long-haired bluff who could be defeated by an underage wizard." He waved his wand and rushed over to Greyback, treating him with a spell, and Greyback's screaming stopped. Evan wanted to stop him. He raised his wand to use Stupefy. What used to be easy to perform was now an unbearable burden to him. A red light flew from across the road and hit Evan. He felt his body's muscles starting to become stiff, and all his remaining strength suddenly disappeared. The wand, which had been held by Evan in his hand, fell to the ground and rolled aside. His body also fell backwards. Surprisingly, he felt no pain at all. The ground was so soft, comfortable, and warm. No, that is not the ground. Evan immediately realized that he was in Hermione's arms. He didn't know when she ran out of the store. She was holding him, repeating his name. Besides the redness of her swollen, tearful eyes, he couldn't see half the color of her little panicked face. "I'm fine, Hermione," Evan said difficultly. "Don't cry," Hermione whimpered, tears falling across her cheeks towards Evan's face. She seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but she didn't know what to say. Images from the time that she spent with the boy in front of her kept rolling through her mind. At the moment when Evan closed the shop's door, Hermione thought she lost him forever. She held Evan tightly in her arms and dared not to let go of him. She feared she would lose him if her arms were ever loosened. Seeing Hermione's sad face, Evan wanted to reach out and wipe off her tears, but he didn't have enough strength for that. He didn't have strength to breathe. He could only lie quietly in Hermione's warm arms. Her tears flowed across her cheeks to fall into his mouth. They were salty, but to him they were so sweet. If there wasn't a dark wizard and a werewolf in range, Evan would have been at his happiest. "Get up and bite them. Hurry up." In front of them, the anxious man with the black mask began to urge. "We have wasted too much time. We must get out of here fast." Greyback roared and rushed back at them again. Because of the corrosion curse, the flesh on his face was all exposed. That, along with his reckless madness and ferocious nature, made him look more horrible than he ever was. "Go! Hermione, leave me alone," Evan shouted anxiously. "I won't leave. So far, you've been protecting me. Now it's my turn." Hermione made up her mind and said softly, "I'll protect you, Evan. Don't do something stupid. You're no opponent for that guy." Evan had an ominous hunch hearing Hermione's words. He struggled to stand up, but he had no strength. But then his eyes widened as he saw Hermione standing in front of him. She held her wand against the approaching grayback. Her face was full of panic, but her eyes were so determined. She was ready to block the werewolf with her feeble body. Hermione knew that she was no opponent of Greyback, but there was only one thought going across her head, and that was giving her all to protect Evan. No, Evan wanted to stop her. To Greyback's strong body, hers was like that of a rag doll. Evan could not imagine what was going to happen next. Just when both were in despair, thinking that everything was coming to an end, Evan saw a black dog, huge like a bear, emerging suddenly from a side alley. It was Sirius Black, who swung fiercely on the werewolf's body from the side. The two men rolled over to the side of the snow. Black caught the werewolf's neck and pulled it back, keeping him away from Evan and Hermione. Greyback was madly clawing and trying to tear up the big black dog. The werewolf and the dog tangled together, their jaws against each other's chins, and their claws ripping each other's skin. The other three stood aside and were completely overwhelmed by the spectacle. If Evan's orthodox magic fight against Greyback was impressive, then how about Black's full-out physical encounter with the werewolf? The two beat each other in the most primitive of ways, biting each other's flesh till the point of bleeding. "Stupid, leave the dog, and go bite the two young wizards," the dark wizard shouted. He waved his wand and was ready to separate the werewolf from the big dog on top of him. But he stopped immediately as he saw a huge figure far beyond the ordinary man rushing in his direction from the alleyway. It was Hagrid, who shouted the names of Evan and Hermione. The dark wizard shot a stunning spell at Hagrid. Just like it was with Greyback, it shook him slightly, and he yelled, "Damn, damn!" The dark wizard screamed as he got ready to use Avada Kedavra. Before he could do it, a few red lights came from behind Hagrid, and he had to bow down to avoid the spells. Evan struggled to raise his head, and he saw Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and the two Aurors from the Ministry of Magic following behind Hagrid. It was rescue. Heath and Hermione were saved. Evan finally was able to settle down. He really got tired and exhausted today, and he had nothing left in him. It didn't take him long to see nothing but dark. Enough, that's enough. I will never cooperate with a werewolf again. Never. The black-masked man got up from the ground. He rushed towards Sirius Black and Greyback, rudely waving his wand. They were separated, and Black wanted to rush back, but failed. The dark wizard immediately grasped his wolf-man companion, and it looked as if they were turned into a phantom as they vanished. Black blinked, his body was bruised, and he groaned back, looking at Evan and Hermione. Then he disappeared into the dark corner of the street. When Evan regained his consciousness, he realized he had returned to the school hospital. His limbs were like lead, and his eyes were too heavy to lift. He forced himself to open his eyes and found himself lying in a comfortable bed. He could see Madame Pomfrey at one end of the ward, giving him her back and leaning over the edge of the bed. Evan moved his head on the pillow. Hermione was laying on the bed on his right. The moonlight shined over her head with her eyes open. She seemed terrified, and when she saw that Evan woke up, her face was relieved. Seeing that Evan wanted to speak, Hermione hurriedly put a finger on her lips and then pointed to the side door of the school hospital. The door was half open, and Evan heard the voice of the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, from the outside hallway passing through the door. This is so shocking and alarming. The werewolf Fenrir Greyback appeared in Hogsmeade, and he actually attacked 2 students. It was a miracle that neither of these 2 children died. Fortunately, Mason's child is very strong. He resisted the monster for a while. If it wasn't for that. That was Professor McGonagall's voice. "Yeah, Minerva, thanks to Evan." Fudge agreed uneasily. Who would have thought that this would happen? When the attack happened, we were actually sitting in the 3 broomsticks and nearby. If it was a graver incident, I can hardly imagine what the Daily Prophet would say tomorrow morning. The Ministry has already been in a mess because of Sirius Black's jailbreak, and here's Fenrir Greyback coming to add fuel to the fire. Both of them are the most dangerous wanted criminals at the moment. Fudge sighed. And the Dementors, I just saw them. They demanded reinforcements and an increase in their numbers. You will not approve their demand, right, Fudge? There are already 200 of these monsters lurking outside Hogwarts. This is not Azkaban. Those horrible creatures are floating everywhere. How are we supposed to teach? Professor McGonagall said sharply. Albus will not agree with this matter. Yeah, said Professor Flitwick, screaming. I think we can't just keep increasing the number of Dementors. They haven't been of any effect except for spreading fear. They're not doing anything. Not the capture of Sirius Black. Not stopping Greyback. 2 months ago, they even tried to get into the school. Just like you, I don't like them either. But with the current situation, it's very difficult for me to not approve. Like we did after the Basilisk attack during the last semester. The Ministry of Magic must take action to preserve the safety of young wizards who attend school in Hogwarts. Fudge twisted his body. I'll talk to Dumbledore about this, and he will agree. There's nothing to talk about in this matter. I've told you about my position concerning this, Cornelius. Dumbledore's voice came in. He had just arrived at the school hospital. Do you remember the conversation we talked before the beginning of the semester? 200 Dementors is the limit of what I can accept. When he heard Dumbledore's words, Fudge smiled, and he remembered the conversation. More precisely, it was more like a trade-off. He agreed to support Dumbledore in hiring a werewolf to become a professor at Hogwarts, while Dumbledore supported his decision to bring the Dementors around the school to help the Ministry of Magic seize Sirius Black as soon as possible. Looking at Dumbledore's calm face, Fudge was embarrassed. There was a strange feeling in his heart. Even if he was the Minister of Magic, the man he was facing was the greatest white wizard in the world today. He had nothing to do but accept his choices. It felt really bad, but Fudge had to admit that he needed Dumbledore's support. With Dumbledore's prestige, if he had to replace him with anyone else, he knew that it wouldn't be an easy task. For a while, no one spoke. The corridor was very quiet, and Evan thought they had already left. Then, he heard a sound again. It was Hagrid's resonant, loud cry. Keep it down, Hagrid. You will wake up the 2 children inside, Professor McGonagall said sternly. I know you're worried about them, but can you please calm down for a moment? It's been an hour since we came back from Hogsmeade, and you're still crying. Hagrid wiped his tears with his large handkerchief and tried to calm himself down. His sad cry was repressed into a moan, sounding even more uncomfortable. Evan moved a bit, and Madame Pomfrey walked towards him from the end of the dark ward. He turned to look at her. She took the largest piece of chocolate he had ever seen. It looked more like a small boulder. Ah, you're awake, said Madame Pomfrey, vividly, putting the piece of chocolate on the table bedside Evan and starting to crack it with a small hammer. I have something to say to the headmaster. Evan sat up in his bed. I don't think it's best for you. Both of you are absolutely exhausted, both physically and magically. You'd better lie in bed and wait until I think you're okay. No, this is very important. Evan remembered the ominous dialogue between Greyback and his black mask companion. It was obvious that they were planning on doing something really bad. Evan jumped out of bed, as did Hermione. Madame Pomfrey wanted to stop them, but their voices had already reached those who were in the hallway. Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Hagrid. All 5 immediately walked into the ward. Evan, Hermione, how are you now? Hagrid rushed in anxiously, hugging both of them tightly, with tears of sadness falling on his tangled beard. He sobbed and said, "It was all my fault. I drank too much, and it took me a while to react after I heard the werewolf howl." "We are all the same." "Hagrid," said Professor McGonagall, "we're all responsible for this matter. We should have responded more quickly. Who would have thought that in Hogsmeade, this kind of thing would happen on Christmas Eve? But now that we are here, you'll not be bothered. You two better lie back." Fudge turned to Pomfrey, asking her, did they eat chocolate? "Wait a minute, Minister. I have something to say." Evan looked at Dumbledore and hurriedly said, "Those who attacked me and Hermione, they seem to be plotting something. They mentioned werewolves and muggles." "Yeah." Hermione hurriedly nodded. "There seems to be a gathering of werewolves, and they're going to attack muggles." "Kids, you must have heard it wrong." Fudge's expression changed when he heard Evan and Hermione, and he looked uneasy at both of them. "It must be that attack that made your brains confused, both of you. Greyback, that horrible monster, must have terrified you." "I'm not afraid, and I'm not confused, Evan said irritably. Fudge's indolent attitude bothered him so much. He could feel that all the minister wanted was peace of mind. If it was true that there were werewolves that are plotting to attack muggles, such a thing would surely bring panic to the entire magic world. It was much more serious than Black's jailbreak. After all, Black was only one person, but werewolves were by the hundreds. If what Evan and Hermione said actually were to happen, it would drive the angry crowds to submerge the ministry with complaints. Fudge probably would end up losing his seat. This was certainly not something that he wanted to see. Kids, I know what you have endured. His lips moved up with difficulty to show a grudging smile. What you need to do now is to stay in bed and rest until tomorrow morning. Then your minds will get back to being so... My head's very clear now, and I know what I'm talking about. Evan said loudly. Minister, the attack is far from over. Someone had planned for all of this from behind the scenes. Only Greyback came to Hogsmeade, and the other werewolves were... He did not finish his words when Madame Pomfrey suddenly stuffed his mouth with a large piece of chocolate. He was stunned, and she seized this opportunity to force him back to bed. Gentlemen, said Madame Pomfrey with exasperation, I must insist that you should leave. These two children are my patients. You shouldn't bother them. Oh, I'm not upset. I'll tell them what happened. Evan desperately forced the large chunk of chocolate down his throat. Professors, what Evan said is true. I also heard the werewolf saying these things. Hermione followed quickly. For God's sake, you should hurry to lie back. Madame Pomfrey turned and looked at Dumbledore and said hysterically, Headmaster, please leave at once. These children need care. Is this the right place for this? In the hospital? I must insist. I'm sorry, Poppy, but I think it's necessary for Mr. Mason and Miss Granger to continue. Dumbledore said calmly, carefully staring at Evan through his pair of semicircular glasses. Cornelius, I think the information they gave is very valuable, and that Fenrir Greyback's actions tonight were very suspicious. All right, Albus, since you think so, then I'll... Fudge's words were not finished yet, and the ward's door was opened. Snape, who was in a black robe, and Lucius Malfoy, who also wrapped his body tightly in a black travel cloak, came in. Both men's faces were gloomy. Good evening, gentlemen. Lucius' face had a cold smile. Malfoy, what are you doing here? Hagrid stood up and looked up at Lucius with his big, hairy head. He shouted angrily, Get out and leave Hogwarts. You are not welcome here. My dear friend, please believe me. If it wasn't an emergency, I wouldn't have come here. I'm not too happy to be here, either. Lucius looked at Hagrid disdainfully, smirking and saying, And please be careful about your use of words. 3 months ago, the hippogriff, which you bred, attacked my son in your class. I had reason. Okay, dear Lucius, that thing has been taken care of by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. They will give you a statement in due time. Fudge's hand wiped the sweat off of his forehead, and he didn't want Malfoy to continue talking. Thanks to the intervention of Newt Scamander and his association, the public opinion around the incident had been putting a lot of pressure on him, and there was no need to complicate the matter any more than that. Of course, Minister. Lucius' eyes glanced at Dumbledore, and then swiftly turned back to Fudge. That little mishap is not a big matter. In fact, I have more urgent things. I learned from the Ministry that you were here, and I asked Severus to bring me in. I hope that I'm not disturbing anything. Dumbledore, you don't mind that I hadn't notified you of my arrival, do you? Of course not. Hogwarts is always open for people with goodwill. Come at any time you like. Dumbledore's voice sounded very polite, but sparks of anger could be seen in his blue eyes. Thank you for your understanding. I just heard from Severus that an unfortunate attack had happened in Hogsmeade. 2 students were attacked by a werewolf that had suddenly appeared. Lucius' clawed gray eyes blinked as he looked at Evan and Hermione. Evan immediately understood that he was the one who had planned for all this. Evan suddenly realized that the one who was paying Greyback and his companion was none other than Lucius Malfoy. As a former Death Eater, Lucius surely knew those guys, and only he had enough money to summon them. The question now is, what does he want to do? Evan couldn't see how this could ever be good for the Malfoy family. If it was ever discovered that he was the puppeteer behind the scenes, Lucius would be in great trouble. There's something wrong. There must be something I don't know about. He hurriedly looked at Dumbledore beside him, who looked calm. Evan couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Those things really happened, but what does this have to do with you? Dumbledore's blue eyes kept staring at Lucius. It has nothing to do with me, but it has a lot to do with this unpleasant news that I'm bringing. Malfoy said with a plummy accent. It's so terrible. You may not have realized what happened. What happened? Fudge asked subconsciously. He twisted his body and felt a little uneasy. A werewolf riot, Lucius said slowly, and his tone was too calm for the words he was saying. While Hogsmeade was being attacked by that werewolf, there were many other attacks in Muggle cities. On this unfortunate full moon night, the werewolves spontaneously gathered and attacked the Muggles. Accurate numbers of casualties were yet to be determined, but before I came, it was said that over 30 people had been bitten. The injured Muggles had been rushed to the St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. What? Fudge's eyes widened and his face turned pale. You are kidding, Lucius. How could there be werewolf attacks? No one has told me of this thing until now. These are my personal sources of intelligence, Minister. Lucius said with a wink and continued. My sources are very reliable. I don't think it will take long before the Ministry reports details to you. This is not possible. All werewolves are under the control of the Werewolf Registry. They cannot be. Fudge stopped suddenly. Just an hour ago, under his nose, a werewolf attack had occurred. When Evan and Hermione mentioned this matter, he thought that it was just the rambling of two children and was instinctively unwilling to believe that this would ever happen. But now that Lucius Malfoy had also reported this to him, what Evan and Hermione were talking about was no longer just a conspiracy. The attack actually happened. And it wasn't just one or two isolated attacks. It was a full-out riot. Fudge wished that someone would pop up telling him that this is just April Fools. He looked back at Lucius just to make sure that he was not kidding, but that fantasy of him was instantly shattered. Whether he wants to believe it or not, there's been a massive werewolf attack indeed. The ward was quiet and the mood was terrible. No one spoke. They were shocked with terrible news brought by Lucius Malfoy. Evan was lying in bed with thoughts running through his head. He analyzed the whole situation with what information he had. Lucius Malfoy has summoned these werewolves to launch a large-scale attack on Muggles. How does this benefit him? Obviously, Lucius' biggest goal is to drive Dumbledore away from Hogwarts. How would triggering a werewolf riot help him with that? Hold on one second. Werewolves? Hogwarts? Professor Lupin is a werewolf. He then thought that Lucius shouldn't know about Professor Lupin's secret. However, Evan can never know that for sure. After all, there were many who knew that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. When employing him, Dumbledore told the other professors about the matter, and also told Cornelius Fudge, in order to get the consent of the Ministry of Magic. Even if they did not trust Lupin, he did not take part in the attacks on Muggles. In fact, he did not harm anyone. He was safe. This makes Lucius's action completely meaningless. If he was to reveal the identity of Professor Lupin to the masses after such attacks, the most that he would be able to get with that was driving him away from the school. This wouldn't imply Dumbledore in any way. Unless, if he can find a way to prove that Professor Lupin also participated in this riot, he would. Evan looked at Lucius. He had a smug smile on his face. Yet, Snape's face beside him was gloomy. Just as Evan was about to say something, a large gray owl suddenly flew in through the window. It was a messenger of the Ministry of Magic. It went straight to Fudge. He hurriedly took the letter out from the owl's mouth. He took the envelope apart and read it carefully. His face showed, well, just how bad it was. Dear Lucius, what you said has been verified. There really was a massive werewolf riot. Fudge's voice was not loud, but it rang through the quiet room. He turned and looked at Dumbledore, saying in panic, I'm sorry, Albus. I must get back to the Ministry as soon as possible to deal with this unexpected incident. If you can, I hope you would. He hadn't finished his words when he was interrupted. The ward's door was open again, and this time, it was Percy who went through it. He hurried and looking scared. Professor! Professor! Percy gasped and looked anxiously at Dumbledore. He was so agitated that his voice trembled. You have to see this, Professor. A werewolf has appeared in the castle. It is attacking students. Hearing his words, everyone held their breath as they looked at Percy in astonishment. The mood in the ward went extremely heavy. Evan noticed that Lucius's face had an expression of triumph just for a second. Snape, who was standing aside, actually looked a little surprised. But then his face went back to its disturbing state again. 1 hour before these events, Harry was sitting alone in the Great Hall. He didn't know where Ron went, and they hadn't seen each other in the afternoon. As for Evan and Hermione, he heard Fred and George say they went to Hogsmeade. He didn't know what went wrong to make them be so late. Before that, Colin and Ginny came in to invite him to sit along with them, but he refused. He just wanted to be alone. He was so confused. All he wanted to think about was what Professor Lupin told him in the morning about his parents. He couldn't even remember how he got from Lupin's office to the Gryffindor common room, and how he then reached the Great Hall. He only knew that he was out of tune with the cheerful atmosphere around him. Besides him, everyone around were happily discussing the arrangements for Christmas holidays. Harry was indifferent to all of that. Even when the news reached him from Hufflepuff's table that Evan and Hermione were dating, it didn't faze him at all. He stared blankly at the plate in front of him, and all he thought of was his parents and Sirius Black. For the first time, Harry knew that Black actually used to be his father's best friend back when he was alive. Before now, Dumbledore, Hagrid, Mr. Weasley, Cornelius Fudge, none of them had ever mentioned the fact that Harry's parents had died because their best friend had betrayed them. Harry felt most angry thinking that his parents probably did not believe until they died that it was actually their best friend who betrayed them. He tried to imagine their feeling. If Evan, Ron, or Hermione ever sold him out to Voldemort, that would be the saddest way to die. He felt distressed and broken, and wondered if his father felt the same before he died. He spent the rest of the afternoon in his empty bedroom. He found a photo album Hagrid had given him 2 years ago, which was full of wizard pictures of his mother and father. He sat down on his bed, drew the hangings around him, and started turning the pages, searching, until he stopped on a picture of his parents' wedding day. There was his father waving up at him, beaming, the untidy black hair Harry had inherited standing up in all directions. There was his mother, alight with happiness, arm in arm with his dad. And there, that must be him, their best man. Harry had never given him a thought before. If he hadn't known it was the same person, he would never have guessed it was Black in this old photograph. His face wasn't sunken and waxy, but handsome, full of laughter. Harry couldn't help but wonder if he had been already working for Voldemort when this picture had been taken. Was he already planning the deaths of the 2 people next to him? Did he realize he was facing 12 years in Azkaban, 12 years that would make him unrecognizable? But those Dementors didn't affect him. Harry tried to carve the handsome smile on the photo in his mind. Immediately afterwards, he flipped the page. He saw a photo of his father's graduation. 4 people appeared on it. In addition to his father, a young Professor Lupin, and Black who still had that smile on his face, there was a small, fat, cowardly-looking boy hiding behind them. He looked a little like Neville Longbottom. He should be Peter Pettigrew, the wizard who had been killed by Black. Professor Lupin told him that after his father's death, only Peter Pettigrew went after Black everywhere. He wanted to avenge his parents, but he was no opponent of Sirius. He paid the price with his life. After killing Harry's parents, he followed by killing Peter. Filthy, stinking turncoat. Harry clenched his fist. A hatred such as he had never known before was coursing through Harry like poison. He could see Black laughing at him through the darkness, as though somebody had pasted the picture from the album over his eyes. He watched, as though somebody was playing him a piece of film, Sirius Black blasting Peter Pettigrew into 1,000 pieces. He could hear a low, excited mutter. "It has happened. My lord, the Potters have made me their secret keeper." And then came another voice, laughing shrilly. It was when the Dementors drew near. When he first heard that voice, Voldemort's laughter, Harry knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to find Sirius Black. He wanted to avenge Peter Pettigrew and his parents. Although Professor Lupin repeatedly warned him not to look for Black, and he promised him not to, but when he thought of Black's impunity, the idea of sitting there doing nothing almost made him sick. Harry secretly made his decision at that moment. But then he suddenly heard a loud noise coming from outside the Great Hall. In a few moments, people ran in pale. They were all students who had just returned from Hogsmeade. They went in one by one, with their faces devoid of the usual joy that accompanies returning from there. The expression on their faces made it clear that something terrible had happened. Harry felt his heart in his throat. Could this be that Sirius Black had appeared in Hogsmeade? He saw Neville panting in front of him with a flustered face, a slanting big scarf around his neck, a few bags of Honeydukes candies in his hand, and even his cloak which he had not found time to take off. Harry hurriedly held him by the shoulders. "What happened?" Harry asked eagerly. "It was a werewolf," Neville gasped, trembling and saying, "There was a werewolf in Hogsmeade, and it attacked Evan and Hermione." "What?" Harry's heart sunk to his stomach. Evan and Hermione faced a werewolf? He could not imagine what happened next. "How are they?" Harry looked into Neville's eyes. "Did anything happen to them?" "I don't know, Harry." Neville was almost out of breath. "I was in the hall just now and saw the professors running with both of them to the school hospital. Hermione kept crying, but she looked fine. But Evan was unconscious in Hagrid's arms. His robe was stained with blood." Hearing Neville's words, Harry felt cold all over his body. He didn't have time to think about Black anymore. He should go to the school's hospital to check on Evan. Although Evan is very powerful, it is impossible for an underage wizard to defeat a werewolf. I hope his injuries aren't too bad. As soon as Harry stood up, he saw Hagrid's huge figure bursting into the Great Hall. Hagrid's face was full of tears. Ever since he received the letter from the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures, telling him Buckbeak might be executed, Evan never saw Hagrid be so sad. He shouted his name and tried to reach him to ask about Evan and Hermione. But in vain, the entire hall was so messy. Everyone was talking loudly about the werewolf attack in Hogsmeade. Hagrid stormed to the professor's table and talked to Dumbledore, who quickly got up and walked down. Everyone looked at him and hoped that he would have a few words that explained the current situation. But he didn't. Dumbledore just whispered a few words to Percy while he passed by his side. He then followed Hagrid and hurriedly left the Great Hall. It looked like he was heading towards the school's hospital. Silence. When Dumbledore and Hagrid left, Percy shouted at once, "As head boy of the student body, I can assure everyone's safety. Please believe me, no monster can enter the castle." No one listened to him, and the chaos continued. Everyone suddenly noticed that there was not a teacher in the Great Hall tonight, and the headmaster had just followed Hagrid. Professor Sprout went back home early to take care of some familial problems. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape, and Lupin all weren't there. It was as if they had agreed on this in advance. They all disappeared. Without teachers maintaining order, the noisy arguments in the Great Hall were louder than ever. Percy could do nothing to control the scene. However, a few minutes after that, something happened. It immediately calmed them down, and everyone was silent. It was the owls that calmed down the young wizards. In the blink of an eye, over 100 owls streamed into the Great Hall and circled over it hooting. It was just like the daily morning owl shower, but even more spectacular. In fact, it was dinner time. How could there be so many people writing at such a time? Furthermore, the day after was the first day of the Christmas holiday. Almost all the young wizards were going back to their homes. No matter how they looked at it, there were no letters or parcels to be sent to them at this time. This was really abnormal. Harry looked at the owls, distracted. The werewolf attack on Evan and Hermione, the professor's disappearance, and the sudden emergence of over 100 owls, it all made him get an ominous feeling, as if something bad was about to go down. Harry wanted to know what news these owls had brought, but there was no letter for him. Fred and George stood on the table, waving their wands. They tried to catch an owl, but Percy hurried to stop them. The owls huddled together, all flying towards Slytherin's long table. They all had envelopes in their mouths, and they raced to be the first to deliver their letters. The other 3 houses quietly looked at them. All of them extended their necks, hoping to get some clues from the expressions on the Slytherins' faces. Harry saw that Malfoy received his envelope as if he got a great honor. He smirked at the envelope in his hand and sarcastically scorned his face. Harry clenched his fist as he saw Malfoy reading the letter in his hand. At first, he looked terrified, but then a malicious smile appeared on his pale face. Harry didn't just focus on Malfoy. He also looked around him to see the other Slytherin students' reactions. Several of the senior students nodded, and they were all children of some of the most powerful pureblood families. Among them was Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team and its class leader. He stood up from his seat, and that gave the signal to all Slytherin students to do the same. None of them spoke. All of them kept quiet and looked fearful. Under the horrified eyes of the other three houses' students, they started walking out in an organized manner. Everyone's demeanor was both intense and exciting. Everyone wanted to ask them about what exactly happened, but no one actually dared to do so. Percy looked pale, as if he wanted to stop the Slytherin students. He moved forward slightly, but eventually didn't take any action. It all looked really abnormal. Seeing how the Slytherin students started leaving one after another, the Great Hall burst with the buzzing of the murmuring students. The mood was becoming more tense, and everyone had that kind of feeling which one has before a storm. By now, even the dumbest of students could feel that something bad was about to happen. Malfoy, what are you trying to do? What kind of plot are you making this time? Harry stood up and shouted at Malfoy, who was about to leave the Great Hall. He couldn't tell why, but he was extremely angry. The truth about his parents' death, the fact that they were betrayed by their best friend, the fear for Evan and Hermione who were attacked by the werewolf, and the repression and discomfort brought by the Slytherin's abnormal behavior were all converged to make him furious. He looked at Malfoy angrily and wanted to pounce on him. The Slytherin students who were on the move stopped when they heard Harry's voice. All of them held their breaths and looked back and forth between Harry and Malfoy. "Don't you know, Potter?" Malfoy said quietly, and his mouth laughed maliciously. "That's pitiful. It seems that you're not qualified to know this news. Keep talking, Malfoy, and I'll give you a real news." Harry growled loudly and pulled out his wand against Malfoy. Gryffindor and Slytherin students all pulled their wands out. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students who were familiar with the scene leaned back to give them more space. "Stop, that is enough." Percy walked to the center of the Great Hall. The badge of the head boy on his chest glowed under the candlelight. He said to the Slytherin students, "Quickly, get your wands down, or I'll start taking points away. Say that as someone who cares, Weasley." Malfoy looked sarcastically at Percy, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. 5 points from Slytherin. "I don't like your attitude, Malfoy. You need to show the head boy of the student body more respect." Percy looked extremely indignant. His ears were red. "Now, hurry back to your table before I deduct another 5 points. We've all finished eating, and you still want us to stay here, head boy?" Malfoy sneered. He looked past Percy at Potter and said provocatively, "Want to know what we're about to do, Potter? Come along then. But you ought to be mentally prepared, or you won't be able to stand it." As he finished his words, he followed the rest of the Slytherin students out of the Great Hall. Harry hurriedly went through the crowd to catch up with Malfoy. The other students all looked at each other and then followed them out of the Great Hall. Everyone was curious. What do the Slytherins really want to do? They walked out of the Great Hall, passed through the empty entrance hall lit with torches. They then climbed the stairs, reaching a long, dark corridor where no sound was heard except for that of their footsteps that fell on the floor simultaneously by the hundreds. Slytherin students took everyone to the 3rd floor, and Harry did not understand why they were there. He glanced at the girls' bathroom at the end of the corridor, which was the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Do they know the secret? Even if they did, it would be completely irrelevant. He had already killed the basilisk himself during the last semester. Even though it was a weapon left by Salazar Slytherin himself to his heir, Harry knew that there was no use for a dead basilisk. But what shocked him was that he saw that they weren't heading there. Instead, they all walked straight to the door of Professor Lupin's office and stopped. Their faces all looked focused and tense. They pulled out their wands again and carefully faced the door as if there were monsters inside. Seeing what they were doing, Harry was even more confused. What kind of game are the hateful Slytherins playing? Does Professor Lupin have a troll or something like that in his office? He still remembered that the professor told him in the morning that he had something to do and that he had to leave Hogwarts. He shouldn't be there at all. All the students were just staring at an empty room. Harry had enough. He didn't want to play with Malfoy anymore. He was ready to go to the school hospital to look for Evan and Hermione to check out on their injuries. By the way, I have to find Ron. I haven't seen him since we split up in the morning. Ron certainly doesn't know that Evan and Hermione were attacked by a werewolf. Harry thought he should deliver the news to him, and they could all discuss the matter of Sirius Black together. Yet, he stopped in his tracks when he heard a miserable hoarse cry for help coming out of Professor Lupin's office. It really sounded like Ron's voice. Why would Ron be in Professor Lupin's office? And why would he ask for help? Harry had no time to think about such things, and he rushed over to the door. But Malfoy was faster than him. He was already standing in front of the door. He gently waved his wand, and it opened. Almost instantaneously, crowds rushed into the office. The decoration inside was very plain and shabby, with few ornaments. The most eye-catching thing was a very large tank of water that stood in the corner. A sickly green creature with sharp little horns had its face pressed against the glass. It was a Grindylow, pulling faces and flexing its long, spindly fingers. In front of the tank, Ron stood pale, his hands clenching his wand in front of him, his body trembling and his face filled with horror and anxiety. He looked back and saw Harry rushing in, and he immediately collapsed to the ground. Harry saw Ron's mouth wide open, as if he was making a silent cry. His eyes were popping out. He seemed to be calling his name. "What happened, Ron?" Harry rushed forward, anxiously asking, "What are doing you here?" Harry stopped talking and turned to where Ron was looking, where he saw a suffocating creature shrunk under Professor Lupin's desk, staring back at him with its yellow eyes. The creature had its hands over its head, and it curled up onto the table. Its body similar to that of a normal human, but it was covered in long, dark gray hair. It was his head that was horrible. It was a wolf's head. It was a werewolf. Harry hurriedly pulled out his wand as fear rushed through his heart. Evan and Hermione had just been attacked by a werewolf in Hogsmeade, and now there is a werewolf breaking into Hogwarts Castle. Is it also here to attack the young wizards? But underneath the table, that creature wasn't going for any drastic actions, nor was he attempting to use his sharp fangs and claws to carve the young bodies of the students. He just curled up looking at Harry incapable, with pain all over his face. Harry was surprised to see the tears flowing out of the werewolf's eyes. As he looked at them, he suddenly felt that his gaze was really familiar. Harry felt that those eyes weren't fitting of such a creature. He had a feeling the werewolf who was in tears in front of him was none other than Professor Lupin. How could this be possible? How in the world could Professor Lupin be a werewolf? Something must have gone wrong. Perhaps it was a failed experiment. Perhaps it was a spell that backfired, turning him into this. Otherwise, how could he explain that the beast in front of him has not rushed to shred him to pieces just yet? Harry felt it necessary to communicate with him. At the very least, from what it looks like here, this werewolf is completely different from the legend. It didn't seem to be dangerous at all. "Professor Lupin," said Harry softly. He said it so quietly that even he couldn't hear himself, as if only his lips were moving. The werewolf further curled underneath his desk and nodded. His tearful eyes were full of pain. Good God! Harry's eyes went wide open. His guess was correct. The werewolf was Lupin indeed. But now he was no longer afraid, and warmth got back to his body. He put his wand down and approached him. He must help him. But before he reached him, he heard Malfoy yelling behind him. "Look at what we found, a werewolf that broke into the castle." Malfoy closed in and looked at Professor Lupin curling up under his desk, and then immediately ran back to his fellow Slytherins. It seemed like not a drop of blood was running through his pale face. However, his mouth was showing an unprecedented malicious smile. Harry looked furiously at Malfoy, who was pretending to be surprised. He and the other Slytherin students must have known all about this in advance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken everyone straight to Professor Lupin's office. It was an obvious conspiracy. Perhaps it was them who made him into this. Harry wanted to explain to everyone that the werewolf in front of them was Professor Lupin and that he wasn't dangerous. But it was of no use. Hearing Malfoy's cry, everyone gasped as they took a step back. The mood was dreadful, and everyone thought of the attack that just occurred in Hogsmeade. There are 2 victims lying already in the school's hospital, and rumor has it that the second grader, named Evan Mason, was killed by the werewolf. Now, a werewolf actually got into the castle and was right in front of them. Is he here to attack them? That's just too horrible. Panic spread amongst them gradually. After all, werewolves used to be more like mythical creatures. But now, they have been appearing one after another. And furthermore, whoever is bitten by one of them will become a werewolf himself. No one dared to approach the table. Only Harry and Ron were still there. Harry turned and saw Percy running out of the crowd. So he wanted to ask him to keep any more people from seeing Professor Lupin's current appearance. He could tell from the professor's eyes that it hurt him. Harry thought about persuading everyone to understand that there wasn't a werewolf under there, and that it was just Professor Lupin. But there was no time for him to do that. Ron, who was beside him, suddenly whispered, "Defendo." At once, his wand emitted a dazzling red light. "No, Ron," Harry shouted loudly. But Ron's curse went over him to hit the poor Lupin was curled up underneath the table. No, it actually missed him. The red light did not hit Professor Lupin. It actually hit his table instead. Bang! It flew backwards, and Professor Lupin, who had been hiding underneath, it appeared as a werewolf to everyone. Look! Seeing Professor Lupin's appearance, all the young wizards held their breaths as they took one more step back. Professor Lupin, who had been holding his head huddled, arose painfully and stood there alone and miserable. His eyes wandered between all of them to finally land on Harry again. He seemed to be looking for a place to hide, but Ron took the opportunity to cast another spell. Professor Lupin howled measurably and avoided his attack. "What the hell are you doing, Ron?" Harry shouted angrily. "Stop attacking. He is Professor Lupin. He is not dangerous. Get away from this monster, Harry," Ron said coldly. "He's a werewolf. He'll hurt everyone. I'm saving you." "No, he won't. He is Professor Lupin. He is safe. Hurry." Harry wanted to stop him, but Ron didn't seem to be listening to him. The light on his wand's tip grew stronger and stronger, and without any sign of hesitation, he cast another spell. Never seen Ron's spells be so strong. Is that really Ron? Everything is really abnormal today. If Slytherin students were given an early warning and knew that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, why would Ron also appear here? This all looks just like a well-scripted play that had been prepared well in advance, and all it needed was the audience's presence to give the show its cue. Harry couldn't figure out what was going on, from Evan and Hermione being attacked by a werewolf in Hogsmeade, then Dumbledore's departure, the owl reign in the Great Hall, and now Professor Lupin transforming to a werewolf, and Ron appearing in his office. All this was just too abnormal. It was as if an invisible net was constructed by itself, which overwhelmed Harry. He could sniff the existence of a strong conspiracy. He shook his head and tried to sober himself up. Regardless of what was hidden behind the scenes, he must first stop what was happening in front of him. However, the scene gradually began to get out of control. Under Ron's leadership, all Slytherin students began to cast spells on Professor Lupin. Dozens of lights went his way at the same time. He was hit and flew away. He crashed into the back wall and landed heavily on the ground, covered in blood. He shook his head and stood up again. The wounds recovered in the blink of an eye. Professor Lupin raised his neck with a miserable, horrifying roar. The whole office was a mess, and there were incantations, shouts, screams, cries in every direction. Some were retreating, and others were moving forwards. More and more students were pulling out their wands to attack the werewolf. "Don't!" Harry shouted, trying to stop them, but the scene was too chaotic. He saw Ron attacking Professor Lupin again. He hurriedly waved his wand and shouted, "Protego!" Harry stopped Ron's spell, and he wanted to protect Professor Lupin. But there were too many spells going Remus's way. His shield couldn't absorb them all. Not to mention the magic level of many senior students was much stronger than his, so the shield broke instantly. Professor Lupin moaned, waving his claws with anger and sending a terrible growl to the young wizards. "Stop the attack. Stop it. He's not a werewolf. He's Professor Lupin." Harry was powerlessly shouting. As soon as stopped yelling, he saw a curse coming his way. It was Malfoy's. He was looking at him maliciously. He took this opportunity to attack him. Just as the curse was about to hit Harry, The horrifying werewolf behind him jumped up and blocked the spell for him. Harry knew that Professor Lupin was saving him, but in the other's eyes, this picture looked more like that of a murderous werewolf rushing over to Harry. "You monster! Get away from Harry!" Harry heard Ginny's cry, and he looked over Professor Lupin's shoulders and saw Ginny shouting at him and Ron, her eyes reddened with tears. At the sound of Ginny's voice, Professor Lupin clearly shivered. But when he saw the curse that was getting closer and closer to Harry, he resolutely rushed over, and he wanted to protect him from being hurt. Lupin covered Harry with his body. Because of the terrible appearance of the werewolf, that was misunderstood by everyone. Previously hesitant Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff students who did not take action initially pulled out their wands and joined the battle. "Don't, I'm okay. He is protecting me," Harry shouted miserably. Next to Lupin and Harry, Ron's spell attacked once again, disregarding the fact that Harry was in Professor Lupin's arms. Or maybe, like Malfoy, he was targeting Harry. Seeing the red light coming, Lupin hurriedly protected his students. Ron's spell flew past his friend's cheeks, hitting Professor Lupin right in the head. Lupin growled, his voice filled with pain, and blood ran down his forehead. Although he turned into a werewolf, due to the Wolfsbane potion, Lupin also kept his human mind. With the strength brought to him by his transformation, it was easy for him to counterattack. But he can't do this. These children in front of him are his students. Lupin did not know how the boy named Ron Weasley knew his identity as a werewolf. 10 minutes earlier, he suddenly rushed into his office and held his wand at him. He didn't say anything, just stood there and seemed to be scared. Just as Lupin was ready to take action, footsteps came from outside the door. Ron, who had not acted, suddenly shouted for help. Obviously, he had done nothing. More and more students came in, and he hurried to hide under the table. But this was useless. Lupin did not understand what was going on. Maybe he should leave the place first. He must have frightened this group of children. Just as Lupin hesitated, another round of spells flew over. As the students of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff also joined in the attack, this wave that over hundreds of curses. Even with the mighty vitality and physique of the werewolf, he should not be able to resist so many attacks. If hit by these spells, Lupin would die. Looking at the approaching spells, Lupin wanted to hide. But he immediately gave up on that idea. If he turns away now, Harry, who was in his arms, would be hit by these spells. It was almost impossible to escape. Maybe I'm going to die here. My only regret is that I could personally catch Sirius Black for James, Lily, and Peter Pettigrew. Fortunately, I told Harry the truth this morning. This child is similar to his father, James. He will seize Black on my behalf. Harry's eyes looked over Professor Lupin's shoulders. He saw hundreds of spells flying at the same time toward him. It looked spectacular. As the spells drew closer, Harry stared in horror and looked pale. Before this, he had never faced so many curses. He was very scared, but as he saw Professor Lupin standing in front of him gazing at him gently and calmly, courage suddenly rose from within his heart. The oppressive feeling of fear brought by the hundreds of spells faded. Harry suddenly realized that he had to remind Professor Lupin to dodge. "Get out of the way, Professor! Hurry up!" Harry screamed miserably, and his tears flowed uncontrollably. When he heard Harry's cries, Lupin remained stationary. He turned his head back to see the curses that were getting closer. His body trembled slightly, and he opened his mouth as if to say something to Harry. But being transformed into a werewolf, Lupin lost his ability to speak. At this time, he could only make a strange voice. Lupin took a final look at Harry and closed his eyes, accepting his fate. The face was full of pain. The hundreds of spells were getting closer. The intense light was becoming more and more dazzling, almost blinding Harry. Just when he felt desperate, a large dark blue shield appeared before them to stop the spells from hitting them. All the spells were instantly blocked, and bursts of disturbances appeared on the shield. It was Dumbledore's magic. Lupin and Harry hurriedly opened their eyes. They saw Dumbledore coming in through the crowd. Behind him were the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Snape, Lucius Malfoy, Hagrid, Evan, and Hermione. All the young wizards stopped their attacks, and they crowded together to let Dumbledore pass. Evan stood in the middle of the crowd and looked at the poor Professor Lupin and at Harry, who was pale under him, and Ron, who was sitting in the corner. God! Professor McGonagall covered her mouth with her hand and could not believe what she was looking at. Professor Fudge and Professor Flitwick could not help but shout. It looked as if they could faint at any moment. Hagrid looked at Harry and Ron with concern to see if they were injured. Only Dumbledore, Snape, and Lucius were still calm. Dumbledore's face didn't show a slight ripple, and nobody could guess what he was thinking. Snape's face was cold with a grin, and he looked at the werewolf form of Lupin. Lucius had a cold, satisfied smirk. He looked back and forth between Dumbledore and Lupin, and it really looked like he has planned for all of this to happen. Evan felt Hermione's cold hand gripping his arm and her body trembling slightly. He turned his head to give her a reassuring look, but Hermione still looked worried. She had just experienced Greyback's attack at Hogsmeade, and the terror that the werewolf brought was still fresh in her memory. Although she had long known that Professor Lupin was a werewolf, she had never thought that she would see him in his beast form. And there were Harry and Ron, who were pale next to him. They all had wands in their hands. Was it that Professor Lupin was attacking them? Had they been harmed? Immediately afterwards, Hermione noticed Ginny crying in the crowd. She hurriedly let go of Evan's arm and went over to comfort her quietly. A werewolf's attack inside Castle is not surprising at all. I knew from the first day of the semester that this kind of thing would happen. Snape said softly, with a sarcastic sneer on his face. I remember that I specially warned you about this matter. Do you still remember, Headmaster? That was Halloween's Eve. Snape did said that to Dumbledore, and Evan still remembers Dumbledore's answer. Of course, Severus, said Dumbledore calmly. If you live to my age, you will know that anything in this world may happen. But with this kind of incident, I'm confident in your potion's efficiency. And Remus is taking the Wolfsbane potion that you've prepared on time. Of course, he is now completely harmless, a tame werewolf. Judging from Snape's expression, he didn't really want to say that. Good. Dumbledore nodded quickly and turned to Harry and Ron in the middle of the crowd. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I hope you kids can explain it to me. What's going on? Professor, said Harry eagerly. Before he finished his words, he heard Ron pointing to Professor Lupin and saying in a dull, monotonous voice, "This monster was attacking us. He wanted to bite me and Harry. You're talking nonsense. He didn't do it. Harry looked at Ron indignantly. He didn't understand why he said so, but his voice was once again interrupted, and this time it was Lucius Malfoy. A shocking allegation. I never thought before that a Hogwarts professor would actually be a werewolf. Lucius said in an arrogant voice, also attacking his own students in a full moon night. I'm worried about the safety of this school. We must act immediately. Minister, what did you say? Fudge moaned. His finally stopped staring in shock at Lupin's werewolf form, as if he was just awakened. He said worriedly, You're right, Lucius. I believe this. The Ministry of Magic must. Cornelius, we must be careful before we make a decision. There must be a misunderstanding about this evening. Dumbledore looked calmly at Fudge. I hired Remus to teach the defense against the dark arts class. I specifically talked to you about this before the semester began. Yeah, you did talk to me, Albus. Fudge wriggled nervously. He took a handkerchief and wiped the sweat on his forehead. But no one thought that a werewolf riot would happen. Isn't it? Not that I don't believe you, but in the current situation, I think it's best for security reasons before we can clearly prove that Lupin is absolutely safe. I can prove it, Harry shouted. I can prove he is safe. Shut up. Potter, you don't even know what you're talking about, Snape said disgustedly. Wait a minute, Professor. Evan hurried out. I think Harry is right. I also believe that this werewolf is safe. He is completely different from the werewolf we met at Hogsmeade. I believe in him. I believe he is safe. He could not attack anyone. Evan's voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly by everyone in the silent office. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Evan in surprise. He instantly became the focus of all the students and professors in the school. Under everyone's gaze, Evan walked through the crowd, and all the young wizards opened the way for him. Evan, Harry shouted in surprise. Evan nodded and went to stand beside him. His eyes looked across the faces of the crowd, and all their expressions were different. Hearing what he said just now, most of the young wizards were both amazed and puzzled. They did not know why Evan would say so, and Snape, Lucius, and the Slytherin students were gloomy, and their faces were full of malice and disgust. "I'm sure that everyone already knows." Evan took a deep breath and said slowly, "This werewolf in front of you is Professor Lupin." His words came like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, splashing a lot of water. There was a huge commotion in the crowd. Since they've entered this office, everyone had an ominous hunch about this. And then when they heard the confusing discussion between Dumbledore, Fudge, Snape, and Lucius, they all became almost sure of it. But it was one thing to guess, and a whole other thing to hear it clearly being confirmed by Evan. Deep down in their young hearts, they just could not believe, nor would they believe, that the kind and friendly Professor Lupin could actually be an evil and cruel werewolf. It took a moment until they gradually all went quiet. Almost everyone held their breath and looked at Evan, waiting for him to carry on. And also, I'm sure that everyone knows that Hermione and I had just faced a werewolf in Hogsmeade that had attacked us. Evan's voice was steady, and he raised it gradually. "Perhaps now you think that Professor Lupin was going to attack everyone, but let me tell that Professor Lupin is nothing like the werewolf that we've met. He's not dangerous, and he wasn't going to attack anyone this evening. He has been taking the Wolfsbane potion a week ago, and that helps him keep enough soberness and reason when becoming a werewolf." The young wizards had just heard Dumbledore's dialogue with Snape and knew that Professor Lupin had taken the Wolfsbane potion. The vast majority of them didn't know about the effect of such a medicine, and they understood it well when hearing Evan's explanation. The Wolfsbane potion can guarantee his safety. Although he is a horrifying werewolf now, his heart is indeed that of Professor Lupin, whom we are familiar with. He cannot. "Wait a minute, Mr. Mason. As a potioneer, I have a few words to say." Snape squinted at Evan with a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said, "I have to remind you that the Wolfsbane potion only allows the werewolves to be sensible, but it doesn't guarantee that they will not bite people. In fact, after taking the potion, a werewolf like the one before you may become more dangerous. Because he gets to keep his mind, he becomes more cunning and difficult to deal with than an average werewolf." "Thank you for the reminder, Professor Snape." Evan turned and continued, "What you've said is absolutely correct, and there may be many people who, just like you, would think that Professor Lupin is not trustworthy just because he's a werewolf. Yes, he is one indeed, but that is no reason to fear him and discriminate against him. Let's just think about it. Think about his usual behavior and the way he treats everyone. Do you still think that he would hurt others?" Hearing Evan's words, many of the young wizards bowed their heads and pondered. They remembered how Professor Lupin treated them. He was the best one that they've ever seen at the position of the defense against the dark arts teacher. His class has always been interesting. He patiently responded to all questions and did his best to teach them how to face dark creatures, even with doctrines that are not found in common textbooks. Remembering such a professor, almost everyone stopped believing that he might hurt them. However, the buzzing of controversy continued. After all, although they've all remembered Professor Lupin's behavior, many of them were repulsed as they saw his horrifying werewolf form. Evan understood what Lucius was going for, so he knew that he had to strike while the iron was hot and take immediate actions to prove that Professor Lupin is nothing like Greyback. He wasn't dangerous, and he wasn't about to attack anyone. So under everybody's eyes, he went on and reached out to touch Professor Lupin. He extended his right hand to him, and several girls screamed in the crowd. All the young wizards looked at him nervously and held their breath, as if he was to be killed by the horrible werewolf at any moment. Lupin trembled softly and let Evan touch him. Completely different from normal people's soft skin, a werewolf's skin is unusually hard, and the long hair on it pricks the hand and is a bit difficult to grip, which makes people feel uncomfortable. The strange feel at his fingertips and the terrifying wolf head in proximity of him made Evan feel a bit nervous. He felt the hot breath of the beast on his face, but his right hand was able to go beyond the horrifying looks of the werewolf to touch the heart of the man inside. He could feel that Remus was even more nervous than him. Then, without thinking about it, Evan opened his arms and tightly embraced Professor Lupin. Hugged by Evan, Lupin's body jerked. Tears flowed out of his eyes. He never expected that Evan would do such a thing. For the first time in over 12 years, he felt this level of trust once again. For a werewolf loitering on the edge of society, trust is probably the most precious thing in the world. Suddenly, he saw Sirius Black in Evan. At that time, when his true identity was discovered by his friends for the first time at Hogwarts, he was equally nervous and terrified. He feared that the three of them would tell others, and he was afraid of being driven out of school. Like Evan, Sirius Black hugged him at the time. Faced by Evan's hug, Lupin did not know what to do. He was like a child. He saw Dumbledore, who stood not far away nodding smilingly at him, just as he did at that time, when he insisted on accepting him in the school. Tears flowed down Lupin's cheeks. He hesitated for a moment and tried to stretch his arms and embrace the thin boy in front of him. 12 years after James and Peter Pettigrew died and Sirius Black was caught in Azkaban, he felt such warmth again. Lupin knew that this was the warmth of trust. All the young wizards held their breath, and their eyes focused on Evan, who was being hugged tightly by the werewolf. It appeared on their faces that they suspected that this thin boy might be bitten at any time by the ferocious werewolf. But that did not happen, and Evan was calm, as if there was nothing to be afraid of. On the flip side, the werewolf who was clinging to him wept as in whisper. Everyone saw the horrifying wolf's face soaked in tears. After Evan, Harry also stepped forward and embraced Professor Lupin. He was a little bit clumsy in his movements, but he hugged him much longer than Evan. "Professor, whether you are a werewolf or not, I trust you." Harry wiped off his own tears and choked. "You are my father's friend, and you're the best defense against the dark arts teacher I've ever seen." Professor Lupin shuddered when he heard Harry's words. If Evan reminded him of Sirius Black, Harry was on the other hand exactly like his father, James. Looking at Harry's face, Lupin went back in time, remembering his feelings in his school days. The office was silent and nobody spoke. What Evan and Harry provided them with was a concrete demonstration. The young wizards were considering the possibility that Lupin was safe. Everyone was familiar with Harry and Evan. At Hogwarts, the two kids were almost equally famous. In fact, compared to the savior Harry, many young wizards had a better impression of Evan, and it seemed like it was so natural for them to trust him. Despite the fact that Harry had a better reputation, because they thought he had defeated Voldemort, many young wizards inexplicably thought of dark wizards whenever they saw Harry. Because of his character and his ability to speak Parseltongue, there were still rumors floating around that he was to end up as the third generation of Dark Lords. As for Evan, although his parents were both ordinary muggles, since enrolling in the school, the boy has revealed to everyone his own noble self-confidence, excellent learning ability, easy-to-reach character, unparalleled courage, and innate kingship and leadership qualities. Although such things might sound empty, there was a reason why everyone believed in Evan. With his unprecedented magic newspaper, handsome appearance, and strong magical power, Evan left a deep impression on all students, especially girls. Last semester, he went deep into the Chamber of Secrets to hunt down the basilisk. Then he drove the Dementors away at the Quidditch pitch a few months ago. And just today, he faced and survived a werewolf attack. Evan was becoming very popular and the center of attention of all school students. Although no one talked about the matter, many young wizards and even senior students were secretly admiring him. If Harry alone trusted Professor Lupin, many people would still doubt it. But even Evan said that this horrifying werewolf was safe. He told everyone that Lupin had taken the Wolfsbane potion. He also proved that by embracing Remus, almost all the young wizards began to think about whether they should trust Lupin or not. The discussion started to heat up gradually, but it suddenly stopped. Everyone was surprised to see Hermione stepping out of the crowd. Her tearful eyes were glowing as she looked at the three, Evan, Harry, and Lupin. She seemed to be touched by the scene. Step by step, she went to Professor Lupin in his werewolf's form. The latter could see that the young girl still had some fears in her heart, but her eyes were very firm. She stepped forward and hugged Professor Lupin. "We all trust you, Professor," Hermione whispered. Hearing Hermione's words, Lupin plunged into uncontrollable trembling. Hermione's actions were even more moving than those of Evan and Harry. After all, he didn't have much contact with Hermione before now. Lupin never expected that she would do so. "You're right, Hermione." Evan looked at the other young wizards and asked gently, "Who else trusts the werewolf? And who wants to come and hug him?" No one did speak, nor did anyone move. Under Evan's burning gaze, everyone lowered their heads. Many thought that they would easily hug Lupin in the past, but with his current horrific appearance, they became hesitant. Knowledge wasn't enough to make the move. Not everyone had such courage. After a short while of silence, someone unexpected stood out from the crowd. It was Neville. He trembled as he was walking out, and his face was red, and he flinched as he got close to Professor Lupin. As he passed by Snape, the latter gave him a sly glance. It scared him so much that he almost fell down. However, he was able to remain standing. He still remembered that in class, when facing the boggart, it was Professor Lupin that gave him courage to face his deepest fears. Although he usually lacked such courage, he remembered the feeling from that day. It was bravery. Neville slowly walked to Professor Lupin and silently embraced him. He didn't say anything. His blushing round face was full of pride. Hugging was just a simple gesture. But here, the one to hug was a werewolf. To do it in front of the whole school, it required great bravery. Not anyone could do such a thing. Evan knew right there and then that Neville just overcame many difficulties in his heart. Compared to himself, Harry and Hermione, this simple hug was especially meaningful for both Neville and Professor Lupin. Seeing Neville's actions, the young wizards were in turmoil again. Unlike the three who were ahead of everyone, Evan, Harry, and Hermione, Neville was just an ordinary, unremarkable student in the eyes of everyone. He usually had nothing to do with the limelight, and his name amongst those who knew him was synonym with forgetfulness and cowardice. No one ever thought that he would have the courage to do such a thing. Neville was gasping for breath. In the eyes of others, he just briefly embraced Professor Lupin, but to him, it was a challenge of a caliber that he had never faced before. Evan hurried to walk over and brought Neville up. He looked a bit weak on his legs. "I did it, Evan," Neville said with a trembling voice. "I'm not afraid. I embrace Professor Lupin. I believe he will not hurt everyone." It all was like a dream. Even Neville himself could not believe that he just embraced a werewolf. "Yes, you're the best, Neville." Evan took Neville to a chair next to him. In all honesty, Evan did not expect that after he had finished his words, Neville would be the first to step up. He had to admit that this forgetful, ordinary boy beside him did have courage that no one else could match. Unlike Harry, Neville's character is introverted and delicate. The courage within his heart was usually well hidden. But as a true Gryffindor, Neville was definitely the most trustworthy companion at critical moments. In the crowd, Fred and George looked at each other, and a smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Next thing you know, the two went straight to Professor Lupin relaxed. "You look so handsome, Professor." Fred walked over and embraced him. "Yes, this is the best disguise I've ever seen on you." George also followed and hugged Lupin. Fred and George laughed as if they were attending a masquerade party. The two people had a few good jokes with Lupin, and the mood gradually lightened up. Behind them, other Gryffindor students were also coming to embrace Lupin. Right before the hug, their professor's horrifying looks made them nervous, as if driven to death. But after it, every one of them showed a sense of honor and pride like never before. Their fear of the werewolf was fading out, and Colin even took a picture of Professor Lupin. Dumbledore, Fudge, and the professors did not speak. They quietly watched Gryffindor students stepping up to hug Lupin in his werewolf form. With the exception of Dumbledore with a faint smile on his face, all the other were surprised to assist such a scene that they had never seen in their lifetime. A terrifying werewolf standing there silently all in tears, and before him, young wizards lining up to hug him. Everyone whispered a few encouraging words to Professor Lupin. It was absolutely overwhelming to watch such an Arabian Nights kind of event happening in real life. They were letting go of discrimination and prejudice and believing and embracing the werewolf with absolute trust. Such a thing can only be done by young wizards, and perhaps it can only be done at Hogwarts. Everybody came forward one after another. The last was Ginny, whose tearful eyes were all red. Needless to say, she had cried the most among those who were scared. After hearing that Evan and Hermione were attacked by a werewolf, she was so afraid that Lupin was losing his senses and attacking Ron and Harry. Now that she found out that it was all a misunderstanding, she really felt embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Professor," Ginny said as she approached to hug Lupin, with her face all blushed. "I just shouldn't have yelled at you. I shouldn't have said that you are a monster. I hope that you can forgive me." Ginny finished her words and tightly embraced Professor Lupin. Then she walked to Hermione. Now, with the exception of Ron, all Gryffindor students stood behind Professor Lupin, and they all chose to trust him. Expectantly, everyone looked at Ron, who was standing in the corner, waiting for him to come over with them. As time passed, the anticipation on their face gradually faded. All the Gryffindor students were actually surprised that he did not come. He actually did not move at all. He stood alone in the corner with his head down, and they didn't know what was going through his mind. Besides Ron, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin students were all in their places. None of them stepped up to embrace Professor Lupin. "Ron, what are you waiting for? Come on," said Harry anxiously. This night, he had felt that Ron was acting stranger than ever. "I can't. It's not safe." Ron raised his head sharply and replied bluntly. "He'll bite us. He's a werewolf. Professor Lupin is safe." Harry shouted angrily. "Didn't you hear what Evan just said? The Wolfsbane potion helps him keep his mind." "No, he just attacked me. Please, Ron." Hermione also looked at Ron, her eyes shining with crystal tears. "Please wake up. There must be a misunderstanding here." "I don't see any misunderstanding," Malfoy said suddenly, with a malicious smile on his lips. "Only idiots would believe in a werewolf, even if he was taking some kind of ridiculous potion." "Shut up, Malfoy," said Harry fiercely. "Ron, what the hell are you doing? Are you just going to fall to Malfoy's lies?" "I only believe in my own eyes, Harry," Ron said in a monotonous voice. "I won't pass. It's not safe. Before you came in, the werewolf was ready to attack me. We should have him locked up in Azkaban." Evan looked at Ron in surprise, and he felt that there was something really strange. Ron's behavior this night has been just too unusual, and he was the first to arrive on the scene, so his testimony was very important. Evan had clearly said enough to prove that Professor Lupin was safe. He told everyone that he was taking the Wolfsbane potion. All Gryffindor students stepped up to side with the professor. They are Ron's family and best friends. But still, Ron insisted on accusing Lupin. This was not the Ron that Evan knew. And then there was Lucius Malfoy, who had been standing by sneering, with his plot to drive Dumbledore out of school. That used to be impossible to achieve on any given day. But it has become unusually easy tonight. As long as it can be proved that Lupin was attacking students, Dumbledore will have to bear the responsibility for that. He would have to resign from his position under pressure of the worried parents in shadow of the coinciding werewolf riot. After all, he was the one who hired Professor Lupin as a teacher for the defense against the dark arts class. This should make the bulk of Lucius' conspiracy. But Evan didn't think it was that simple. He didn't know where Lucius found out about Lupin's secret. After all, many people knew about it. It wasn't important. What was key in Lucius' plan was proving that Professor Lupin was as dangerous as other werewolves. For that to happen, Lupin should actually attack students. That was the only way for Lucius' conspiracy to work. If the one that Professor Lupin was accused of attacking was to be a Slytherin, Evan would have understood that, and it would fit well his idea of the possible conspiracy. But the last one he expected to help Lucius was Ron. Everything seemed to go back to Ron. With his recent behavior, Evan felt clearly that there was something wrong with him. It was the same feeling that he's had last year, back when Tom Riddle controlled Ron. Evan suddenly realized it. Ron should not be. In the office, Harry felt betrayed when he heard Ron's answer. It felt similar to what he felt when he tried to think about his parents being betrayed by their best friend, Sirius Black. Heartbroken, he burst into tears. He wiped off his tears hard, and he still had more anger within his heart than ever. "You are lying." Professor Lupin did not harm us at any time. He did not attack anyone. Harry shouted madly. You should shut up, Potter. Stop shouting like a mindless troll, said Malfoy with a sly grin. The way I see it, Weasley is just making the wise choice. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would never take even half a step towards a monster next to you. Malfoy was right. Besides Gryffindor students, no one had stepped up to side with Professor Lupin. It meant that they did not trust him. They did not believe he was safe in his werewolf form. All that Evan and the rest of the Gryffindor students have done was in vain. Only people who are truly intelligent can make the right choice. As soon as Malfoy finished his words, a squeaky voice came from within the Ravenclaw crowd. Evan's heart moved. Of all the people he knew, there was only one who would talk like this. He saw a pretty girl with straggly, waist-length, blonde hair walking out of the crowd. She was wearing a Ravenclaw coat and a pair of eye-catching radish earring on her ears, an indescribably quirky temperament. It was Luna. She did not reach Professor Lupin like the others before her, but instead she walked up to Evan and looked at him with her protuberant eyes. Her silver-gray pupil gave her a mysterious sense of serenity. Evan was surprised and didn't know what she was up to in front of him. Over a year of contact made him really familiar with Luna, but he was never able to guess whatever was going on inside that pretty girl's head. Unlike ordinary wizards, Luna has always had many eccentric beliefs. She always saw things differently from others. That's what made her so unpredictable. Intelligence is the greatest asset of mankind. Evan, I want to say that you are the wisest wizard I've ever met, so I believe what you said. Luna said earnestly, I believe you, and I believe in Professor Lupin. Thank you. Evan suddenly felt awkward as he saw unprecedented trust from Luna. My mother once said that often, only a few know the truth. Luna continued, there are some truths that many cannot understand throughout their whole lifetime. People are easily confused by appearances, and they usually ignore the more important essence. Just like most people believe that there are no such things as the blibbering humdinger or the crumplehorn snorkack. That's because they are things of fiction. Malfoy looked at Evan and Luna and said dismissively, Brilliant. Now he has the trust of that lunatic. Evan didn't have time to deal with Malfoy because Luna suddenly extended her arms and embraced him. His eyes widened as his body felt her softness. He knew that his face must have gone all red. Luna seemed to have a misunderstanding. Whenever a Gryffindor embraced Professor Lupin, they would say loudly that they trust him. She might have understood that when trusting someone, you must embrace them. So she embraced Evan, who went all embarrassed. He actually didn't know how to explain to her that, in fact, she didn't need to do such a thing. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual about Luna's expression. It looked like what she had just done was trivial matter. She embraced Evan and then turned to Professor Lupin, looking at him closely in his werewolf form. There was no fear on her face, only curiosity. Under the girl's gaze, Lupin shivered slightly. He bent down as he did for the Gryffindor students to let Luna hug him. But she did not do that. She actually reached out and gently patted on Professor Lupin's head. It looked like she saw the werewolf as a cute puppy. Although Luna looked crazy, she was the only non-Gryffindor young which willing to trust Evan and Professor Lupin. After a short silence, just as Evan thought it was all over, another girl came out of the Ravenclaw crowd. She bit her lip and looked blushingly at Evan. Like Luna, it seemed that she believed in Evan, who was trusting Professor Lupin. She had supple black hair, and her temperament and Luna's were on two different extremes. She didn't have her serene disposition, but she had a graceful beauty. With her faint smile, she looked very comforting. Cho Chang came out of the crowd. She gave Evan a sly look, and her face was red. He didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing her expression, Hermione immediately felt inexplicable hostility. Her girl instinct told her that Cho liked Evan, and she remembered the fact that in this morning she invited him to Madame Putafoot's tea shop. She turned around and saw both Evan and Harry staring at Cho. Hermione had to admit that she was indeed very beautiful. She should be the type of all boys alike. Compared to her, Hermione felt she was a lot less beautiful. She started feeling worried. If she was Evan, she would also choose Cho. Although the current situation was grim, She couldn't help but to think about this. Evan had no idea about what was going through Hermione's mind, but he was keenly aware that she looked different. She didn't look quite the same as soon as Cho came out. Evan understood that girls' minds are too difficult to comprehend. Unpredictable as the weather, sometimes they're smiling like a sunny day, and next thing you know, they become as gloomy as the cloudiest of winter days. After all, he doesn't know what bad he committed. And it wasn't just Hermione. On the opposite side, Cho Chang's behavior also made him suffer. Looking at her, it seemed like she wanted to hug him as well, just like Luna. Luna's hug was more than enough for Evan. If he would be hugged again by Cho, he didn't know what Hermione would think. Besides, Professor Lupin is the one who should have the attention here. But if Cho really came over, he had no idea about how to turn her away. After all, when a normal boy is faced by a girl throwing her arms around him, how should anyone expect him to say no? In fact, she was as confused as Evan. She was hesitant to go over, but she ultimately opted not to. Unlike Luna, she didn't just respect Evan. To her, a hug doesn't just represent trust. The way she saw things, embracing a boy in front of all the students in the school sounds actually more frightening than embracing a werewolf. She sighed and gave up on the idea. She quickly walked up and hugged Professor Lupin, whispering a few words in his ears. Seeing that she didn't come, Evan was relieved. After Cho Chang, Percy's girlfriend Penelope Clearwater and Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff also stepped forward to embrace Professor Lupin. The two of them were leaders of their respective houses, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. So following their leads, more and more young wizards and witches came to embrace and comfort Professor Lupin. Looking at the long queue in front of him, Lupin was extremely pleased. Ever since he became a werewolf, he never thought he would get so much trust. At the same time, a sense of guilt and remorse took over his heart. He knew that he had to leave Hogwarts. He wasn't worthy of such unconditional trust. If it wasn't for the Wolfsbane potion, he was likely to bite any one of them after transformation. He should never let such a thing happen. With so many people choosing to trust him, Lupin felt unprecedented satisfaction. However, a werewolf is doomed to be lonely and destined to live on the edge of society. The students lined up and came forward to embrace Professor Lupin. Everyone embraced the werewolf. Such a seemingly simple action did not just represent their great courage. It also was a sign of trust. They whispered to Professor Lupin and spoke words from the depths of their hearts. Many students were moved, bursting into tears. Only Ron and Slytherin students stood still, giving the cold shoulder, as if they had nothing to do with them. This is moving and all, but what does this tell us? Lucius said softly. All I saw was a group of fools who were not afraid of being killed by a werewolf. You just said you needed a proof. Here it is. Harry looked at Lucius and shouted, What else do you want? Professor Lupin is obviously innocent. He did not attack us at all. He is safe. Tut tut, stupid kid. If I were you, I wouldn't think so. Werewolves are not trustworthy. Lucius looked at Harry disdainfully and said with a smirk, He didn't bite you for now. Probably because he is full, or because there are so many people here that it affects his appetite. Snape followed Lucius gloomily. We all know that, like a real wolf, werewolves have the habit of killing lonely preys. He looked at Lupin with malice, and his small black eyes sparkled. Severus, Dumbledore gently reminded. I know you trust him, Headmaster. Snape didn't look at Dumbledore. His gaze was fixed on Lupin, and he said in a very disgusted tone, But he has betrayed your trust. Although he took the Wolfsbane potion tonight, because of the nature of the werewolf, he still could not help but attack the students. Weasley can prove it. I can prove that this werewolf tried to attack me. Ron, do you know what you're talking about? Harry looked at Ron angrily, clenching his fists as his body trembled. I'm just telling the truth, Harry. Ron didn't look at Harry's eyes. He turned his head to the side and continued in a dull, monotonous voice. That werewolf is untrustworthy. It may hurt us. We can't risk it. Unlike other werewolves, Professor Lupin is innocent. Harry shouted. Ron's words made him shiver. He gasped heavily. We proved it. We just embraced him. Just a bunch of brave fools. Lucius sneered. You may not even know that a werewolf riot is taking place outside the school tonight. You may not realize the seriousness of this incident, but as a student's parent, I absolutely do not agree that a werewolf continues to stay in Hogwarts. What do you think, Minister? Oh, I think what you said makes sense. Dealing with werewolves, we must be careful, especially in this current situation. We can't take risks anymore. Fudge said, I'm sorry, Lupin. We must take you away. Fudge's words fell like a final judgment. Professor Lupin trembled. Harry looked extremely frustrated. He couldn't believe this decision. You can't take Professor Lupin away. He didn't attack anyone, Harry shouted, and he hurriedly stood before Professor Lupin. Behind him, other young wizards came up one after another. I'm sorry, kids. I know you all believe in Lupin. Fudge said hesitantly, but he is a werewolf after all. Some people in the school don't believe in him. Someone even accused him of attacking students. We can't ignore any accusations. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at Ron, standing at the corner. Mr. Weasley? Asked Fudge in an uncertain tone. Yes, this werewolf attacked me. Ron whispered back. I'll formally file a lawsuit to the Ministry of Magic. You are lying. Professor Lupin is innocent. That was the last straw. Harry's voice came up violently. He mumbled reluctantly, and his tears flowed out of control. As I said before, I'm just telling the truth. Very well, Mr. Weasley. With regard to your accusations, the formal acceptance of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will be sent to you tomorrow. We must now hurry up and go back. This evening has been really terrible, continued Fudge. There's still a werewolf riot waiting for me to deal with. Fortunately, we caught one of them. No! Harry quickly stopped Fudge and tried to make a final effort. Fudge took a step back and stared at Harry and the other young wizards standing in front of Lupin. Keep off, Potter. You've caused enough trouble already. Snape shouted. We are saving you from this werewolf. I'm fine. I don't need your salvage. Harry gasped, reluctantly shouting, I don't know what happened to Ron tonight, but I can prove that Professor Lupin is innocent. He had 100 chances to hurt me this year. I have been alone with him for many times, and I learned from him how to resist Dementors. If he wanted to bite me or kill me, why didn't he do it back then? Don't ask me about a werewolf's mind. Snape pulled his out wand and said sharply, I repeat, move away, Potter. Harry did not speak. He stood with his arms wide open in front of Professor Lupin and showed his determination with actions. Evan, Hermione, and other young wizards also took a step forward and looked firmly at Snape. All right, Snape, Fudge said frantically. Don't blame them. These children have experienced very terrible things today. Greyback has just attacked in Hogsmeade. They now find themselves before their most trusted professor transformed to a werewolf. These things are sure to disturb them. Hold on, Minister, Evan hurriedly said. I think Ron's allegations are invalid. It may be because... Evan, about that matter, I want to talk to you alone, said Dumbledore suddenly, interrupting Evan's words. Evan blinked and looked at Dumbledore in astonishment. He clearly hadn't said anything yet. What did the headmaster want to talk to him about? Or rather, did he already know that Ron was being controlled? Ron's behavior this evening has been extremely bizarre. Evan has had this feeling about him before. In the Gryffindor common room last year, something similar happened. Evan was almost certain that Ron must be under the Imperius curse. He was controlled to frame Professor Lupin. Evan intended to tell the matter out. Dumbledore was there. He could check it and find out whether what Ron said was from his own will or not. He didn't expect that his exposure of the possible plot would be interrupted by Dumbledore. What the headmaster meant was obvious. He did not want Evan to expose this matter, and he wanted to talk to him about it alone. Evan wondered what Dumbledore really wanted. What was he going to talk to him about? Did he know that Ron had been controlled? Or did he have any other plans? Evan looked at Dumbledore, whose eyes were on Ron, and he didn't know what was going through his mind. Seeing Dumbledore's appearance, Evan did not have the heart to pay attention to what Harry, Hermione, Fudge, Snape, and Lucius were saying. His thoughts drifted further and further. If Ron was really being controlled, who will be the one pulling the strings? Lucius Malfoy? Evan shook his head. Lucius did not have a chance to contact Ron. Besides, with Malfoy's character, he might be the type to hide behind the scenes to fan up the flames of trouble and make the plot, but he would certainly not charge into the scene himself in any case. As for Snape, it couldn't be him. Yes, he did hate Professor Lupin because of their student years, but he was never the type of person who would control a student. Evan squinted. Who would it be? Who would be able to get in touch with Ron and use the forbidden Imperius curse? Hold on a second. Can't Peter Pettigrew be the one behind the scenes? Evan suddenly realized that he didn't know much about Peter. After all, he had an image of him as a very timid, cowardly, humble, inferior, and stupid man. But is that really the case? After all, his deeds speak for themselves. For the sake of strength and status, he sold his best friend out to Voldemort. He hid his renegade status for many years, not to be found by Dumbledore until it was too late. He had escaped from Sirius Black's hunt. He was able of bearing humiliation, hiding as a rat for as long as 12 years. He came back to find the lost Voldemort by himself alone, and to help him resurrect, he had the guts to cut off his own hand as tribute. While he was thinking about what Peter did, Evan suddenly noticed that all his back was soaked by cold sweat. It all proved that Peter was not as weak as he looked. He was a tough, sly, and very cruel opponent, not only to others, but also to his best friend, and furthermore, he was even cruel to himself. Evan had a bad hunch. He actually realized that he had been relying too much on his prejudices and wasn't being careful enough with Peter Pettigrew. He never thought of how he would react. What he was facing is not the plot that has been said in the book, but a living person that has his own thoughts. Evan concluded that he really needed to talk to Dumbledore. Although Black did not allow him to tell the professors about this matter, he thought that he should at least tell the headmaster. In his original plan, once he had contact with Black, he would immediately tell Dumbledore about Peter being an animagus. This was the safest way. As long as Dumbledore gets involved, there should be no bad incidents. It's true that he knew the plot, but the enemy was not a fool who didn't know how to react. Whether they were Voldemort, Malfoy, or Peter, all of them were tough opponents and evil dark wizards. This is harder to deal with than I originally thought. He remembered the Chamber of Secrets incident of the previous year. In the book, Tom Riddle controlled Ginny. He was bent on contacting Harry and wanted so bad to know how he had defeated his older self, Voldemort. However, due to Evan's arrival, Ron was the one to receive the diary. With that, Tom Riddle had more knowledge on Harry, and things went really different. And it wasn't just that. Evan himself tried to use all ways possible to get rid of Riddle and purify Hogwarts as a whole. Indeed, it seemed that the problem was solved, but that made the changes happening to the timeline become more prominent. Evan realized that he had always ignored that in order to be able to predict how things go, his plans should not interfere with the original story. However, even if he tried to do so, it wouldn't have worked. Any change that might seem trivial can cause dramatic repercussions. A Gentile flap of a butterfly's wings can eventually cause a hurricane. Moreover, he had done a lot of things differently this year as well. It was impossible that Peter Pettigrew would just sit there without reacting. He didn't do anything silly like in the original timeline. No, he had taken control of Ron. Who knows what kind of conspiracy he's hiding? Professor, at the thought of this, Evan hurriedly looked at Dumbledore. Evan, you can go to my office in a minute. About that question you asked me last time, I have a very interesting idea. Dumbledore glanced at Evan and said calmly, You will be interested, I promise. I have to remind you, Dumbledore. Lucius had a cold smile on his face. He looked at Lupin in a malicious manner. Before you talk to your students, what we need to discuss first is the werewolf. That's right, said Dumbledore happily. I just want to say this. Do you have any suggestions? I don't think it's a suggestion. I think everyone has just heard Mr. Weasley's accusation. As a parent, I think this dangerous werewolf should no longer stay in Hogwarts. We should immediately get him back to the Ministry of Magic. I think it is necessary to judge his guilt through the Wizengamot. I think the same as you, Lucius. Fudge agreed. The current bad situation is enough to start the Wizengamot's special trial process. I hope you can go back with us, Lupin. We will give you a fair trial. If you can prove your innocence, we will let you go without objection. No, Professor Lupin is innocent and he will not go with you, Harry shouted hoarsely. He still refused to budge, and he felt that his tears were running dry. It was the same for the other young wizards. They clung closely together and stood in front of Professor Lupin, making a human wall. Seeing how they were, Fudge looked back at Dumbledore embarrassingly and asked for help. Dumbledore had not spoken yet. Professor Lupin, who had Harry standing in front of him, gently pushed him aside. "Professor!" Harry shouted miserably. Lupin did not turn to look at Harry. He quietly walked beside Fudge. He knew he had to leave and quit Hogwarts. He tried not to let his tears flow out. Perhaps that's his fate as a werewolf. Lupin did not look back. He knew that Harry, Evan, Hermione, and other children must be looking at him. All he could do was holding his tears. Legend has it that the ferocious and terrifying werewolves can only get endless bleakness and inarticulate desolation. Everyone looked at the lonely figure of Professor Lupin, and many of them cried. Evan couldn't dare move as Hermione and Ginny were crying over his shoulders. Although he knew that Professor Lupin should be fine, he was affected by the surrounding sad mood, and he still felt sour. Nobody knew who started it, but before they knew it, practically all the young wizards were whispering Professor Lupin's name. As they were moving from the scene, they all had a feeling that it was the last time they would see him. If he's proven to be guilty with the charge of attacking Ron, he would have to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. "Professor!" Harry shouted miserably, and he rushed to grab Professor Lupin. Remus stopped, his body shook slightly, but he still didn't look back. "Let go, Harry!" Evan walked over and said gently. "No!" Harry whimpered, and he saw Dumbledore coming beside him. "You've done a very good job, Harry," said Dumbledore calmly, his gaze moving slowly across the faces of all the young wizards behind Harry, and his voice was extremely gratifying. "And you all, I'm very proud of the efforts of every one of you on this evening, and I think Remus also feels the same. Let me deal with the rest of this matter." Harry shook his head stubbornly, and he was about to say something, but he stopped. It was Professor Lupin. He turned around and hugged him again. The two people stayed like that silently for a minute. No one spoke. Even Lucius and Snape did not urge them. Then Lupin let Harry go and stood up. Dumbledore walked past and patted his shoulder. They went out of the office together with Fudge, Lucius, and Snape. "Okay, Lupin's matter is handed over to the headmaster. It's too late. Now you should go back to your respective common rooms." Professor McGonagall twiddled her nose, and her eyes were red. Next to her, Hagrid was crying loudly, and Professor Flitwick wiped his tears off with his handkerchief. Everyone left one after another. When they passed by Ron, they looked at him with deep contempt. Even Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny. There were no exceptions, especially Ginny. The young girl was weeping uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that Ron would accuse Professor Lupin. Ron stood there quietly, unmoved. Just then, unexpectedly, Harry suddenly approached him. Just as everyone was guessing what he was intending to do, Harry took a hit at Ron's face, punching him brutally. Ron was brought to the ground, and the office became a mess. Malfoy smiled with pride, staring at Harry and Ron maliciously. It was a wonderful day. He didn't know what his father had plotted, but he looked down on the two guys he hated the most and watched them scuffle together. That was simply the best Christmas present he could ever get. The only one missing was that mudblood Mason. "Potter, stop it!" Professor McGonagall shouted harshly and went to separate them. However, she did not need to do that. Harry did not beat Ron anymore. He just stood and looked at him with cold, terrible eyes. "Give me a reason." "What?" Harry shouted to Ron. "Tell me why." Ron didn't answer Harry. He didn't say a word. He stood up, keeping his head down and not looking at anyone. Hermione looked at him with tears in her eyes, and her face was full of worry. The image she was looking at felt awfully familiar. She also thought of what happened in the common room last year when Ron was up to attack Evan. It felt exactly the same as now. Ron is too abnormal. Maybe he's not. "Evan, I got it." Hermione hurried to Evan and said breathlessly, "Don't say it here." Evan hurriedly reached out to cover Hermione's mouth. He knew what she was going to say. She must have found out the fact that Ron was under control. But exposing things now, although it might rescue Professor Lupin, it could also scare Peter Pettigrew away. And if this were the case, there would be no way to help Sirius Black clear his name. Evan also was thinking that Dumbledore should have concerns in that regard, although he couldn't think of a way for him to know about Black and Peter. But anyway, Now is not the time to panic. He has just found out that Peter was not in this office, and that the cunning guy didn't take part in this evening's events. Although Peter was not there, Evan still had to be careful facing the controlled Ron. He peeked at him rapidly, and it didn't seem that he was concerned, nor was he looking at him and Hermione. Evan felt a little relieved. If they accidentally get exposed, Peter Pettigrew would run away. Before doing anything, he had to see what Dumbledore had arranged. Evan. Hermione blushed and removed Evan's right hand from her face. Looking at her, Evan was also a bit embarrassed. He was anxious as what he just did seemed a bit bold. He gulped as he intended to withdraw his hand, but before he knew, feeling her tension, he moved without thinking. His hand fell from near her mouth just to hold her cold hand naturally. She struggled for a bit, as her hand was held tightly by Evan. Her face blushed even more. Hermione's thoughts drifted further and further, and she began thinking again about the question she had after seeing Cho Chang. She had no time to check if Ron was really being controlled. Actually, no one but her seemed to realize that he was just too abnormal. Actually, no one was blaming Harry for what he did to him. They all thought that he had the right to be so angry. Not even Fred and George did. They walked over and patted Harry's shoulders, not looking at Ron, as if he had never been their brother. No one understood what had happened to Ron, nor did they understand what difficulties he had. No one thought about these things. As Ron said just a while before, they only believe in their own eyes. They saw that Ron had betrayed Professor Lupin, sold out Gryffindor, and betrayed Hogwarts. Even Slytherin's students looked down on him. Okay, Potter. Professor McGonagall came over and stood between Harry and Ron. I know you're sad, but this can't solve anything. You should trust Dumbledore, and Remus will be fine. Like everyone else, she did not look at Ron, as if he did not exist. I know, Professor. Harry wiped his tears off and said, I believe in the headmaster. We all believe in him. Dumbledore has never let anyone down. Professor McGonagall sighed and said slowly, there were so many things happening tonight. Do you and Weasley need to go to the school hospital? I'm fine. I'm not going to the hospital. Harry shook his head. He didn't feel anything wrong except for anger. Me too, Ron whispered, as if he were a wooden man. He had no response to Harry's punch. Well then, hurry to go back to sleep. Professor McGonagall turned and looked at Evan and Hermione. Mason, Granger, you need to go to the school hospital for treatment. I promised Poppy to get you back there. Wait a minute, Professor, said Evan. I want to go to Professor Dumbledore's office. He seems to have something to say to me. Can you lead me through? If there is anything, you can say tomorrow. What you need now is bed rest. Professor McGonagall frowned. She saw Evan looking at her, as if begging, and she puffed. Well, I will take you, but you'd better hurry up. We can't linger too long. Professor McGonagall took Hermione back to the school hospital, and Evan walked into Dumbledore's office alone. Like last year, the headmaster's office was very interesting. Fawkes, the Phoenix, looked at him graciously. A table not far was full of magical props, and Evan had no idea what they were for. The curious silver instruments were whirring and emitting little puffs of smoke. Before coming in, Evan heard voices in the office. It was a heating discussion about the events of the night. Evan thought it was Dumbledore and Fudge, but when he came in, he discovered that there was no one in the office. Or just talking where portraits of wizards and witches hung on the surrounding walls. They were former headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Evan didn't see the four founders' portraits amongst them, or else he could ask Gryffindor about his treasure key, the legendary magical item hidden in the Forbidden Forest, and what it was. The old headmasters and headmistresses were snoozing gently in their frames, but Evan noticed that some of them occasionally secretly opened their eyes, looked at him, and then immediately closed them, for fear of being discovered. Evan did not focus on them. He noticed a shabby, tattered wizard's hat on the shelf, the sorting hat. He hesitated for a moment. There was always a question in his heart that he wanted to ask it about. Now was a rare opportunity to do so. He went over, lifted the hat from its shelf, and lowered it slowly onto his head. It was much too large and slipped down over his eyes, just as it had done the last time he'd put it on. Long time no see. Evan Mason, a sharp voice whispered. Do you seem to have something in your mind? Yes, There are things I don't understand. About the sorting ceremony, I was curious as to why Peter Pettigrew had been assigned to Gryffindor. Is that the question? The hat said softly. My duty is to sort the young wizards into the right house, according to the wishes of the four founders. For more than 1,000 years, I have seen so many young wizards. Some of them were kind-hearted, some were ambitious, some were talented, and some were. But you have to know that during the sorting ceremony, in addition to these inherent qualities, the young wizard's choice is also a crucial factor. So, Peter himself asked to enter Gryffindor. That child wanted to go to Gryffindor and find the courage he'd never had. The sorting hat said, but in fact, he didn't need to look for it. Courage had been buried deep within, waiting for him to look into his heart. When he becomes able to lower his head, he would find what he has been looking for. But he did not do that. What he did later was not fitting of a Gryffindor. Don't doubt, I'm never wrong. The magic of the four founders allows me to see through people's hearts. My job is to assign the people to the right house, said the smart hat. However, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the house will be suitable for him, nor can it guarantee that he will not take a detour later. What about me? Evan hurriedly asked. You didn't ask for my opinion at all. You know, I had planned to be in Ravenclaw, but you sorted me into Gryffindor. Is that really true? Is that what you really wanted? The patched sorting hat made a laugh. Yes, like Harry Potter, the two of you are not particularly easy to sort, but I still maintain my sayings. I'm never wrong. Gryffindor can help you achieve your dream. Evan was stunned. Was his dream learning more magic, defeating Voldemort, or is it becoming a great white wizard like Dumbledore? He was lost in his thought. He still wanted to have a few words with the hat, but he heard someone coming in. He hurriedly took it off and put it back in place. The office door opened, and Dumbledore came in with a heavy look. Professor, sit down. Evan, said Dumbledore, pointing to the chair at the desk. I need to talk to you, but it will have to be short. I don't have much time. Cornelius is waiting for me in the hall. We have to go to the Ministry of Magic tonight to deal with the werewolf riot and Remus's charges. Evan sat down. He gathered his thoughts to make sure that nothing he wants to say is missed and the steps to use a clemency. First of all, I must ask you, Evan, is there anything you would like to tell me? Dumbledore looked closely at him, and his 10 slender fingers touched together. He said gently, anything. I do have something to tell you, Professor. Evan nodded and said slowly, but before that, please allow me to ask a question. You just discovered that Ron was being controlled, didn't you? In fact, in that office, I believe I am not the only one who has noticed Mr. Weasley's anomaly. Dumbledore said mildly, what he did this evening was so obvious. It was as clear as candlelight in the dark. Well, do you know who's controlling him? Although many people think that I know everything, but I am not omniscient as it is rumored. Dumbledore sat in the high chair behind the table, and he stared at Evan with his light blue, penetrating eyes. I have a few possible ideas, but I still want to hear your opinion. I suspect that Peter Pettigrew took control of Ron. Evan looked away, trying not to look at Dumbledore. Although he was willing to report some things to the headmaster, he didn't want to reveal all the information he had. Peter Pettigrew. That's really a surprising answer. Despite his words, Dumbledore didn't seem to be too surprised, as if everything was within his expectation. This afternoon, Hermione and I have met Sirius Black at Hogsmeade. He told us that Pettigrew sold Harry's parents out to Voldemort, and that he did not die. He was an animagus. He is now Ron's rat. Animagus? This is important information. Dumbledore closed his eyes and mused. Evan, your information verifies my conjecture. To be honest, I didn't really pay much attention to Peter Pettigrew. That's my fault. I could have prevented that child from falling to what he did today. Evan waited for him to continue, but Dumbledore seemed to fall into memory and did not speak. The room suddenly quieted down, and the figures on the walls opened their eyes to check what was going on. Evan and Dumbledore sat silently at the ends of the table. Neither of them spoke. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and no one could figure out what he was thinking. Evan looked like he was staring at the curious silver instruments on the table that were emitting little puffs of smoke. But in fact, he was thinking about Peter Pettigrew. Peter was in Hogwarts. With Harry's father James Potter, Sirius Black, and Professor Lupin, they were a small group of 4, just like himself now, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The relationship between the 4 of them was very good, but due to Peter's betrayal, the other 3's fate was very tragic. Dumbledore has just said that that was mainly due to his fault. What did he mean by that? Was it just simple regret, or was there something deeper? Evan waited a while and saw that Dumbledore was still not talking. He had to try and say, "Although I don't know how it all went down, Professor, but I don't think you need to blame yourself for Pettigrew. We all choose our own paths, and we all have to walk down those paths and bear the joy and sorrow that they bring. If one loses his path, he'd have only himself to blame. Though it is true, but as an elder, before you walk, I should help you as much as possible and guide you to the right direction. That is my duty." Dumbledore opened his eyes and continued, "You must know that choosing the right path is much more important than the effort put into walking. Peter Pettigrew initially wanted to find courage, but he eventually lost his way in his pursuit of power." Evan was startled as what Dumbledore just said was not much different from what he heard from Luna last year. "Evan, when are you and Sirius going to start?" Dumbledore asked all of a sudden. "At 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. He will come to Gryffindor's common room. I plan with him." "Well, you only need to do what you think you should, and leave the rest up to me." Dumbledore didn't ask Evan for any more details. "Wait a minute, Professor," Evan hurriedly said. "I don't understand. Why don't we just proceed directly to catching Peter? He's in Ron's bedroom right now. Ron is still under his control. I think the sooner we act, the better." "That is indeed a good suggestion. But sometimes, simple and effective methods are not suitable for dealing with complicated issues." Dumbledore looked at Evan and said calmly, "What's worrying me more than Black and Peter right now is Ron." "You're worried about Ron?" Evan said. He didn't understand what Dumbledore meant. If he was so worried about Ron, why didn't he just interfere when they were in Lupin's office? Why didn't he tell Ron that he was under the effect of the Imperius curse? And now, he doesn't want to go straight to catch Peter and rescue Ron. As I just said, Evan, I made mistakes when dealing with Peter. Some mistakes we commit are one that we never get the opportunity to correct, but they still leave important lessons behind for us so that we never commit them again. Dumbledore said, "I don't want Ron to become another Peter." "Professor, you mean the best way to fight back the Imperius curse is not finding out about it. It is having the strong will to resist its invasion." Dumbledore looked at Evan. "Unlike you and Harry, Ron doesn't have enough willpower. I hope that the 2 of you can help him." "Help Ron," Evan repeated. "What do you need me to do?" "You just have to do what you think you should." Dumbledore looked at Evan's eyes. "Along with Tom, you're the best young wizard I've ever met. I believe in you." "Okay, I'll try." Evan sighed. Looking at Dumbledore, he knew that he had been already counting on him. It is no wonder that he focused on Peter Pettigrew and blamed himself for what happened with him. He was waiting for Evan here, hoping that this conversion would end up with him talking about saving Ron. Evan sighed as things seemed to have become more and more troublesome. All he thought he needed to do was catching Peter Pettigrew and clearing Black's name. Now, in addition to those things, he also must help Ron resist the Imperius curse. In his opinion, this was making things more risky. It complicates simple issues and makes accidents more probable. Although Dumbledore had said that everything else could be left to him, Evan still felt bad about this. Peter Pettigrew was not a simple opponent. He has to be cautious. However, since it's Dumbledore who's asking him, he had no way to refuse. Besides, what Dumbledore said makes sense. Evan can't just watch Ron become a dark wizard selling out his best friends to Voldemort just like Peter, and then end up probably dying at the hands of his new master. Yes, maybe he doesn't have much affection for Ron, but for Harry, Hermione, and the Weasleys' sake, he cannot just watch as Ron continues to fall. This is the second time that Ron is being controlled. It seemed like there was no guarantee that he won't just be controlled by other dark wizards. As an extremely evil dark magic, the Imperius curse definitely leaves its permanent marks on its victim's soul. The more times it's used on Ron, the less he'll be able to resist it in the future. And Ron wasn't becoming an idiot because of the curse. It was actually making him look more like a dark wizard. Judging from the storyline that he knows, With the return of Voldemort, the situation in the next following years should get increasingly grim. Hold on, Evan thought. Why should I wait for Voldemort's return before thinking of ways to defeat him? After all, that just seems like the most dangerous way to think. Over 2 years of experience made Evan convinced that relying on the original storyline to predict what's going to happen is no longer a safe bet. Yes, he did know how the events developed in the original story, but that's not the case for his life as well. Every word you say, everything you do, has either a good or bad impact on the people around you. They will also react, and things will go differently. Peter Pettigrew is a perfect example. In the original story, he never controlled Ron. And compared to Voldemort, he is nothing. Perhaps, after dealing with this year's incident, he should face the future less passively. After all, he was doomed to change the future anyway. He had to catch Peter Pettigrew and clean the name of Sirius Black. So why not go all out and try to prevent Voldemort's return from ever happening? Because of Professor Lupin's issue, the mood in the castle was gloomy. Evan didn't know how many other people couldn't sleep on that night. Anyway, he didn't get good sleep himself. Hermione, who was lying in her bed beside him, seemed to be the same. She kept turning all night worrying about Lupin and Ron. In the second half of the night, Evan was awakened by a nightmare again. He sat up in the middle of his bed, and through the dim candlelight in the hallway, he stared at the snow fluttering outside the window. He thought of his discussion with the headmaster. He did not know if his occlumency worked. However, the discussion was dominated by Dumbledore anyway. Also, he had no idea about the headmaster's plans. Evan was not convinced by his reason for not capturing Peter Pettigrew directly, which was to allow him and Harry to help Ron resist the Imperius curse. But doing that is just too risky. As a masterful strategist, Dumbledore must be hiding something else that he did not tell Evan about. He sighed. No matter how much he thought, he couldn't figure out what that was. But the only thing he was sure about was that Dumbledore had him included as a part of his plan to defeat Voldemort because of his relationship with Harry and his outstanding performance over the past 2 years. Well, if he just can't understand it, he's better off not thinking about it. Dumbledore had his strategy, and Evan should just work with his own plan. He was no toy for Dumbledore to manipulate at will and then ultimately become another sacrificial lamb of his confrontation with Voldemort. Evan was prepared to act according to his own mind. He wanted to change his destiny and everyone's fate. No matter what, he will not sacrifice Sirius Black, Fred, Colin, etc., nor will he just stand and watch Hermione marry Ron. All these things must be changed, and he's going to start with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. By the end of this year, I'll prevent Voldemort from returning, and I'll become much stronger. Evan was thinking that, and his eyelids were getting heavier. The battle with Greyback made him terribly tired and completely exhausted. After a few moments of determination, he fell back asleep. The following morning, Evan was awakened by a tremor inside the castle. What happened? He hurriedly got out of his bed and held his wand in his hand. I don't know. Hermione shook her head as she just woke up. Both of you better not move. Lie back in your beds. Madame Pomfrey came in from the outside, looking worried. I knew these voices would wake you up. It's terrible, a huge mess outside. What? It's because of Lupin, that poor man. Madame Pomfrey handed Evan the latest issue of the Daily Prophet and said, Look, now almost everyone knows that he is a werewolf. Evan hurriedly looked down at the newspaper in his hands, and Hermione joined in. The whole issue was dedicated to report the news about the previous day's werewolf riot, events, casualties, in-depth analysis, etc., as well as articles criticizing Fudge and the Ministry of Magic. The worries and anger started building up back when Sirius Black escaped from prison all of a sudden. The one who took most of the blame was Cornelius Fudge. People were extremely enraged with the Ministry. And along with Fudge, Dumbledore was also criticized. Although the wording on the Daily Prophet was more subtle, many people, especially parents, were deeply shocked by the fact that he had hired a werewolf. The pureblood families, led by Malfoy, collectively went as far as asking him to resign. In short, both Fudge and Dumbledore were under a lot of pressure, and the situation was really bad. As for Professor Lupin, being the only werewolf caught by the Ministry, many wizards called for his immediate sending to Azkaban. Many even suggested that he should be sentenced to death or left for the Dementor's kiss to deal with him. Reading that paragraph in particular, Hermione's face went pale. She remembered what Professor Lupin once said about those who were kissed by a Dementor and how they would become walking dead with their souls lost forever. If that was to be his fate, Hermione didn't want to imagine such a thing. Just as she was going to talk to Evan, another heavy tremor hit the castle. It was like an earthquake. Even the walls were trembling. A few seconds after the shock, a loud and wacky echo came from below, sounding like, "What's that voice?" Hermione raised her head and asked worriedly, "Yeah, that's a howler. Since the morning, owls have been constantly bringing the parents' letters to the school." "It's been terrible," said Madame Pomfrey. While each professor had his fair share, most of them were directed to the headmaster. Howlers sent to the headmaster. Hermione didn't seem to have a reaction to that. Where's Professor Dumbledore? Who knows? He hasn't returned since he left last night, said Madame Pomfrey, worried. He must be busy with these matters about werewolves and Professor Lupin. Although he isn't in Hogwarts, letters are still coming endlessly. They're about to flood the Great Hall. Right as Madame Pomfrey finished her words, Harry entered the ward. He looked bad, depressed, and distracted, and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Good morning, Evan." "Good morning, Hermione," Harry said weakly. "Good morning, Harry. Your face looks very bad." Hermione looked anxiously at his face. "It's really bad. If you saw that scene in the Great Hall, your face would look just as bad as mine." Harry sat down on the chair next to Evan's bed and said, Snape and Malfoy's plot had succeeded. At breakfast, hundreds of owls arrived with howlers, all accusing Dumbledore and Professor Lupin. You didn't see the disgusting look on the faces of Malfoy and the rest of the Slytherin students. But with their exception, everyone believes in Professor Lupin's innocence. It's no use. No one wants to believe us. All the adults are listening to Ron's nonsense. Accusing Professor Lupin of attacking the students, Harry said angrily. "I really want to beat him up until he gets back to his senses." "Harry, there must be some misunderstanding with that," she said worriedly. "Ron is—" She stopped. When Evan came back last night, he told her about his conversation with Dumbledore. She knew that Ron must have been so abnormal last night because of that spell. She wasn't sure if she could talk about it. The plan between Evan, Dumbledore, and Sirius Black. "Don't make up excuses for that guy, Hermione," Harry shouted. He felt a blaze of anger burning in his chest. "I've seen it long ago. Like Sirius Black, he used to be my father's best friend. He is still my godfather, but who could have thought that in the end he would sell my parents out to Voldemort? Ron and Black are the same. I always thought Ron was my best friend, but he betrayed me last night and betrayed Professor Lupin." Because he was too agitated, Harry's body was trembling all over. To his eyes, what Ron did last night was not that different from what Black did to his parents 12 years ago. He sold him and Professor Lupin out to Snape and Lucius Malfoy. Such a deed is absolutely unforgivable. "Harry, Black didn't betray your parents." Hermione had not yet finished her words, and she was abruptly interrupted by Harry. He said violently, "You don't know anything, Hermione. Yesterday morning, Professor Lupin told me everything. 12 years ago, it was Black who sold my parents out to Voldemort. He also killed Peter Pettigrew." Evan whispered. "Yes, that's him." Harry moaned, and he turned to look at Evan and continued. "Peter was my father's good friend before his death. He went to Black to avenge my parents, but he was no opponent for that despicable villain." "He's not as noble as you think," said Evan slowly. "He did not avenge your parents. In fact, Peter is not dead." "What?" Harry looked up in confusion. He did not understand what Evan meant. How possible could it be that Peter Pettigrew was alive? "You heard me well, Harry." Evan raised his head and looked around. Madame Pomfrey returned to her office. Only the three of them were in the ward. He said in whispering, "Yesterday afternoon, Hermione and I met Sirius Black in Hogsmeade." Evan told Harry the whole truth of the incident of Black and Peter. Now that Dumbledore knows about this matter, there was no longer a need to hide the truth from Harry. He only had to be careful so that Ron wouldn't know about it. Now that Dumbledore doesn't just want them to catch Peter, but also wants them to help Ron resist the Imperius curse, He felt that it was an impossible mission without Harry's assistance. Peter is still alive. He is actually Ron's rat. Harry couldn't believe it when he heard Evan's words. It was absolutely unthinkable and completely different from what he heard from Professor Lupin. Yeah, Evan lowered his voice again, and he is still controlling Ron. That's why Ron was acting so abnormal last night, and that's also why he accused Professor Lupin. What? Harry immediately stood up, and he said eagerly, "It's no wonder that I've always felt that Ron had something wrong. I remember that he was controlled by Tom Riddle last year. He must have been under Peter's control all this time. That's why he sold Professor Lupin out. We must save him." Harry had his doubts about what the two said to him, but that was only until he heard that Ron was being controlled. Deep down inside, Harry never could believe that Ron would betray him. Everything became clear. Peter is the ultimate culprit. It was him who killed his parents and framed Sirius Black in Azkaban for the past 12 years. Now he has again framed Professor Lupin by controlling his best friend. It was simply unforgivable. All old and new grudges melt together, and Harry felt an unprecedented hatred flowing all over his body. He must catch Peter Pettigrew. He wants to avenge his parents. He wants to clear Black's name, and he will save Ron. Hold on. Evan hurriedly stopped Harry. We can't just rush over like this. It's very easy to have an accident and give Peter the opportunity to escape. I talked to Professor Dumbledore last night. We'll catch Peter. But at the same time, we must also help Ron resist the Imperius curse. If he does not wake up on his own, this black magic will affect his soul. What should we do to save Ron? Said Harry eagerly. If you simply want to undo the curse, there are many ways. Evan thought for a moment and continued. But if you want the cursed man to wake up, there is only one way. That is relying on his own willpower. His willpower must be strong enough. Strong enough? Harry repeated his expression, puzzled. What should I do? I don't know exactly how to go about it. Evan sighed. Perhaps, before we catch Peter, we could try saying something to Ron. Then Ron will have to choose between us and Peter Pettigrew. I believe he can wake up on his own. When the basilisk was about to attack Ginny last year, Ron broke free of Tom Riddle's control. Evan, will Dumbledore help us? Hermione asked worriedly. Maybe he will, Evan murmured. In fact, he had no idea about the headmaster's plan, nor was he sure what he meant when he said last night, "Leave the rest up to me." Did he mean that he would protect them secretly? This looks like Dumbledore style. In Harry's first year, to make Harry stronger, he turned a blind eye to all of Quirrell's abnormal behaviors, but he silently watched over Harry and his two friends without their knowledge. Dumbledore is not currently in Hogwarts, perhaps deliberately to give Pettigrew a fake sense of security. Dumbledore will come out to help us at the crucial moment. Before that, Black and I already made a plan. Evan looked at Harry and Hermione. Now, we just need to make sure that both Ron and Peter would be in the common room. When I left this morning, Ron was still in bed. Harry said, "Remember that today is the first day of the Christmas holidays. Everyone else is going home for the holidays. There will only be 4 of us in the Gryffindor Tower." They nervously waited throughout the time that followed. The 3 of them looked over the plan's details again and again. Madame Pomfrey examined both Evan and Hermione and waited until lunch before allowing them to leave. Evan, Harry, and Hermione left the school hospital. When they arrived at the Great Hall, they found that the long tables used by the 4 houses were moved to the wall. Only one square table for 20 people was available in the center of the room. Those who decided to spend the Christmas holidays in the castle this year were sitting around the table. Evan did not see Dumbledore. His seat was empty. Apart from him, Professor McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Hagrid were all there, as was the caretaker Filch. Filch had already taken off his usual brown coat and wore a very old and quite outdated tuxedo. Next to Professor Flitwick were 2 very nervous first-year students, both from Ravenclaw. On Snape's left was a 6th-year student from the sinister Slytherin house. There was also Ron, sitting alone at the very end of the table. No one wanted to be near him. Harry hesitated for a moment and walked over to Ron, his face full of worry. Evan hurriedly pulled Harry. He couldn't just go over. Because of what happened to Professor Lupin last night, Harry had to have a normal reaction. It should look like he hates Ron. If he was to get close, he would beat the grass and frighten away the snake. That's to say, Peter Pettigrew is a sly opponent, and they have to be careful. The three of them looked at each other, away from Ron, and sat down side by side with Hagrid. Apart from the erratic smiles on Snape's mouth, the mood around the table was very heavy and depressed. It didn't look much like Christmas. Everyone was eating lunch silently, and nobody spoke until... "Evan, Hermione, how are you two?" asked Hagrid with a gloomy face. "Don't worry. Madame Pomfrey said we're okay. We just need to..." Before Evan finished his words, he saw 3 owls flying into the Great Hall. They had 3 red envelopes in their mouths, and they flew straight to Dumbledore's empty seat. "That's enough. Those howlers, they've been screaming ever since the morning." Professor McGonagall stood up. She looked furiously at the 3 howlers that the owls threw on the table. The corners of the envelopes were burning slowly. She pulled out her wand and waved gently to them. 3 blue flames sprang up on the red envelopes, tuning them to ashes in the blink of an eye, and sparing those around the table from their horrible sounds. "Unbelievable, unbelievable," said Professor Flitwick in a sharp voice. "Are all these people mad? They actually sent Dumbledore howlers. I haven't seen such insanity for years. Stupid owls and equally stupid howlers." Snape smirked. "I noticed that all these howlers were sent by parents of students from your house. Severus," Professor McGonagall said with a grin. "Thank you for reminding me. I didn't notice that before." Snape had a grim smile on his lips. "But I can understand why the parents of the students did so. In my opinion, what the headmaster did was really improper. Who would have thought that the school professor could be a werewolf? And who would have thought that this tamed werewolf would attack his own students? With this lesson, I believe that the headmaster will definitely be very, very careful when employing staff members in the future. Professor Lupin is innocent." Harry looked at Snape angrily and shrieked helplessly. "He didn't hurt anyone. Quiet, Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor." Snape turned to look at Harry and smiled. "I don't want to know about what's between you and that werewolf, but I have to remind you, watch your tone. Don't yell at me like an uneducated wolf cub." Harry sat down sulkily and forced himself not to look at Snape. "Don't worry, Harry. With Dumbledore in there, Professor Lupin will be all right," Hagrid whispered, consoling him. But he didn't look very confident. "It's been really awful. I can't count how many owls came before these 3 with howlers. They've been coming in steadily." "It was like this the whole morning?" Evan asked, surprised. "Yes, you and Hermione weren't there at breakfast, so you didn't see that scene. In front of the entire school, more than 400 howlers exploded at the same time. I told them just now," Harry said weakly. "Hagrid, is there any news from Dumbledore or Professor Lupin?" "There is indeed a bad news," said Hagrid hesitantly. "I just heard that the Ministry is preparing to send Professor Lupin to Azkaban directly." "How could they do such a thing without trial?" Harry glanced at Ron, and his eyes quickly shifted back. He whispered, "Ron's accusation is obviously ridiculous. Professor Lupin will be proven innocent." "I know. It's all Lucius Malfoy. That guy's been playing tricks all along," Hagrid replied angrily. "Not that I don't believe in Lupin, but if it was me, I'd rather die than go to Azkaban again." "Is it dreadful there, Hagrid?" Hermione asked cautiously. "You can't imagine it. I've been there 50 years ago for a couple of months when I was wrongly accused of using the acromantula to kill a student in the Chamber of Secrets." Hagrid said calmly, "Nowhere is that bad. I thought I was going insane with all sorts of terrible things going through my head. The day I was dismissed from Hogwarts was the day my father died. Because of the Dementors? Yes, you've seen those monsters this year, but you probably haven't seen thousands of them together. The feeling of horror." Hagrid closed his eyes, and the painful memories showed on his face. Azkaban prison was built on a desert island far away from the coastline. The island is full of Dementors. If you stay long enough in there, you would no longer know who you are or what it means to live. I still remember that I often wished I would sleep and never wake up when I was alone. When they released me, it felt like I've been revived, and I remembered who I was and why I wanted to live once again. That is really the most wonderful feeling in the world. I remember the Dementors did not want to let me go. But you weren't proven guilty, said Hermione. Guilty? Hagrid grunted angrily. Do you really think that they value such a thing? They don't care. They've already got 500 people there, and they've been sucking happiness out of all of them. They don't care about who is guilty and who is not. Hearing Hagrid's words, Harry felt sick to his stomach and was in cold sweat. Don't worry. Seeing Harry and Hermione's face, Evan hurriedly said, Professor Lupin will not be sent to Azkaban. Tonight, we're going to prove his innocence. Harry did not speak. He was still thinking about Azkaban. Suddenly, he remembered that Sirius Black had been held there for 12 years. It must have been terrible for him. Just as Evan, Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid were talking about Azkaban, the hall's door was opened again. Professor Trelawney came in, and she glided over to everyone, as if she was on roller skates. She wore a green dress decorated with metal round discs, making her look more like a shiny, oversized dragonfly. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, said Professor Trelawney, using her most misty, ethereal voice. I have been looking at my crystal ball in the tower. To my surprise, I saw myself abandoning my lunch to take part in your meal. How could I refuse the urge of fate? I immediately came out of my building, so I sincerely ask you to forgive me being late. No one spoke, and everyone looked at her in surprise. Evan noticed that Professor McGonagall's mouth was tight, and her face became even heavier. Professor Trelawney did not sit down directly. She turned half a turn around the table, putting invisible pressure on everyone. She stood for a long time behind Hermione, Ron, Harry, and Evan. Her big eyes were wandering all over the table. Suddenly, she screamed. What's wrong, Professor? Asked the first-year student in front of her uneasily. Dear child, you can't believe it. I saw. Her eyes were just staring at Evan. Her expression was as if he had died. Sit down, Sybil. Professor McGonagall suddenly interrupted her. Those owls and howlers were disheartening enough. You don't need to put more pressure on everyone. I can't sit down, Minerva. Professor Trelawney seemed to have just noticed Professor McGonagall. She said, panicking, I can't do that. If I sit down, we'll be 13 around the table. There's nothing more unlucky than 13. Never forget, if 13 people eat together, the first one to stand up after the meal will be the first to die. We're willing to take that risk, Sybil. Professor McGonagall said impatiently. Sit down, it's Christmas Holy Day. Professor Trelawney hesitated, and then she sat down next to Evan. He had a bad feeling about that, and he could feel that she had deliberately chosen that spot. She was looking at him with her big, crazy eyes and seemed to have something to say to him. There was no need to guess. It certainly won't be good. Knowing her, what she had to say to him was definitely something ominous and mysterious. Evan tried not to look at her, so he focused his attention on the plate in front of him. The situation was already troublesome enough. He did not want to take Professor Trelawney's curse before this evening's action. Dear, do you want cow tripe, Sybil? Professor McGonagall once again interrupted her as she put a serving spoon into the nearest big bowl. Professor Trelawney ignored Professor McGonagall. She looked at Evan and then looked up around. She asked softly, I didn't see our dear headmaster and Professor Lupin. Where have they gone? Obviously, everyone knows what happened in the castle last night. I also know where Albus and Lupin are now. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and said impatiently, Even if no one told you, you must have known it, didn't you? Of course I know. Professor Trelawney looked at Professor McGonagall indifferently. But people don't show off that they know everything. I often behave as if I don't have this gift. That way, people will not feel nervous. That explained a lot. Professor McGonagall said bitterly, What is that gift? If you have to know, Minerva. Professor Trelawney's voice suddenly became less blurred. 2 months ago, I had already seen the poor Professor Lupin's ending from the crystal ball. He stood alone in a place full of fear and despair. Obviously, the place in her words referred to the Azkaban wizard prison. That place is full of dementors. All there is in there is fear and despair. Hearing her words, everyone gasped. She seemed to have predicted the tragic outcome of Professor Lupin. He would spend the rest of his life in Azkaban. Apart from Snape's mouth that was still smirking, the others' faces were getting heavier. Harry looked at Professor Trelawney awkwardly. He rarely argued with her. Maybe he thought it was not worth it. Throughout the semester, Professor Trelawney was prophesying death for him, but nothing happened. Harry was used to it, and now, predicting that Professor Lupin was to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban was like child play to her. Evan heard Harry and Hermione discussing Azkaban with Hagrid quietly. They asked him for further details about the prison and tried hard to imagine Professor Lupin and Sirius Black being locked up there, and then the topic turned to the Hippogriff Buckbeak and Hagrid's plans after Christmas. Evan turned around and didn't look at Professor Trelawney next to him. He listened to Harry's conversation absent-mindedly. Harry and Hermione seemed to be desperately looking for words to divert attention away from Ron. Apart from the three of them, no one around the table spoke, and the mood was gloomy. That was definitely the most unpleasant meal Evan had ever had. He ate up the contents of his plate as fast as possible. He whispered something to Harry and Hermione, refraining from taking a look at Professor Trelawney. Fortunately, until the end of lunch, Professor Trelawney's behavior was almost normal. About 10 minutes later, Ron was ready to leave the table. Evan, Harry, and Hermione looked at each other and quickly stood up. "Oh my God, you four people. Who was the first amongst you to leave their seat?" "Who?" Professor Trelawney suddenly screamed. "I don't know," Ron said in a low voice. "I don't think it makes any difference," Professor McGonagall said coldly. "That is unless there is a crazy axe killer waiting outside the door to cut off the head of the one who's first to leave." Everyone smiled a bit. Professor Trelawney talked no more and looked greatly offended. She looked at Professor McGonagall contemptuously, grabbed a bottle of sherry from the table, and left the hall without looking back. She was followed by Ron. Evan, Harry, and Hermione also hurried to follow up. According to the plan that the three discussed in the school hospital this morning, the first step was talking to Ron. While inquiring intelligence, they would strive to keep Ron and Peter in the Gryffindor common room. Evan, Harry, and Hermione stepped out of the Great Hall. Actually, there was no crazy axe killer in the hallway. Professor Trelawney and Ron disappeared around the corner. She went in the direction of the basement, while he followed the stairs back to the Gryffindor Tower. "We'd better hurry up," Evan said hurriedly. He noticed that the stairs leading to the second floor were moving. The three of them were just one step too late. When they arrived, the stairs had already moved and they had to turn around. That slowed them down and got them 5 minutes behind Ron. Right when they entered the Gryffindor Tower, Evan noticed a ginger figure coming out from a shadow. It was Crookshanks, which had a white piece of paper in its mouth. When it saw the three of them, it came closer, purring and strangely meowing. Hermione picked the paper up, looked at it curiously, and said, "Crookshanks, where did you get this paper? What's written on it?" Evan and Harry were curious. They looked together and found that a few letters on the paper were wriggling to form together. "Scurvy cur." "I don't understand. What does that mean?" Harry said strangely. "That's very rude. Maybe it's some prank made by a student." Hermione said with a frown, "Crookshanks, didn't I tell you not to pick up random stuff?" Crookshanks meowed and purred lazily in Hermione's arms. Evan didn't speak. Looking at the dirty little piece of paper, he had a peculiar feeling. Knowing Crookshanks, that clever little pet was no ordinary cat. It shouldn't be picking up useless notes for no reason. Scurvy cur, is that really just a simple prank? Still, someone had deliberately written this note to Crookshanks, hoping it would deliver it to them. On their way, they discussed the matter of the paper for a while. When they reached the portrait hole, they found Sir Cadogan enjoying a Christmas party with a couple of monks, several previous headmasters of Hogwarts, and his fat pony. He pushed up his visor, toasted them with a flagon of mead. "Merry Hick Christmas. Password, Odds Bodkins," Harry said to Sir Cadogan. "Wrong password, that's not it." Sir Cadogan came to him immediately, pulling his big, outrageous sword out of its sheath and violently shrieking and shouting. "Are you prepared to do it? Into this room behind me. I will not let you in. Stand and fight, you mangy cur," yelled Sir Cadogan. "Shut up," said Harry, puzzled. "How could the password be wrong? It was that just this morning. I just changed it, and I have notified you of the new password. But we don't know it. Let us pass, we're in a hurry." "No, I won't let you in. Not without the correct password." Sir Cadogan shouted. "Draw your sword, you filthy cur. Face the wrath of Sir Cadogan. I'm going to defeat you. Otherwise, I'll be dying bravely in combat." Harry looked helplessly at Sir Cadogan. Facing such a madman, he was completely helpless. Perhaps he told Professor McGonagall the new password, and we should go back, Hermione said with some doubt. Hold on a second. The words on that piece of paper. Evan suddenly remembered. What? Harry turned and looked at him strangely. The words on the paper may be the new password. Evan said to Sir Cadogan, "Scurvy cur." "And the same to you, sir," roared Sir Cadogan, as the painting swung forward to admit them. There was no one in the deserted common room. "This is stupid. This guy just keeps on changing those ridiculous passwords all the time." Harry was the first to enter the room and said angrily, "This time he's actually giving the cat the new password. If we didn't meet Crookshanks, we would have." "That piece of paper could not have been written by Sir Cadogan," Hermione said. "He is a portrait. How can he write? Who else would it be? It must be Ron." Evan narrowed his eyes and analyzed. "Sir Cadogan actually just said it. He said that he had notified us of the password. There are only 4 Gryffindor students in the castle, and all 3 of us didn't know about it. So yeah, it can only be Ron. But why would Ron write the password on a note? Isn't that too weird?" Hermione looked worried. She looked around and whispered, "Evan, what is that guy going to do?" "I don't know." Evan shook his head. He felt it was really strange, and he couldn't understand why Pettigrew would do such a thing. Why would he write down a new password and then hand it to Crookshanks? No matter how he looked at it, it was meaningless, too dumb, and even too dangerous for Peter Pettigrew to do such a thing. He knew too well that Black was looking around Hogwarts for him. He even broke into the castle and tried to enter the common room back on Halloween Eve. He couldn't do it back then because he had no password. Now, it's one of 2 possibilities. It's either that Pettigrew made Ron write the note, and then it was found by Crookshanks, or he deliberately gave it to the cat himself. It was too strange. Pettigrew should know well the relationship between Crookshanks and Sirius Black. The cat had been chasing him in his animagus form for the past 6 months. But now he gives him the password, meaning that he was giving it to Sirius Black. In other words, Peter actually wants Black to enter the castle. Evan had a bad feeling about this whole matter. What does Peter want to do? Last night, Ron accused Professor Lupin of attacking him. And from that moment on, everything has been just too different from the original storyline and progressing in a really unpredictable way. All of these changes were beyond Evan's control. Evan tried to think of the whole matter from Peter's perspective. He first controlled Ron and framed Professor Lupin, and with that, he managed to get Professor Dumbledore away from the castle. Now, he's taking that opportunity to bring Black inside. This all was obviously too abnormal. After all, Pettigrew had been hiding from Black all this time. Why get him into the castle now? Evan suddenly remembered that Peter couldn't have known about his plot with Black, and shouldn't actually know that Black was coming to the castle tonight. It means that he wanted Black to come into the castle and into the Gryffindor common room. He is not mad. He has a new plot. Peter Pettigrew cannot be just mad. He is definitely plotting something. They have been trying to catch Peter, but from the current situation, Evan finally understood. Wouldn't Peter also want to capture Black? Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts this evening, but Snape was there. Peter knew that Snape was against Black, and he was ready to take advantage of it. Just make Snape know about the news that Black will be sneaking into the castle this evening, and there will be no need for Peter to do it with his own hands. Snape will take care of everything. After all, with how much the latter hates Black, he might just make a first and turn him into the Dementors outside the castle himself, rather than bringing him for trial. If Black is gone, no one will ever know that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. No one would ever be able to prove that he had sold Harry's parents out. Then, he can actually reappear publicly in a grandiose manner, telling everyone that he's been enduring humiliation for 12 years at a rat, sticking by Harry's side, silently protecting him from Black's harm. Evan's back was soaked in cold sweats. That was terrible. That must definitely be Peter Pettigrew's plot. Ever since last night, when the identity of Professor Lupin as a werewolf was revealed to everyone, the plot had already begun. Even without their plan, this evening, Peter will lure Black to the castle. Evan forced himself to calm down. It stands to reason that Peter Pettigrew could not know when Black would come. After all, even if he passed him the password through Crookshanks, Black won't necessarily be acting according to his plan. So Peter Pettigrew would need to keep Snape in the Gryffindor common room. This was too unrealistic. Unless, if he can keep up with serious moves. There are many ways to do this, but for Pettigrew, the only one practical was the Marauder's map. Evan suddenly realized that he had been ignoring this magical item that can locate all people in the castle. When Professor Lupin confiscated the Marauder's map yesterday, Ron was also there. Peter must know that it had been in Professor Lupin's possession. He then made Ron go to Lupin's office. He must have been there to find the Marauder's map. "Ron!" Harry shouted. The three of them stood in the bedroom's doorway. Inside, through the faint light coming from outside the window, Evan saw Ron lying on his back over his four-poster bed. It looked like he was asleep, with the curtains around the bed being put down. He could feel that Peter Pettigrew was hiding in Ron's jacket pocket. Maybe he didn't get the chance to take the map. Maybe he didn't find the time. He couldn't just search the office in front of everyone in the school, so the map must be in Professor Lupin's office. Evan hurried to turn around. As long as he finds the Marauder's map before Peter Pettigrew, there won't be any bad incidents this evening. "Evan, what are you doing?" Hermione said in panic. "I'm going to Professor Lupin's office to find the Marauder's map." Evan said in a low voice. "I'll also go with you." "No, you and Harry stay here to watch Ron." Evan looked at Hermione and told her with unease. "Remember, until I come back, be careful." "I know you two." Hermione hesitated, then quickly stepped forward to embrace Evan. He held her tightly and felt her warmth in his arms, then turned and left the common room, rushing to Professor Lupin's office as fast as he could. He went down the winding staircase, and all he thought about was the Marauder's map. At the corner of the fourth floor, he and Professor Trelawney bumped into each other heavily. She seemed to have just returned from the kitchen. She had the smell of sherry all over her body. She also had 2 bottles in her hand. She was knocked to the ground when hit by Evan. "Be careful and watch where you are going." "I'm sorry, Professor." Evan hurriedly helped her up. "Ah, it's you, my dear child." Professor Trelawney clutched Evan's arm tightly, and she suddenly approached, her enormous eyes watching him, whispering in a vague voice. "My dear, I found that the signs on you are becoming more and more clear." "Thank you, Professor. I'll be careful." Evan broke away from her, and the heavy smell in her body made him uncomfortable. "No, you don't understand." Professor Trelawney murmured, "Disaster, misfortune, getting closer." Ever so fittingly, a cold wind blew, and the nearby candle that was lighting up the surroundings was blown out. The dim corridor became even gloomier. In the darkness, Evan could only see Trelawney's vague figure. "It's death, my dear." Professor Trelawney's voice was like a whisper, intermittent and faint. "It's coming, getting closer, and it's hovering like a vulture above your head. It's getting lower and lower. It's just above the castle." Evan did not speak. He looked around uneasily, and he did not want to be seen in such an embarrassing scene by others. Fortunately, only the 2 of them were in the corridor. Professor Trelawney did not stop talking. Listening to her words, Evan began to feel someone would die in the castle soon. This is definitely not good news. Will it be Sirius Black or... Of course, to Evan, she's probably just saying nonsense. "My dear, will you choose divination class next year?" asked Professor Trelawney suddenly. "Maybe I will," Evan whispered. In his heart, he secretly decided that he would never choose divination class. That woman would scare him to death in no time. From the first day he met her, he never heard a happy prophecy from her. "You are the same as Potter's child. You've never got good seers." "The halo on your head is very small," said Professor Trelawney. "But both of you are very ideal prophetic objects. The signs are clearer on both of you than they are on others." She seemed to be praising him, but Evan was not sure if he should be happy. It's only with death prophecies that omens of fate are clear. That is really an unfortunate trait. "Professor, I have some urgent things to do. I must go." Evan turned and left, but a loud, hoarse voice suddenly spoke up behind him. "It will happen soon." "I'm sorry, Professor." "What did you say?" Evan quickly turned around, and he saw Professor Trelawney as if she had turned to a completely another person. She leaned against the wall, her body went rigid, her eyes were unfocused, and her mouth sagging. Evan's heart was thumping. Was he about to hear a prophecy? A true prophecy? The chilly wind blew over the castle, and Evan could hear its howling sound. In the dusky, narrow corridor, the atmosphere became strange. Professor Trelawney stood before Evan, her body trembling slightly, and her eyes started to roll. She looked as though she was about to have some sort of seizure. Evan was not sure whether he should go or not. As he was hesitating, Professor Trelawney began to speak again. Her voice was still hoarse, nothing like usual. The Dark Lord is coming back, but he is unusually weak. He will personally mark the Chosen One for this purpose. That Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever before. It shall happen soon. In the dark temple full of taboos, his old black magic will be. Professor Trelawney's head fell forward onto her chest. She made a grunting sort of noise. Then, quite suddenly, her head snapped up again. "I'm sorry, dear boy," she said dreamily. "I must have drunk too much sherry. You know, alcohol makes my brain drowsy. I drifted off for a moment." Evan was still standing there staring at her, thinking in his mind about what she had just said. "Is there anything wrong, my dear?" "Professor, you just made a prophecy." Evan hesitated and continued. "You told me that the Dark Lord was going to rise again, and it was stronger and more terrible than ever before, because he personally marked a Chosen One, and that this Chosen One will help him." Professor Trelawney looked thoroughly startled. "The Dark Lord? He who must not be named? My dear boy, that's hardly something to joke about. Rise again, indeed. Yes, you did mention the Dark Lord and his old magic." Evan frowned. Professor Trelawney's prophecy was clearly not finished. What he has gathered so far is that from the information that is currently known, Voldemort will use his old dark magic to mark a person, and this person will help him to rise again. What is this magic? Who is the person he wants to mark? Also, she mentioned the place where this thing is going to happen. Where is this dark temple full of taboos? "I think you must have dozed off too, dear," said Professor Trelawney. "I would certainly not presume to predict anything quite as far-fetched as that. We all need to get sober." Professor Trelawney stumbled away and disappeared into the corner of the hallway. Evan did not move. He was still standing there, thinking about what she had just said. Unlike Professor Trelawney's usual prophecies, if this one is true, then it provides a very large amount of information, and it also foreshadows what's forthcoming in the future. Voldemort must be planning something. According to what he knows about the original story, Voldemort will be getting help of his servants Peter Pettigrew and Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. next year. They'll be using his father's bone, Peter's flesh, and Harry's blood to get him back. But according to Professor Trelawney's new prophecy, things will be taking a completely new, different path. First of all, the prophecy mentions that the Dark Lord will return, but abnormally weak. His return this time may be the same as when Harry was a first year, affixed to Quirrell's head, or with the help of Pettigrew and Barty Crouch Jr., perhaps. As long as Voldemort is willing to return, anything can happen. Evan initially intended to use his advantage of knowing the storyline to undermine the return of Voldemort by catching Peter Pettigrew and Bartemius Barty Crouch Jr. That way, he could make sure that the following year's event would never happen. But from the current situation, it seems to be useless, and that Voldemort was still returning. Also, Professor Trelawney just mentioned, the Dark Lord would personally mark the Chosen One. With his help, he will rise again and be stronger and more terrible than ever before. Who is this Chosen One? Evan didn't have a clue. So many people are willing to follow Voldemort. For example, there's the weirdo, Peter Pettigrew. There's also Voldemort's loyal servant Barty Crouch, the ambitious opportunist Lucius Malfoy, anyone seeking strength like Quirrell, the werewolf Fenrir Greyback who loves the darkness itself, and many more. If they would get the chance, any of these would be willing to help Voldemort rise. He just might choose one from them, marking him while passing his strength off. Knowing the Dark Lord, his followers would actually take pride in the act. However, this matter is far from being so simple. Professor Trelawney mentioned in the end that it was going down in the dark temple full of taboos, and that the Dark Lord was going to use his old magic. What is that place? What's that magic? With his current knowledge, Evan can't associate them to anything he already knows. Needless to say, Voldemort had a great wealth of magical knowledge. He mastered a lot of dark magic, some of which not even known to Dumbledore, let alone Evan, whose knowledge is mostly obtained from the library. As for the Dark Temple full of taboos, that sounds like an extremely evil place. Professor Trelawney's prophecy wasn't complete. Evan could not imagine. Where is this Dark Temple full of taboos? What kind of person would appear in that evil place? What Professor Trelawney said was too vague, and Evan had to be careful. A prophecy is in itself an illusory thing. The difference between its meaning and his interpretation could have heavy impacts on the future. For example, the prophecy that Professor Trelawney made 12 years ago, the one that had decided Voldemort's and Harry's fates, that one made Voldemort rush to face Harry as he didn't hear its entirety. He thought he had a huge advantage over the little baby, but it all ended up with him spending over 12 years as a fugitive. Evan thought it over and never found any clue. He decided to tell Dumbledore about this prophecy. He should be very interested in it. The most urgent thing he needs to do right now is seizing Peter Pettigrew and to not allow his conspiracy to succeed or him to escape again. If such a thing happens, this vague future he's thinking about would only become even grimmer. Evan thought about the prophecy as he went down the stairs. With that prediction, he started considering taking divination next year. Professor Trelawney wasn't usually that reliable. She was more of a vulgar liar, always making up some tragic predictions about her students. But once she enters her real prophetic state and makes a prophecy, her words become crucial in the development of all future events. According to her teachings, the signs of fate should become clearer with the approaching of Voldemort's return. Evan must maintain constant contact with her to ensure that he be the first to know the new predictions. 5 minutes later, he came to the door of Professor Lupin's office. There was no one in the narrow corridor on the 3rd floor. Even the portraits in the hallway were empty. The 3rd floor was much colder than the rest of the castle. Evan couldn't find out where the bleak wind was blowing from there, making it particularly gloomy. He then thought that perhaps it was because Voldemort's relationship with the Defense Against Dark Arts course. These rooms were also a little dark, as if all the misfortunes were to happen on this floor. Alberto! He pulled out his wand and gently knocked on Professor Lupin's office door. With a click, the door was opened. All the furnishings inside the house were the same as last night, but the atmosphere was colder and cheerless. Evan waved his wand and ignited the fireplace. The warm flames dispelled the coldness. The green monster, Grindylow, was soothing its limbs in the large water tank at the corner. It floated on the water and continued to bubble upwards. After seeing the light, it immediately buried itself in a mess of plants in the corner of the tank. Although it is not very good to search through other people's things, Evan believed that Professor Lupin would forgive him after knowing his reasons. He stood in front of the fireplace and carefully checked the room out. There were few places where things could be hidden, and it did not seem to be a particularly difficult task to find the Marauder's map. But in reality, that wasn't even close. 10 minutes later, Evan still did not find the parchment. He had carefully searched Professor Lupin's desk, and he found nothing except for a few missing teacups, an old-fashioned kettle, textbooks, and after-school students' assignments. Professor Lupin certainly wouldn't take the map away. Since it was not on the desk, then it might be placed elsewhere. Evan's eyes went to the old wardrobe next to the tank, where the teachers put extra robes. He walked to it, but it suddenly shook and slammed against the wall. Evan was shocked. He raised his wand against the old wardrobe and didn't know what was inside. He cautiously opened its door, and there was nothing except a worn, almost faded, small suitcase and 2 extremely old, patched wizard robes. From these things, one can see just how tight Professor Lupin's financial situation was. No one wants to hire a werewolf. He had been wandering alone. Even the only 2 sets of robes left on his body were 15 years old. Evan vaguely remembered seeing Professor Lupin when going through Harry's album. He was attending the Potter's wedding. It was so pitiful, Evan sighed. He simply stepped forward and found the map in a robe. It was exactly the piece that Professor Lupin wore yesterday. Evan has never been so happy before. The old wardrobe in front of him shook again. This time, he noticed the location of the robes dangling. He lowered his head and found a small compartment under the wardrobe. He hesitated and pulled the door open. It was very dark, and something seemed to be hidden in it. It was like Evan took 2 steps back in a rush, gasping and his eyes wide open. This is impossible. He just saw a face in the wardrobe. Hermione's face. It was not her familiar smiling face, but a face full of fear, bloodied, and as pale as a dead man's face. That was terrible. Evan never expected to see such a thing. The feeling of fear rose from the depths of his heart. He gulped, and his whole body was in sweat. His right hand, that was holding his wand, trembled slightly. He wanted to become sure of what he saw, but was afraid to see that face again. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. This fact is too absurd. How could Hermione run to be there in Professor Lupin's wardrobe? She clearly stayed with Harry in the Gryffindor common room upstairs and had just embraced him. Could it be that Hermione was dead and her body was cut into pieces and hidden in the castle? And the one who has been in contact with him is actually someone pretending using the polyjuice potion? Or is it that Professor Lupin has a special appetite and he hid Hermione's face in his wardrobe? Evan shook his head hard to sway those absurd ideas. Lumos, he muttered softly, and the tip of his wand glowed brightly, lighting the dim office completely, and he was ready to go and confirm what he saw. He has not acted yet. He saw Hermione crawling out of the old wardrobe in a strange posture. In the strong light, Evan clearly saw a grinning smile on her lips. Her face was cold, and her body was all bloody. She was approaching him. Because of her injuries, she took every step with extreme difficulty. Evan stepped back and involuntarily tightened his wand. Hermione, he tried to shout, but his voice was so low that he couldn't hear himself. There was no response from her. She was still getting close to Evan, and her body was stiff like a walking corpse. No, you're not Hermione. Don't come any closer. Evan suddenly shouted, and his body's magical power gathered at the tip of his wand. Hearing him, Hermione stopped suddenly. Regardless of what she was, she seemed to feel the danger from the wand in Evan's hand. The next second, her body began to deform. When Hermione disappeared, her body was shrunk into what seemed like a black in the air, and then a stout humanoid monster appeared in front of Evan, who saw him with long black hair. Further up, it was a ferocious, terrifying head. It was Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf that attacked him and Hermione yesterday in Hogsmeade. His eyes were full of blood and madness. They looked 1,000 times more terrible and fierce than Hermione's. But Evan didn't feel scared. He didn't know why. He suddenly wanted to laugh. He knew exactly what it was. It was a boggart. Harry told him the other day that in order to help him practice the Patronus spell, Professor Lupin found a new boggart in Filch's filing cabinet. They had been using it to simulate Dementors. I'm not afraid of werewolves, nor am I afraid of Greyback, Evan whispered. The reason why that guy got me scared yesterday was because I was afraid I couldn't protect Hermione. Evan's inner fear was not the danger itself. In fact, he fears that when danger comes, he will not be able to protect the people he wants to protect. This was his greatest worry. Yesterday in Hogsmeade, he was afraid that Hermione would be hurt and bitten by the werewolf. Since she wasn't here right now, he had no such worry. Evan's calmness made the boggart perplexed. With a bang, its body began to change again, and it wanted to take on the form of what Evan really feared. Evan did not act. He looked at it with interest and wanted to see what it could become. A moment later, a tall, thin man emerged, whiter than a skull, with wide, livid scarlet eyes and a nose that was flat as a snake's, but with slits for nostrils. All over and out his body, his cold, chilling temperament was overwhelming. Evan was a bit surprised that this boggart turned into Voldemort. Voldemort's face was cruel and proud. His bright red eyes stared at Evan. The air seemed to be thinning all at once, and the atmosphere was getting heavier. Evan did not shy away. He didn't even blink an eye. He looked back at Voldemort's eyes and looked calm and indifferent. Perhaps it was because he knew that the one he was facing was a boggart, but there was not much fear in his heart. The two looked at each other for a moment, until Evan was bored. There was no point in what the boggart was doing. The one before Evan was not Voldemort, but a weak little monster. He hoped that whenever he would meet the real deal, he'd be still able to look into his eyes as fearlessly as he does now. Ridiculous! Evan gently waved his wand. The evil and murderous Voldemort turned into a funny clown with a ridiculous hat on its head. It had large clown suit with red and green paint on its face. Its two large eyes were black like those of a panda. It was a scene to be laughed at by anyone. Evan's lips were raised slightly, revealing a smile. If Voldemort knew he had turned him into such a look, it was so funny that he didn't know what he was going to do with it. He looked at it for a while and was ready to take care of this boggart, when suddenly he had a strange feeling. He felt danger. Didn't even think about it, and he fell to the ground by instinct. Before he knew it, a red light brushed his body as it flew past him, hitting the boggart in front of him. With a bang, the boggart flew backwards and fell heavily on the floor. Its form was lost in midair, and Evan saw the clown Voldemort, that had only half its body left, and struggling to escape to the old wardrobe compartment as fast as possible. Because of the excessive force, the entire wardrobe was making a buzzing sound. Evan did not have time to take care of this fleeing boggart. With the help of the tracing potion, he felt that the man was standing behind him. He turned around quickly and took a few steps back, his wand close to his chest, and his was fully vigilant. Before him, a hideous middle-aged man was standing in front of the door of Professor Lupin's office. The man was really short, not even much taller than the young Evan himself. His thin pale hair acquired a large bald patch. He looked as though he was an obese man who had lost plenty of weight in a short time. He had grubby skin, small watery eyes, and a pointed nose, all of which were lingering attributes of his animagus rat form. Almost instantly, Evan recognized him. It was Peter Pettigrew that just attacked him. He must have taken the opportunity to sneak up on him while he was too focused on the boggart. His eyes quickly looked at the door behind Pettigrew. That door that was initially open was now closed tightly. Evan could not help but to hold his wand in his hand, but he didn't understand why Pettigrew appeared here. Arguably, shouldn't he be staying with Ron in the common room upstairs? Did he just come here like Evan for the Marauders map? He tried to look as confused as possible, as if he had never known Peter. But on the other side, Pettigrew's face looked horrified. He didn't think that Evan would be able to escape his curse. It was at point blank, and yet he was able to avoid it unexpectedly. If this was no coincidence, then this child's fighting instincts are absolutely terrible and way beyond anything he had imagined. Seeing Evan staring at him, Peter hurriedly hid his wand behind his back. Evan recognized it was Ron's. On the last day of summer, he had shown it to Evan and Harry at the Leaky Cauldron. He remembered that the wand was made out of willow, was 14 inches long, and had unicorn hair core. "Dear child, are you okay?" Peter said with a panicky, uncomfortably shrieking voice. "It's terrible. I just saw that who should not be named. It was just a boggart. Maybe Lord Voldemort is what my heart fears the most." Evan's wand was pointing steadily at Peter, and he asked gently, "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before in the castle?" Hearing Voldemort's name, Peter was shaken, and his face looked even more alarmed. He looked at Evan's confused face. It didn't look like the kid knows him. Pettigrew hesitated, holding his wand hidden behind his back, and he was thinking about whether he should just stun the boy who had just taken the Marauder's map, or take it from him with words. Remembering how Evan responded to his last curse, Peter decided to adopt the more secure approach. He couldn't take any risks. Regardless of Evan's actual level, the fight should make a noise. Being heard should be really bad for him. Before catching Sirius Black and getting him killed, he shouldn't get exposed. He must wait patiently and wait for his foe, just like it was 12 years ago, when it ended by him being eventually chosen as the secret keeper. Pettigrew looked at Evan again and nodded with satisfaction. His heart fell back to its place. He had managed to fool Dumbledore, James, Lily, Black, and Lupin. This one was just a child. No matter how smart he was, he'd never see through his disguise. That's all he needs to do. After all, What everyone thought was that he'd been killed by Sirius when trying to avenge James and Lily. He was a hero, but not dead. And he's back now to save Harry and his young friends from Black's claws. "Who are you?" Evan asked gently. "Peter Pettigrew, my dear child." He had a strange smile on his lips. "I'm glad to meet you." Although Peter said that Evan wasn't glad to see him at all. In his plan, Pettigrew and him shouldn't meet at that time, but a few hours later at the time of his victory. Sirius Black, Harry, Hermione, and others would be present. But now, he is meeting Peter alone. Evan quickly thought about the situation. He might be able to take the risk of trying to defeat Peter right now. But that way, he won't be able to guarantee that he would not escape. It would be so terrible if he could flee away in his animagus form. Evan was ready to communicate with him, while looking for an opportunity to attack or trying to gain time. Harry and Hermione know that he has come to Professor Lupin's office. If he doesn't come back to them, they will certainly come to him with Sirius after he enters the castle. So be it. As none of them was sure of winning the duel and both wanted to communicate, the unimaginable suddenly happened in Professor Lupin's office. The two people who were obviously on the alert to the extreme suddenly began to chat happily together, and the initially tense mood seemed to be relaxed. But in reality, both of them were clasping their wands secretly, and their minds were highly focused with no slack. "Peter Pettigrew," Evan said in astonishment. "I've heard of you. You are the wizard killed by Sirius Black 12 years ago, aren't you?" "Yes, that's me." Finding out that Evan knew about that gave Peter a sense of satisfaction. This would save him a lot of trouble. He had a strange smile on the corner of his mouth and asked, "Aren't you Evan Mason, dear boy?" Evan nodded briefly, as in telling him to carry on. "You know, Evan." Peter drew a glance at the wand in Evan's hand and quickly moved his eyes elsewhere as though he didn't notice Evan's hostility towards him, and continued, "That year, Black sold Harry's parents James and Lily out. Then he wanted to kill me, but he did not succeed, and I ran away at the last minute." "But everybody said that you were killed," Evan said slowly. "I didn't die. I was just hiding away." Peter's voice trembled, and he looked at Evan tearfully. "I had to do that. After all, I caught Black. I personally sent him to Azkaban. That madman must have hated my guts." "Hiding?" Evan looked at him strangely. "Since Black had been caught? Why did you hide? You've even been hiding for 12 years. You don't understand, dear boy." The voice of Pettigrew was sharper than before. "I had to hide. Black defected to He Who Must Not Be Named. The latter taught him some tricks. He had dark magic that we could only dream of. His magic is very evil and strong. I'm no opponent for him." "Evil and strong magic?" Evan squinted. "You mean Voldemort? Don't mention this name." Peter Pettigrew was pale, as if Evan had lashed him with a whip. He wiped his sweat off his face with his sleeve and continued. "In a word, He Who Must Not Be Named gave Black a lot of dark magic. That is why he escaped from Azkaban." "Well, since you hid, why did you suddenly appear in the castle now?" Evan said flatly. "I'm here to save you." Peter Pettigrew took out the wand from behind his back. His face was full of grin. It looked very distorted and ugly. "We all know that Black escaped to kill Harry. He wants to avenge you-know-who. I cannot let his conspiracy succeed. I must stop him. Even at the risk of further danger, I will not hesitate to, because I was Harry's parents' best friend before they passed away. Before that tragic incident happened, they had entrusted their child to me." Looking at Peter Pettigrew's appearance, Evan felt sick. 12 years ago, he had sold his friends James and Lily out to Voldemort, making Harry become an orphan. He got Sirius Black framed and had him spend 12 years in Azkaban. Just yesterday, he also controlled Ron to reveal Professor Lupin's werewolf status and accuse him of assaulting his students. Now, he wants to continue to deceive him and use Harry to slander Sirius Black again. Can a man be so shameless to speak out with such words? Evan took a deep breath and resisted the urge to beat Peter Pettigrew. His heart was full with anger. He really felt bad for Harry's parents, Sirius Black, Professor Lupin, and all those who had been sold out by him. At Hogwarts, they obviously took Peter as a friend. But this man has his own selfish interests before all. He betrayed them. He is the chief culprit of their tragic fates. The muttering of Peter Pettigrew made Evan upset. His right hand held his wand tightly, and he said bluntly, "So, you really have a good heart. Believe me, Evan, it was my effort that got Black captured, and it was I who put him in Azkaban." Pettigrew continued, "I'm here to save you. You just have to. You haven't said. How did you get into the castle?" Evan interrupted. "There's a strong protective magic around Hogwarts. No one can come in. This is not a problem for me." You know, Peter's eyes once again looked at Evan's hand holding his wand firmly. He hesitated and said, "I'm an animagus." Animagus. It is a spell that can turn a wizard into an animal. Pettigrew lowered his voice and didn't want anybody to hear what he was going to say next. "My animagus form is a rat. I'm Ron's pet, Scabbers. Over the years, I've been around you, protecting you day and night." "Protect us day and night, as a rat." Evan sneered. In addition to eat, he did not know what a pet rat could do. He continued, disdainfully, "So you are Scabbers? It's amazing to me that a person would endure spending 12 years as a rat. I had to do that. I've long guessed that Black will come out. I must protect you." Pettigrew licked his lips, looking eagerly at the Marauder's map in Evan's hand, and said, "Believe me, son, counting it out, it's almost 2 years since we met. You've held me before, and you fed me. Remember that. A few days ago, you even made a rat tonic for me." Evan nodded, and he was glad that he did it. If it weren't for the bottle of a tonic supplement with tracking agents, he probably would have become a corpse now. The wand in Pettigrew's hand pointed at Evan, and he said what he could say. He even revealed that he was an animagus, but the thin black-haired boy before him was not moved. He seemed to be skeptical about him. Peter knew that it was too sudden. According to the original plan, he should have been re-emerged in front of the crowd after Sirius Black was kissed by the Dementors. At that time, he could tell others how he had planned for all of this behind the scenes. He revealed Lupin's evil werewolf identity, and he introduced Black into the castle and plotted to catch him. Half of his plan was successful. Lupin had been removed. Even the pesky Dumbledore was not at Hogwarts. According to the agreement, Lucius Malfoy would detain him in the Ministry of Magic. Now, the only troublesome guy left was Sirius Black. For most people, trying to catch Sirius Black seemed to be a very difficult matter. The Dementors and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic spent more than half a year without even meeting Black's shadow. However, for a smart person, it is a piece of cake. Peter Pettigrew smiled proudly. He thought that he will seize Black, that reckless, stupid dog. He doesn't even have to use his own hands. He will just attract him into the castle and tell Snape his whereabouts. Because of the hatred that had built up during their school days, Snape would be very willing to help him eliminate Black. Everyone was just like puppets, and all the strings were in his hands. According to Peter Pettigrew's plan, when everything is over, he will appear on the scene. It should be an endless honor that awaits him, not a suspicious 12-year-old boy. Under Evan burning gaze, Pettigrew felt a little irritated. His eyes were fixed on the Marauder's map in the boy's hand. His plan went smoothly. He now only needs this map. Whenever he gets it, he can know Black's whereabouts. He eventually planned to talk his way out with the kid, which should save him a lot of trouble. But, judging from the current situation, this does not seem to work. The kid in front of him is skeptical. He's unlike Ron, whom he can easily manipulate, and unlike Harry, who could be influenced by impulsive emotions. In fact, Evan is different from all the young wizards Peter had ever seen. He had his own vision. In Pettigrew's eyes, Evan was like Dumbledore, an exceptional Gryffindor. He has almost all the qualities required by the four houses: Gryffindor's bravery, Ravenclaw's intelligence, Hufflepuff's hard work, and also Slytherin's cunning. When these idiosyncratic qualities are concentrated in one person, he's destined to be a tough opponent. Although Evan now looks harmless to humans and animals, as a pet rat that was next to him, Peter Pettigrew knew what Evan has done since he entered school. For a freshman who has just entered the school for less than 2 years, it is incredible to be able to do such things. Even him as an adult cannot do many of them now. With a boy's body, he did a lot of mighty work. Even James Potter and Sirius Black couldn't match him. Perhaps only Dumbledore and the Dark Lord could do those things during their school days. At the thought that Evan might grow up into such a beast, Peter was so nervous that he suffocated and even felt breathless. He grasped his wand in his hands. Since he had to do something, he'd better surprise him and take the initiative. While the boy is still hesitating, it is better for him to seize the opportunity and defeat him in one fell swoop. Peter Pettigrew was suddenly distracted. He was considering how he should deal with the boy. The memory charm is a good spell, but it is not safe. Maybe you should give him the Avada Kedavra curse. Then he can leave him there, and when his body is discovered, everything would be over. Everyone would think that Sirius Black or Lupin killed him. One of them is an evil dark wizard, and Voldemort's most powerful man. The other is a ferocious werewolf who attacks his students in order to satisfy his bloodthirsty instincts on a full moon night. As long as there are the two of them, no one would suspect him. No matter how outstanding and talented he is, Evan is still just a child, and certainly no opponent of him. An immense talent is meaningless unless one grows up to see its potential. Dear child, please believe me. Peter Pettigrew's small eyes stared at Evan tightly. He covered his wand with his body and said, pitifully, "The situation is very urgent. Black may break into the castle at any time. I'm here to save you." "Well, I believe in you," Evan suddenly said. "What do you need me to do?" Peter seemed to be stunned for a moment. He did not expect him to say so. "It's very simple. You just need to give me the Marauder's map." "Is it this thing?" Evan raised the parchment in his hand. "That's it." Peter looked eagerly at the map and yelled, "Give it to me, Evan. With its help, we can join our forces together and catch Black. It is a shortcut to success. All the people will praise you, and you will get an unprecedented honor." "Really?" Evan closed his eyes and seemed to be immersed in the future that Pettigrew talked about. "Think about it. Black escaped to kill Harry. You caught him, and you saved your friend." Peter Pettigrew took a step closer to Evan, and in a bewitched voice he said, "What a man who is even greater than the Savior. How would people describe you?" "The future star of the magic world." "The future star of the magic world," Evan repeated, opening his bright eyes, firmly looking at Pettigrew. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What you said was great, and it was really exciting. But unfortunately, you've missed a point, a crucial point." "What?" Pettigrew was surprised. "You neglected," Evan said slowly, with unprecedented confidence in his voice. "I'm not the same as you, Peter. I will not sell innocent people out for my own benefit, for my strength. Nor will I betray my friends. I will rely on my own efforts to become a great wizard." "Great wizard?" Peter seemed to have failed to respond. "Yes, even greater than Dumbledore and Voldemort," Evan said, throwing the map aside in the flaming fire. "No!" shrieked Peter Pettigrew in horror. He saw Evan throwing the Marauder's map into the fire. He rushed subconsciously and reached for the map. This map was the key to Sirius Black's capture. He couldn't let it get burned. So he grabbed the parchment. In the fire's glow, the expression on his face twisted. Greed, shock, lowliness, joy, and other emotions merged together and looked ugly. While Pettigrew was absorbed by the map, Evan waved his wand and shouted, "Stupefy!" A red light emerged from the tip of his wand and hit Peter Pettigrew. The latter rose from the ground, bumped into the wall, and then slid to the floor. He lost his consciousness, lying there motionless, and the wand in his hand rolled aside. Evan gasped. He walked over to get the Marauder's map back. The room calmed down again, and the Grindylow got out of the weeds, looking at them in amazement. Evan pointed his wand at Pettigrew. Its tip issued a snake-like belt that entwined Peter's neck, wrists, and ankles, and it wrapped him tightly. A few minutes later, Pettigrew woke up. "What do you mean by this, dear child?" Peter said, trembling. He was surprised, looking at his rope in horror, and his breathing almost stopped. "Obviously, we both understand what this means." Evan pointed his wand at him. "You were going to attack me. I did it first. I don't understand what you were talking about." Peter looked at Evan as if being kind. The sweat ran down his cheeks. "There must be some misunderstanding. Just now, I was helping you to get the map. Don't you understand? The Marauder's map was just a bait. I deliberately threw it into the fireplace. And as I expected, you really got hooked." Evan looked at Peter and said scornfully, Otherwise, I was not sure if I could knock you down with this stunning spell. Seeing you doing that, of course I would rush ahead. I can't watch you destroy this map." Pettigrew screamed, "Dear Evan, you may not know that I made it. I was not as ignorant as you thought, Mr. Peter." Evan swayed the Marauder's map in his hand and continued, "You are only one of the map's makers. Besides you, there are 3 other people, Mooney, Padfoot, and Prongs. The 3 of them are my friends, and we made it together," said Peter with no self-confidence. He avoided Evan's gaze and his face was full of sweat. "Friend." Evan's wand issued a few sparks. An unprecedented anger rose from the depths of his heart. "Do you really see them as friends? Or just props for profit, ready to be sold?" "I don't know what you are talking about," Peter said in panic, and he looked uneasy at the wand in Evan's hands. Things had developed in a way that completely exceeded his expectations. He felt really bad. He could feel that the boy in front of him surely knew the truth about what happened on that year. No matter what he told him, it wouldn't go well for him. "It seems like I need to make it clearer." Evan looked at the cowardly Pettigrew. "You are Wormtail. Mooney is Professor Lupin. Prongs is Harry's father, James Potter. And Padfoot is Sirius Black." Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew was like a drowning man, hanging to the last straw. He shouted with a sharp, thin voice, "I just said, Evan. Black sold James out to that man. He also tried to kill me. We both know that. He wanted to kill Harry first for that man's sake. It's Voldemort." Hearing this name, Peter Pettigrew shivered and looked as if he could faint at any moment. "What? Afraid to hear your old master's name?" Evan laughed. "Give up, Pettigrew. Since I was first to find the map, your conspiracy tonight is doomed to fail." Peter did not speak, his gaze cruising between the wand in Evan's hand and his wand on the floor. "For me, the Marauder's map is just a good magical prop, but it is an essential thing for you to catch Sirius Black this evening." Evan continued, "If you don't have this map, how can you tell Snape that Black is in the castle? Snape is not Lucius Malfoy. With his character, he is not likely to trust a person who is in the dark. He cannot possibly believe you. Oh, and if he finds out anything about what happened that year, he might just kill you with his own hands." "That was indeed my initial plan, Evan. Black is a powerful dark wizard, and if you rush at him, that could be dangerous. So I wanted to use Snape to get an edge." Peter said eagerly, "If you don't like it, we can change the method. We don't need Snape. We 2 can join our forces, take down Black together, and we can share all the honor. Perhaps, like me, you'll get the Order of Merlin." "Like you," Evan laughed. "Like you, living as a rat for over 12 years. "No," Pettigrew screamed. "Now the situation is completely different. We do not have to worry about Black's revenge. A few days ago, I saw the Daily Prophet. When we catch him, the Dementors will get rid of all the troubles, and they will use their kiss against Black. Then, he will be an empty shell with no soul, a corpse not." "Do not say any more. You make me feel sick," said Evan in disgust, and the tip of his wand issued a few sparks. "I'll tell you the truth. I've met Black before. He told Harry, Hermione, and me everything about that year. You don't need to keep the act up anymore. This farce is over. Listen to me, Evan." Peter was trembling and out of breath. "I don't know what Black told you, but what happened that year was not what you imagined. I'm no idiot. I can recognize who is telling the truth." "We need to talk about this, Evan," said Peter Pettigrew, gasping and yelling. "What about doing this? Catch Black, and the honors are all yours. I don't want anything. And there's no need to worry about Harry and Hermione. I can use the memory charm or the confundus charm on them. No one will know." "Shut up." Evan kicked Peter Pettigrew so hard that he could not even believe himself. "Don't get on my nerves. Otherwise, I will kill you with my own hands. And I'm telling you again, what you call honors doesn't mean anything to me." Peter Pettigrew screamed, tumbling back and forth on the floor. Evan was surprised to see that Pettigrew started crying. That looked terrible. He looked like an oversized, bald baby shivering on the floor. "Listen to me, Evan. You are a smart kid," Peter whispered. He struggled up to Evan, shaking forward, grabbing the edge of his robe. "You said enough today, Peter Pettigrew." Evan pulled his robe out of Peter's clutch. He stepped back and retreated to the office door. "If you have anything more to say, You can wait for a while and tell Dumbledore and the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. I think they will be interested." "No, no," Peter murmured. "It was Sirius Black. Of course, if you are innocent, they will naturally let you go." Evan looked at him. "But if you are found guilty, you will get what you deserve. The Dementors outside the school are already too impatient. Maybe they will give you a kiss." Hearing the Dementors and the Dementors' kiss, Peter Pettigrew's face paled instantly. It was as if it was drained out of blood. "Let me go, boy," Peter begged. "You gain nothing out of doing this. Don't you want to be a powerful wizard? I will help you. I know a secret, that thing with its magical power. It is in the Forbidden Forest. I know how to get it. If you mean the magical item left by Gryffindor hidden in the Centaur colony," Evan said slowly. "It's a shame that Black promised to take me there before you. Without my help, you won't succeed," Peter said hurriedly. "Even after 1,000 years, the guardian magic that Gryffindor exerted is still active. You must overcome your deepest fears in the depths of your heart and pass the final test to get that thing. The magic is so powerful that no one could succeed. But I know a shortcut. The Dark Lord told me. I can. You can't just take shortcuts to everything, Pettigrew." Evan looked at Peter with some pity, and with an incredible confidence in his voice, he said, "If that is the test that Gryffindor has left, then I believe I can overcome it. Wait a minute, I have another. We have wasted too much time. After handing you over to the professors, I have to reach for Sirius Black to save Ron and go to the Great Hall for dinner. So many things are waiting for me to be done. I'll end this as soon as possible. Let's see where Professor Dumbledore is. He may have come back." Evan pointed at the Marauder's map with his wand. "I solemnly swear that I'm up to no good." With Evan's words, thin ink lines began to spread like a spider's web on the Marauder's map. On the map, green and black lines elaborately showed every detail of the Hogwarts castle and grounds. It had tiny ink dots moving around it, each labeled with a name in minuscule writing. Evan looked at Dumbledore's office first, and it was empty. He looked down, and most of the people who stayed at Hogwarts for Christmas were gathered in the Great Hall. It was time for dinner, but Evan didn't see Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He quickly moved to the Gryffindor Tower. He scanned it and found that Harry and Hermione were there, and in front of them was Sirius Black. As Sirius Black entered the castle, he should take Peter to him right away. "Hold on, where did Ron go?" Evan looked around the map, but he didn't see Ron anywhere. A moment later, in the third floor of Professor Lupin's office, where he was, he suddenly saw that there was another person besides Pettigrew and himself, standing in front of the door outside the office. In the Gryffindor common room, Evan had just left, and Crookshanks also contacted Sirius Black with a new password. Now, only Harry and Hermione are still here. They were standing outside the third-year boys' dormitory. "Ron?" Harry shouted in fear. No one responded. Harry and Hermione looked at each other. Both of them thought Ron was asleep, but when he turned back, he found Ron lying on the bed, staring at them with open eyes. In the dim bedroom, Ron's appearance was extremely strange, and the atmosphere was terrible. After a while, Hermione said timidly, "You seem to be sick, Ron." "I'm fine." Ron responded stiffly, and he got out of bed. Harry and Hermione looked at each other again and saw the worry on each other's faces. "No, you look bad. You should go to Madame Pomfrey. She will help you." "I don't need any help. I've never been as good as I am now." Ron came over to them as if he was leaving the room. "We need to talk to you." Harry reached out and stopped Ron. He exclaimed, "I have something to tell you about what happened last night." Harry's anger turned to worry after knowing that Ron was being controlled. The only thing he wanted to do was to awaken Ron. He also remembered Evan saying that the best way to resist the Imperius curse was a strong will. As long as his willpower is strong enough, he can resist the curse's invasion. When a man is a victim of the Imperius charm, he would feel a blank in his mind and become very happy. Then there will be a voice asking the cursed person to do something. As if hypnotized, the cursed man enters a subconscious state, and he subconsciously obeys the caster's orders. But this is not absolute. The cursed person can still receive all the information from the outside world. That information could have an impact on everything he does. If these things seriously touch his heart and make him feel rebellious, then he will take the initiative to resist the Imperieuse curse and weaken its power to a great extent. Ron, I know. Harry gripped Ron's shoulder with both hands and looked at him in distress, and he shouted, I know all about it. I don't blame you for what happened last night. I shouldn't have punched you by the end. You're also, what happened last night? Ron lowered his head and repeated that slowly in a monotone voice. You can understand that was the best thing to do, Harry. Last night, I saved you. I saved Hermione and everyone. Once the werewolf is allowed to enter the castle, the consequences would be unimaginable. Professor Lupin is innocent. He will not attack anyone, said Harry, panting. He shook Ron vigorously and sadly wailed, Please, Ron, just wake up. You shouldn't be like this. What am I supposed to be like? Ron looked at Harry coldly. Harry was stunned. He didn't know how to answer him. Tears ran down his cheeks and flowed out of control. Ron, Hermione shouted softly, and crystal tears were swirling in her eyes. Her memory went back to Ron's accusation that Crookshanks had eaten Scabbers. It was also in the common room that afternoon. Ron had also looked terrible back then. He first criticized her and then fought with Evan. Ron was very unusual at the time, but his current expression made Hermione feel stranger than ever. I saved you last night. I discovered the vicious werewolf. I'm your hero. Ron didn't look at Hermione. He stared at Harry tightly and revealed an unprecedented resolution in his dull voice. Hero. Harry and Hermione groaned, wondering why Ron said so. Yes, I'm a hero, but you're telling me now I shouldn't be like this? Ron didn't look like he was being controlled by the Imperieuse curse. He looked as someone feeling injustice. He shouted angrily, How do you think I should be? Should I innately be a foil to the famous savior? A lowly, coward follower with a dispensable and comical existence. Ron, I'm not, said Harry sadly. Enough, Harry. Ron broke away of Harry's hands. I don't have anything to say to you. I know you all look down on me. Who I really am, I will prove it to you with practical actions. I will personally catch Sirius Black. I want to accomplish things that no one else has done. Catch Sirius Black? Hermione stepped back half a step, looking scared. A vague feeling rose from the depths of her heart. She panicked and asked, What do you want to do? To do what a hero should do. I won't let you leave before you wake up. Harry grabbed Ron's robe again. Sober up, Ron. Think about our last 3 years. Harry didn't finish his words yet, and 2 sturdy red lights flashed across the dormitory, hitting Harry and Hermione respectively with a bang. The 2 fell down and laid motionless on the ground. Seeing Harry and Hermione fainting, Ron seemed hesitant. He moved towards them a little, but then stopped immediately. Come on, dear child, my merciful master. A sharp voice suddenly rang in the room. It's time to accomplish what we should do. Both of them just passed out. After we catch Black, they will know your greatness. In Professor Lupin's office, Evan saw from the Marauder's map, Ron actually standing on his own behind him. He hurried back, but it was too late. Just as he turned, the office's door was smashed open, and Ron rushed in clumsily, with strong inertia, and threw himself on him. The 2 people fell to the ground, tussled and entangled in everything. Evan wanted to use magic, but Ron did not give him a chance. He gripped Evan's right hand closely, with a terrible force, and completely ignored his own safety. He seemed more like a sandbag that feels no pain, and Evan couldn't get rid of him. His wand emitted a few rays of light outward, shattering the water tank in the corner, and the Grindylow fell on the floor dying. Let's lose hands, Ron, Evan exclaimed angrily. Do you know what you're doing? He saw that Peter Pettigrew, not far away from him, was deforming. Peter's body quickly shrank into a rat's shape. He was getting rid of his magical bondage, and the tightly tied rope began to slide off to one side. This is bad. Evan hurriedly forced Ron away with his knees and gave him several hard punches with his free hand. Ron swayed for a while because of the pain and ducked aside. Evan took the opportunity to point his wand to him. The light flashed across. Ron flew out and hit the wall behind him. Before he could turn to look at Pettigrew, a red light had flown from side to side. With a bang, it slammed into Evan's hand. His wand drew a parabola in the air and landed at Pettigrew's feet. Dear child, this farce should really end. Peter picked up Evan's wand with a dreadful expression on his face. And at its end, I win. Evan said nothing. He saw Ron crawling again, his face full of bruises. Tut tut, look at your wand. Pettigrew stroked Evan's wand, like a child with a new toy, with a cheerful smile on his face. Well maintained, more beautiful than my little master's. Peter returned the other wand to Ron and pointed Evans at him. Evan, I'll give you another chance. You just have to. You can change your face really fast. Peter, Evan interrupted dismissively. You've just been kneeling on the earth, begging me, willing to give everything for a new life, but now it turns out to be like this. Because I'm a smart person, smart people can often laugh at the end. Peter Pettigrew said with a weird smile. It was 15 years ago. My 3 stupid Gryffindor friends, all of whom were brainwashed by Dumbledore, were going to fight against the Dark Lord. What's the advantage in doing that? So, you betrayed them and became a traitor. Don't say it so bluntly. I just chose the strong side to lean on. Peter carried on. Let me tell you, Evan, for small people, the most important thing is to choose the strong side to get the best benefit. The Dark Lord's power is something you can never imagine. Strong power? It sounds like a Slytherin's tone. Evan said quietly, I heard the Sorting Hat saying that you asked for Gryffindor back in the day, and that you were trying to find the courage you didn't have. That's what my mother expected out of me. My father was a brave and fearless Gryffindor. Peter closed his eyes, and it looked like he was remembering. But you've let your mother down. I don't think so. I compensated her with the Order of Merlin, first class. Peter said slowly, as I grew older, I gradually figured out everything. My mother does not want me to be brave like my father. She needs honor that can make her feel proud. But those honors are not yours. You've deceived everyone. Does that make a difference? Pettigrew laughed. As long as I'm a hero in other people's eyes, that's more than enough.